the best. Que mi gente le habla Chapote, el más chapotente. Brr, brr. ¿Qué es lo que mi gente activo? ¿Qué es lo que ya dice? No cogemos eso con ningún. Hoy es el the last day. Today is the last day. El último día. El último día. ¿Qué es lo que mi gente activo? No está choteando, no echa ahí, óbito. Está choteando, te quieto. Tú no ves que está público. Ahí dice público. ¿Qué es lo que punta? Nutres. Julio, Jay, Del Piro, SDK, David, O'Hara, Adonis, Estereo, aquí en La Verde, Ore, Orste, Mr. Seven Digit, Jank, Juanco, Jack, Adonis, Manconi, oh, se mata por aquí está. ¿Por qué no me ver mi cara? Déjame poner mi cara aquí, güey. I had to put my face, ya. Güey, güey, okay. People can see my beautiful face. Hello, my people. Hello. Hello, everybody. We ready today. ¿Qué es lo que Juan? ¿Qué es lo que? ¿Quién está por ahí? ¿Quién está por ahí? Juan, Secre del Piro, Javi. Chapote, el papá de los chapotavi. ¿No escucho un ruido? Cuando yo hablo. Yo escucho como un ruido, loco. No, Javi. Claro, yo escucho un ruido. El Pipo, donación millonaria de una vez. El diablo, loco. Así que me gusta. Así que la quiero. El diablo, ni bien prendimos y una donación millonaria de parte de Leudín Capellán. Ay, 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 millonario el tiro. De la alerta, porque suene la alerta.
Dinero fácil yo tengo, yo me lo busco. Un mago que tengo, me dio todo truco. Me busco heavy.
Oh, sonó esa alerta, sonó, sonó, sonó. Pues no va alerta por aquí. El día, loco. Sonó la alerta. Dame está la alerta. Sí. Alerta pendiente, el camarón que es gracias a Leudín Capellán, millonario. Brr, brr. Así que somos milloneta. Que lo que es Javi G, aquí en la verde, oh, ya tenemos gente en todos lados al mismo tiempo porque somos mundiales. Oh, Dios mío, very good. Eh, Deja ver. Porque yo me escucho así como. ¿Se escucha un ruido cuando yo hablo o no? ¿O se escucha bien? ¿Quién me contesta ahí? Escucho como. Shh, shh. Ay, se escucha un gemido. Uy, qué rico. Te encanta que escuche así, ¿verdad? Sí, te encanta que escuche así, ¿verdad? Yo sé que te gusta que suene así. Oh, yo sé que te gusta que suene así. Oh, yo sé que te gusta. Oh, que suene así. Lo que yo no entiendo es lo que. Porque, ¿qué es lo que le pasó a este micrófono? Escucho un ruido, loco, antes no se escuchaba ese. Porque yo formateé la PC, loco. Se metió esta loquera, loco. No sé qué es lo que pasa, a ver. Yo tenía en 28, aquí yo tenía en 28, pero ahora me sube alto, loco. A menos que yo tengo que meterme aquí. A ver, sí, se corta, Mayday, ya aquí está corta el audio. Entiendo, loco, no comprendo. I don't know what happening here. How to be better, let's now. Real, lo que a ti, jalapeño spicy, eso con paparazzi. Se corta, loco. ¿Y por qué se corta, loco? Una bestia, una bestia. Déjame ver algo. Espérate. Copy. así, loco, como tan locón, así, porque tiene que escucharse mejor esta vaina. Flow Factory Inc. Y ahí se escucha mejor ya. No te copies, papi. Yo escucho un ruido, antes no escuchaba ese ruido, ¿qué pasó también? Ah, se fue manteando la PC, loco. No puedo creer. Odio, odio, oh, oh, que lo que, déjame poner otro micrófono, entonces te vaya. Que lo que, ahora sí, guau, 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 para el mundo entero. Sí, se escucha estática, loco. No sé lo que le pasa, tengo que arreglar, loco, el micrófono. Fue que formateé la PC y ahora te dando esa loquera. Tengo que volver a ver un video, hacer un setting de nuevo. Tú sabes, Flow Factory Inc. Y no te copies, papi. Brrra. Who's winning? Who is winning? MS. Microsoft. Brr, brr. Ey, que venga todo el mundo, que venga todo, vayan repartiendo el link desde ahora, vayan repartiendo el link desde ahora, pero no público, no público. No hay audio, audio. Eh, la gente de la verde, vengan para acá, que me voy de la verde, porque me va a bajar el view, el rate. Vengan para acá. Los de la verde, los de Kick, vengan para la otra, me voy de aquí. Eso es calentando, porque la gente vaya viendo, vayan entrando, pero se sigue cortando, pues no, es la PC. Voy a tumbar aquí porque esto me va a bajar la vaina, los espectadores aquí. Vengan todos para la roja. Nos vemos lo de la roja, lo de la verde, nos vemos, nos vemos. Gracias por el apoyo. Vamos para la verde, hoy vamos a romper récord hoy. Hoy vamos a romper récord hoy. Tú estás loco, no somos millonarios. Caco de chancleta, el mejor de la galaxia. Donation, donation. Wait, wait. Jackie Chan, 50 Cent, ya Ru. Prr, prr, prr. Ahí, donation para los ricos, vuelvo ahí. Fija comentario, pa. Va. ¿Ya va? Que lo que pensamos casi casi, llegó papá, el papá de los guarilasi. Oye, que lo que tú, lo que eres un manconazi, me lo dijo quien, Wirilisi, Wirilasi. Le acaban de bloquear una solicitud de retraso a la CMA. La CMA quería hacer lo mismo también. Retrasar la vaina. Ellos creen, porque esa gente cree que son, esa gente cree que uno es estúpido, loco, de la CMA y el FTC. Todo el mundo sabe que esa gente quiere tiempo, eh. Ah, loco, el CAT activo. Super tongue, super tongue, super tongue. Oh, my money, baby. My money, baby. My money, baby. Pa Bonnie Baby, una grabada musical. Enjoy more over there. Thank you. una granada musical, Yago Chapote espectacular. El CAT quiso una solicitud de retraso, que diga la CMA, y el CAT le dijo que no, porque son palomos, porque a Microsoft quieren que son brutas o estúpidas. No están viendo que somos de la dupla, de la única. Esa CMA está haciendo lo de Lina Khan, quiere ganar tiempo. Tiempo, yeah. Tiempo, yeah, yeah. Yeah, porque está combinada la FTC con la CMA. Oh, yeah, yeah. Mañana tomarán la decisión de que yo soy la mera ver. Hello, darling witch. Bien beautiful. Thank you, thank you. Nova Red. Nova Red, no femina. Yeah. Nova Red. Nosotros somos los que sabemos de esta vaina. Oye, que lo que es, te mandamos esta pajaina. Ey, se compartan el link, ahorita se va a poner el link, el video, ahorita se pone, tú sabes, se pone, la gente que vaya entrando ahora porque se va a poner, porque tú sabes, inteligencia. Es mañana que lo van a anunciar, amigos, mayo. Era para la otra semana. ¿Cuál link? Este link, loco, tu taquilla. Eh, el veredicto era para la otra semana, pero por el 4 de julio lo pusieron para el viernes, porque viene el 4 de julio ahí. No, ya yo tumbé la verde, porque aquí es la vuelta es aquí, no es la otra. Es aquí la vuelta. Goffrey, la vuelta es aquí. La verde es para que la gente, para que la gente vaya sabiendo que vamos a estar aquí, vaina, y pum. Pero la vuelta es aquí. Este viernes, Adonis, coño, Adonis, tu cerebro, coño, Adonis, tú. Loco, tú tienes dientes todos los días viendo el juicio, metido, etiquetando a uno, y tú no sabes de que tú estás de que no sabes. Coño, Adonis. ¿Tú estás viendo que por July, por 4 de julio lo adelantan, Cacuevaca? Coño, Adonis, coño. Te agarro con esta silla. Coño, Adonis, hablo. Si te digo que lo adelantan por el 4 de julio, yo digo que viernes, adelantado es antes del 4 de julio. Entonces, ¿qué viernes es antes del 4 de julio? Cacuevaca. Coño, Manconi, concho. Dona $10 ahí que me quillate. Ahí está el link ahí. Me quillate, me quillate. Vaya compartiendo el link ahora que ahorita, ustedes saben lo que va a pasar. Se va a poner, tú sabes, código extraterrestre. Lucifer debe $200, Lucifer, loco. $200, loco. He own me. That blue guy. Team Blue. Brr. La cámara se va ahorita, yo para estar hablando. No, tú estás loco, los Blue Labels son muy caros. Esa gente, tú estás loco, esa gente esos no llegan a Label, ¿no? Ellos son Blue, pero jabón azulito. A Blue Label no llegan, ¿no? A jabón azulito que llegan. Blue Soap. Adonis, supuestamente lo que se dijo que la FTC puede volver a apelar y durar 5 días más en operación. Hay que ver si ella pela, hay que esperar 5 días más. A menos que Microsoft la cierre antes de apelar. Antes de darle chance de apelar, el mismo día, pum, pum, cierre, pa. Adiós, Lina Khan. Adiós, SMA. La compra cuando Microsoft decida. Después del juicio, si Microsoft gana, cuando yo decida. Pero tiene que ser antes del 18 de julio. Porque si el 18 de julio los accionistas de Activision Blizzard. No, yo dije, Bobby dijo que si bloquean es que se cae. Pero Microsoft va a cerrar como quiera. Sí, vi lo de la CMA donde sea, quiere un retraso y el CAT le dijo, no, no, pero según roba rumores, el CAT no pierde una, el CAT volvió a perder de nuevo, pidió un retraso y el CAT le dijo que no. Pero esa gente decía que el CAT era todopoderoso, invencible, el ombligo del mundo. Cada día va, quedan en la fea. Dios mío, oh Dios mío, roba rumores, retírate, roba rumores, retírate de esto ya. Retírate ya, por favor. Das asco. Das asco, Robert Rumores. ¿Qué es lo que José? Va aquí porque hay poca gente hoy. Si hoy va a haber audio. Va aquí estoy, ey, comparta. ¿Qué es lo que? Sí, lo de Frostpunk, sí. O sea que eso está desmintiendo lo que dice Jim Ryan. Son gente mentirosa que quieren ganarle a Microsoft a base de mentira, a base de lie. They wanna lie to Microsoft, to the judge. Están mintiendo, loco. Son unos mentirosos. Quieren ganar a base de mentira. Quieren suscriptores a base de mentira. Quieren view a base de mentira. Ah, no, no estoy hablando de eso, ¿verdad? De G-Raya. Coño, porque, debería haber 100.000 gente ahora mismo viendo. Vamos a romper récord. Es que si yo pongo, se joda todo. We love you, Jacqueline. Jacqueline Corley. We love you. The more beautiful in the world. Tú sabes que está frío con el juez. Ahí no dijo, el juez dijo que en 5 días, el juez del CAT dijo que el juicio con 5 días se resuelve. Tú me estás viendo que este duró 5 días y tú estás diciendo que la CMA va a durar un mes. Si la CMA nada más se enfocó en la nube y la casa se enfocó en la consola y en la nube y duró 5 días, ¿por qué tú crees que allá va a durar un mes, Adoni? Vamos a ser inteligentes. $10, Adoni. Dona, que estoy quillado. Dona. Estoy quillado, dona. Si aquí la FTC tiene dos argumentos, la nube y consola y duró 5 días, y la FT y la CMA nada más tiene la nube, ¿por qué lleva un mes? No tiene sentido. Decían que esto duraría años. La acaba de perder, la CMA pidió un retraso para el juicio entre Microsoft y CMA y el CAT se la denegó. Eso es toma para ti, Ramón Rumorito, toma para ti.
La boquita.
Oh, Dios mío. Eso pasa para hablar sin saber. Porque él sabe todo. En la boquita. Uy, en la boquita. 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 Ah, 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 en la boquita. Quita. Oye, que lo que llegó la chamaquita. Llegó Chaputa, el que la agarra y la quita. Oye, el diablo es un rapero neto, loco. Nintendo hablará hoy. Hoy que un video no fue que grabó Nintendo. Que es lo que es FAT. Todo el mundo activo, represent. ¿A quién? ¿A Locón? ¿Cuándo? Truco, 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 truco. Adonis se volvió bien hater desde que murió Apex Legends. El DH, muy buenos días, Mr. Chapo. ¿De qué lo queda aquí? La gente que vayan entrando 5.000, 6.000, 7.000, 8.000, 9.000, que hoy venimos picantes, jalapeño spicy. No cogemos eso con ningún What slicey. Vamos a poner esto aquí para que la gente vea lo del cat, que la CMA, United Kingdom, asking for something, y they say no. No, you don't get what you want. No, you don't get what you want. Oh, no, you don't get what you want. Mira, mira, mira. Velo ahí, velo ahí, velo ahí, velo ahí, velo ahí. Ah, mira qué lindo. Pipo, la cámara. I can see my sir. Espérate, espérate, voy ahí. Ahí, I'm here. Ok. Mira lo que dice aquí. Mira lo que dice aquí. El CAT le niega a la CMA una solicitud de retraso en la audiencia. Saben que no están preparados para ser humillados por Microsoft, pero en vez de buscar una vía de acuerdo y no ir a pasar vergüenza ante CAT, quiere seguir de soberbia. Quiere seguir de soberbia. Ya está viendo cómo están acribillando a la FTC. Parece que hay miedo. Parece que hay...
La boquita.
Dios mío, no puede ser. Tiemblan. Dos reguladoras unidas contra Microsoft, la top 2 mundial. Y no pueden. No pueden. No pueden con Microsoft. No pueden. Una insectoa que no pueden. Ay, Dios mío, estoy cansado de decirlo, loco. ¿Cómo tú crees que una reguladorita de que va a poder con la top 2 mundial? That's not happening. ¿Cómo una reguladorita de un país y otra de otro país, o sea, dos, van a poder con la top 2 mundial? Falta de respeto. Cuando estaba la reunión con Biden, que estaban las empresas, los empresarios, los jefes, los CEO de las empresas más importantes de la Big Tech, ahí, con Biden. ¿Quién era que estaba al lado de Biden? ¿Quién era uno de los que estaba al lado de Biden? Del presidente de los Estados Unidos. ¿Quién era? Con la risita. Papá Nutella. Nedela, baby. Nedela. La gente no quiere entender. Lo que se ve raro es que una reguladora de Estados Unidos está defendiendo una compañía japonesa. Eso está de locos. ¿Qué es lo que es, mi gente? Activo, tengo hambre. ¿Qué voy a comer hoy yo, diablo? ¿Qué yo tengo ahí? Un ramencito ahí. Diablo. No puedo me levantar. Hoy estoy con vaina, con... No puedo respirar, me así con alergia. Mi gente, vaya aquí, ¿por qué poca gente? Ya va a empezar esto, loco. ¿Y por qué tan poca gente, loco? No lo puedo creer que hay muy poca gente. Llegó Chapote, el chapapato tente. El chapapato tente, Chapote, el mejor de los todo el mundo. Oye, el cacote lo vuelve un boom, chique boom, chique boom. Boom, chique boom, chique boom. Boom, chique boom, chique boom, chique boom, chique boom, chique boom, chique boom. Chique boom, 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 boom. Chique boom, 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 boom. Chique boom, 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 boom. Chique boom, chique boom. Oye, soy la Robobesti, el papá de todos los guarilesti. Tú lo que eres un palomesti. No estás hablando con el mejor testi. Why you with your bicho guarilesti. Deja ver esto aquí. Option. Close. Option. Antolomatlink. Esto está bien ahí ya. ¿Qué es lo que, mi gente? Un asadito de puerco, de cochinito, de jabalí, cochinita, ¿cómo se llama cochinita? Mi gente, está choteando ahí, ¿qué audio? ¿Qué? ¿Qué audio, Aquí no ponemos audio, aquí respetamos. Coño, así no vamos a ser más serios, loco. Chapote en la boquita, que es lo que es terreo. Donación millonaria. El link, ¿dónde en el link? Hágame rico. Buenos días, Elizabeth. Todo el mundo activo, activo. No audio hoy. No audio. No audio. El que no dé like es el hijo de locón. Brr. ¿Qué sale en la miniatura? ¿Qué sale en la miniatura? De la miniatura del video. ¿Qué sale? ¿Eh? Coño, pero Adoni es vaina, Adoni es calculoso. ¿Qué hay en la foto, en la miniatura? ¿Qué hay nuevo en la foto? ¿Qué ustedes ven algo ahí en la foto? En la foto de la miniatura no hay nada, en serio, no hay nada en la miniatura. En la miniatura no hay nada.
Dinero fácil yo tengo, yo me lo busco. Un mago que tengo, me dio todo truco.
Thank you, YouTube Cadio. Ya, sean inteligente. Sean inteligente. Gra- Gracias, ¿a quién fue? Gracias a Stereo. Sean inteligente, pues sean inteligente. No, concho. Barrabo Besti, papá, el papá de los Guarilesti. Código Morpheus, ¿cómo es? Esa misma vaina. Código extraterrestre. Tiqui, 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 tiqui. Código extraterrestre. Llegó Chapote, el papá de los chapotetes. Oye, que lo que agarre como este. ¿Qué es lo que? Pero, pero Manconi, pero Animal está hablando en código Adoni. Porque es que Adoni está hablando en código y tú sabes que sí, tú lo escribes, loco. Clave Morris, sí, loco. Adoni, tú me debes $10, Adoni, ya. Tú me debes 30 ya. Está hablando en código. Y Adoni pone, habrá. Yes, mamá. Diablo, Adoni. Antes que matarte, loco. No se puede, loco, porque la gente quiere escuchar, que la gente quiere saber lo que está pasando. Entonces, si yo hablo, no se puede, nada. Pero muchachos, pero la vez que yo tenía el audio, la primera vez, yo dije hola y uno vino, ¡cállate! Me puso uno, seguro del lado de Reba Rumores por ahí, o de esa gente, para que me estaba robando el vaina mío para transmitiéndolo en otro lado. Y me dijo, ¡cállate! Oye, mándame a callar mi propio directo. Diablo, qué abusadores, loco. No nos acaba de matar ahí, loco. Pues eso es lo que yo hago, Luis, loco. Cuando yo no he hecho resumen, yo siempre hablo. Tú sabes que yo lo hago, cacuevaca. Ahí es que yo hablo cuando hay break, cuando hay un break. Ahí es que yo hablo. Que es lo que vamos a coger, a jugar carro mejor con el guía ahí, chichi, pasando cambio ahí. Tú estás loco, eh. Ustedes me exigen mucho por poco, eh. Mínimo ustedes me están pagando $10 millones al vaina. Coño, abusador, quiere que también que esté pendiente, que haga resumen, que anote, que provoca, pues abusadores. O sea, ellos un robot. Empieza más tarde hoy, no cena. Deja ver, me dijo Florian. Yo lo que estoy temprano porque si tú no te metes a la vaina, no te deja entrar ¿cómo se llama esto? A la vaina, a Zoom. Si tú no entras, no te deja entrar, te deja fuera. Ve lo que dice aquí Florian, el DH. El gobierno del Reino Unido, Richie Sunak, Jeremy Hunt, dijo al CMA, incluso por escrito, que deben asegurarse de que el Reino Unido esté abierto para los negocios y que los retrasos regulatorios no afectan negativamente a la empresa. Pero la CMA todavía quiere un Reino Unido que perezca de que está cerrada. El la misma mierda de Reino Unido, de SMA, loco. Esa gente no le importa. Tú, esa gente está yo lo dije hace mucho, loco. Esa gente está en contra de Microsoft, hay algo contra de Microsoft ahí. No, porque yo bloqueé a todo el mundo, porque el culo, ellos están en contra de Microsoft, loco. They hate Microsoft, loco. A mí no me vengan a hablar, me digan que no, ellos no quieren que Microsoft la compre. En contra de Microsoft que ellos están. Porque la FTC soltó en banda meta para enfocarse en Microsoft. Lina Khan desistió con Meta o con qué sé yo, Apple, qué sé yo, para enfocarse en Microsoft. Está loco, eh. Mándamelo de Florian que dice, etiquétame de Florian que dice la hora, etiquétame que hay demasiada vaina ahí. ¿Quién fue que dijo lo de Florian? El que dijo lo de Florian que me etiquete. La última mañana, loco. Pero, loco, en la misma página de ellos, dice que es la misma hora. En la misma página de ellos, loco. El de mañana es el veredicto, mañana puede ser que más tarde, pero el de hoy, la misma página dice el horario, dice la misma, desde el 21 hasta el 29 es el mismo horario. Mañana ese es ya el veredicto, ese va a durar menos porque la juez va a dar su veredicto, esa puede ser que sea más tarde, pero este es el último juicio, no se ha acabado todavía. Pero ¿qué es lo que quiere esta gente? Que aquí se relaja, de que una corte, de que ojo, vamos a venir a las 5 de la tarde. Tú estás loco, la corte se va a la mañana temprano. Hay que respetar el horario. En un juicio se va temprano, loco. La gente seria, trabajadora, se levanta temprano, loco, a trabajar. Tú estás loco, eh. Y más un juicio así. Oh, a las 5 de la tarde ya todo está cerrado, todo. Los viejos están acostando ya. Abusadores. Coño, falta de respeto a la humanidad, loco. Pero ahí comienza hoy. El de mañana. El último día de FTC versus Microsoft todo comienza en 15 minutos a las 8:30, a la misma hora, velo ahí. 4 p.m. Reino Unido, escuchar Mami. Gracias, Malabé. A la misma hora, loco. Que lo que va Bunny, estamos Bad Bunny sin los billetes de a 100, pero estamos bien. Tú sabes, el mejor, el papá de Locón. Buenas, buenas. Hoy amanecí contento, maravilloso, jugoso. Chapo, tu gente, mira la. Pero etiqueten a uno, hijo de su maldita matemango. Pero, Chapo, te huye. Este tiene que etiquetarme de una vez, loco, para hacerme lo más fácil. Ya, ustedes no me quieren a mí. ¿Qué subió a Humo Grimby ahora? ¿Qué subió a Humo Grimby? Starfield. En una ventana. Hay una foto de una ventana de Starfield. Wow. Maravilloso. Maravilloso, maravilloso. Sara Bom, 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 Bom. Sarabón, Sarabón, ¿qué dice Sarabón? ¿Qué sirve Sarabón? Oh my way. El otro camino a casa, increíble vacaciones en familia, me encanta lo. Ajá, ok. Ella estaba en Londres con la familia de vacaciones. ¿Qué tiene eso de importancia? Axel, hijo de tu maldita matemango. Sarabón estaba en Reino Unido de vacaciones con la familia y dice que le gusta Londres. ¿Qué tiene que ver? ¿Qué hay? ¿Un guiño ahí? Que le gusta estaba en Londres de vacaciones. La gente especulando, loco. O sea que la gente todo lo especula. Todo, Felipe se dice, ay, me duele el pecho. Oh, ¿qué juego tiene un pecho? Oh. Y de una vez dice que es un juego, que es un guiño de un juego. Sega. Empezó. Coño, no diga lo de Sega, loco, quédate callado, que eso es para la vaina, loco, para el podcast. Diablo, ustedes sí matan la sorpresa, loco. Déjame, espérate. Déjame. Empezó. Lo obligo a hablar, ellos me están hablando, Enzo. Voy allá y le digo, oye, habla. Pero si no están hablando, ¿cómo se va a escuchar? Si no han hablado, ¿cómo? Yo los voy a obligar a que hablen. Quédate ahí por si me saca para entrar contigo. Porque si no están hablando, los voy a obligar. Nintendo, Locón sin tapaboca. ¿Y qué más? Y Sarah Bond. ¿Cuál traducciones, papá? Tú estás loco, esa vaina se escucha más fuerte que el diablo. Era heavy si pone, pero sí que lo que pasa es que, ejemplo, yo pongo una ahí en español. Ahora mismo, los que más están viniendo a ver el juicio son los gringos, Pistingly. Yo lo pongo una IA en español y la más vienen, ustedes se van a ir para otro lado porque ustedes son traidores. Y van a dejarme hinchaicado aquí. Pero en inglés viene mucho gringo. Daisy Bao, loco. No, los peleros, hay un grupo de peleros que son más falsos que el diablo, loco. Tú te puedes ir a pelear con Jim Ryan a tiro y como quiera te cagan a patadas. Está loco. Sniper. Están hablando, ¿verdad que no están hablando, Adoni? Yo creo que una respiración allá. Ok. Ay, vaina, el subtítulo, la creta, el subtítulo, el subtítulo. Yo lo que hay una de que como un brillo, loco. Yo no escucho nada, loco, pero yo estoy perdido porque yo no escucho nada. Dios mío, que yo escucho. El aire mío que suena y yo dije que está sonando allá y el aire. O sea, que quiere decir que FTC no tiene a nadie hoy. Todo lo que van a llevar de... O sea, hoy es de Microsoft este día. Porque FTC no tiene nada que decir ya. O va a cuestionar a esa gente, no es, a hacerle preguntas. O sea, FTC no tiene testigo hoy. Cállate la boca, no diga eso, loco, Yukutaka. Me va a tirar la DEA, la FBI. No marcha. Yo sé que estoy muteado, loco. Yo estoy hablando con el tipo. Estoy hablando con el Sonje. Llora. They not talking. They not talking. I don't know what happened over there. Or what happening. It's still very good. No están hablando. They not talking. Yet. Free chapote. Hey, no. No, inteligente. I'm too smart. No audio, no audio yet. No, no subtítulo yet. They not talking. Aprovechen, aprovechen, aprovechen. Que cuando empiecen a hablar se va a poner pa preso el vaina, el video. Ahí va a entrar. Que el video se va a poner pa, que nadie va a poder entrar. A menos que tenga el link. Inteligencia, baby. Inteligencia, baby. Adelantado el tiempo, Está loco, eso es por lo mejor. Último aviso, No, en grupo, no en público, no diga en Twitter, vaina, que después me chotean. Este mismo link, amigo, de este mismo video. Exacto, a hate. With a link. Wait. For you come, you need, espérate. It's the same link, this one. Wait. Let me share. This is the link. A la gente. YouTube. You wanna come back? You need this. For come back, you need this link. That's the only way you can come back with the link. No link can't come back. La jefe de inteligencia sobrehumana. Mejor. Yes. Nightmare. Habla español, Nightmare. You speak Spanish. Jen, a hint fair. Eggs, a hint. En la imagen esa es un guiño de Sega, loco. Se lo vimos ya. Yo tengo tiempo diciendo que Sega. Locón tiene tiempo, dice, pero yo, porque hay que darle, porque Locón Jory se va de lo directo. Locón, pero tenemos tiempo diciendo que Sega. No, you know why? You know why I'm inside? Because I do the yesterday. I inside the yesterday. I lesson on the yesterday. For that now I'm inside. El diablo, pisting, porque la narito estúpido, no puedo hablar pisting very good. Desde yesterday, desde ayer estoy yo en Zoomlock. Porque ellos me están hablando. ¿De dónde me están hablando? Ellos me están hablando, nada loco, déjame ver. Ellos me están hablando. Ahora, ve, ahora empiezan a hablar, ¿viste? El subtítulo, espérate. Subtítulo.
It's the little changes in the
Now.
phone number in the bottom corner. This document contains a lot of data that the GLT uses to manage its business, right? That's right. If you look at plaintiff's exhibit 1240-019, I don't think that header's confidential, right? We're okay with that? Is that all the slide? Okay. Q3 constant market size share. Do you see that?
Oh.
Yes. Okay. And Microsoft Finance reports to the gaming leadership team about relevant information for the console market, right? Correct. And it breaks down the console market into two different components, a Gen 9 core console component and a total console market, right? That's correct. And the Gen 9 component of shares excludes the Nintendo Switch and the Generation 8 console, right? That's correct. And your team each month reports to the gaming leadership team, if you look in the bottom left, a share comparison that's just in something called a core Gen 9 market, right? Those two lines, that's right, that's the Gen 9 market. Okay. And if you look in the upper right, there are two geographies that are presented with special bar and line graphs, right? Yes. And the closed review breaks out the United States into a separate chart and the other market because historically those tend to be the biggest regions for Xbox, right? That's correct. And likewise, in the bottom right-hand corner, there is a core Gen 9 market share that's divided up by regions and geographies again, right? Correct. The top line there is for the United States alone, correct? The top row is the United States, yes. Okay. And there is a worldwide number that is put at the bottom of that table, right? Yes, these are the markets that we track in the worldwide. Okay. And so, for example, Japanese data is not shown here, correct? That's correct. And that's because the data in Japan skews quite heavily in favor of Nintendo or Sony because those are Japanese companies, right? Among other things, data is also not as reliable on a quarterly and monthly basis. So we exclude other business too. Okay. And those are the market size and share figures that are shared each month among the members of the gaming leadership team. That's correct. And you can put that aside too. Thank you. Now I want to talk to you a little bit about content. Content is a key differentiator for gaming products and services, right? That's right. And without games being available, there's really no reason for a player to be in an ecosystem to play games, right? That seems reasonable. And for a video game subscription service, to focus on that kind of gaming service, for a subscription service to scale up and reach scale, that requires having a robust content pipeline, right? Yes. And Microsoft Gaming, under Mr. Spencer's leadership, has been spending money to acquire video game studios for the last several years, right? That's correct. And has engaged in a series of acquisitions leading up to the, again, present acquisition. It's the reason we're all here today. That's right. And have you ever heard the amount of money that's been spent as a dump truck full of money over the years? I have a friend at work that likes to say dump trucks of money, and I repeated it back to him. Okay. And so you were talking about the Microsoft surge. Is that another fair way to describe this acquisition period that's been underway for a couple of years? I would just say we've been acquiring companies over the last few years. I see. And informally with your friend, you refer to it as spending dump trucks of money on content, right? He said that to me once, and I rephrased it back to him. Okay. And it's your view that a pipeline of content helps drive user or consumer decisions about a subscription service or an ecosystem for video games, right? Yes, content's a big piece of that. Okay. And we'll get to the model in more detail, but the Activision acquisition, as it's modeled in the Denali model, has a component that talks about the impact of the Activision content on Microsoft Game Pass, right? That's right. And that's because when you add that content, it helps create another reason for someone to subscribe to Game Pass, right? That's right. And the theory is that new users subscribe and existing users play more, and hours go up and engagement goes up and so on, right? That's the rough theory, that's right. There's a correlation, at least in some sense, between content and engagement and revenue on a subscription service, right? Yes, you have to have good games to play, and you have reasons to come in and play in service. Okay. I want to talk to you about the subscription and Game Pass offerings in a little more detail. Could you please turn to PX 1151? Yes, I'm here. This is an email at PX 1151 that is dated March 29th, 2022. And it's from you to Ms. Hood, right? That's correct. And it's also to a gentleman named Bill Duff. Is Mr. Duff your direct manager? That's right. And so then he reports in turn to Ms. Hood? Correct. Okay, Your Honor, move to admit PX 1151. Admitted. Thank you. We'll talk around the document. I believe it's. Actually, I don't have a Martha's confirmation. There's the portion under. Okay, I'll talk around that. Yeah. Okay. It works out there. Okay, got it. So the unredacted portion, so we can talk to, is the top bit. We've laid out a table, and the table lays out a comparison of the tiers and the pricing for Sony's subscription service and Xbox's subscription services, right? That's correct. And so for the PlayStation, at this time, a year and a half or so ago, there's PS Plus Essential, PS Plus Extra, and PS Plus Premium, right? That's right. And under the Xbox, the tiers are XBL Gold, which stands for Xbox Live Gold, right? Correct. Then there's XGP, which is Xbox Game Pass, right? Right. And I think that's a DP, but is it supposed to be XGP Ultimate? That's correct. Okay, so it should be Xbox Game Pass Ultimate is the final tier, right? Correct. And for each of the tiers, you've listed the price and you've listed the features, right? That's correct. And you wrote to Ms. Hood and Mr. Tuck wanted to send over my quick take on Sony's announcement of their Game Pass compete and subscription tiers. Do you see that? Yes. And you included an article. You say, I created the table below to detail the high-level features within each tier and what it includes versus Xbox today. You see that? That's right. Now, I won't read this part aloud, and neither should you, sir, but look under the table. You see the part that says there is? Yeah. That opportunity. No, let's try it this way. Take a look at that word opportunity, and then I want you to turn to your investigational hearing transcript. It's the very beginning of your binder. Page 101. Well, actually, I can do it, maybe we do it a little bit easier. Sorry. Let's take it 1151. You see the word opportunity? Yes. The next sentence is about what that opportunity is, right? That's right. Okay. And so it's ability to blank is the opportunity, right? Yes. Okay. And this is based on a benchmarking of Xbox's subscription service against the PlayStation subscription service, right? Yes, based on value to the consumer. I believe we have opportunity here. And you believe at the time you wrote this that Xbox was providing a more compelling service, correct? I do. And that's because there was more content on the Xbox service and therefore more value for customers than the Sony service. In addition to what I call out here, which is our first-party day and date strategy, in addition to the games that we have in here. Okay, so having first-party day and date go into Xbox's subscription service is an advantage in your view versus Sony's model. I believe it provides more value to the consumer and more another reason for a consumer to engage with or subscribe to Xbox's product, right? That's right. and I think we established that before, but having high quality titles, having key titles, that's important to content subscriptions because that drives hours and engagement, right?
That's right, you need quality content for people who subscribe and want to stay in the service.
You can set that on the side, thank you, sir. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the two kinds of Xboxes, the Xbox Series console that are offered, right? So there's an Xbox Series X and there's an Xbox Series X. And the X is priced at $499
Yes,
and the S is $299.
that's correct.
Now, the S is cheaper, but the pricing strategy was to be an entry point into the Gen 9 console market, correct?
Less about an entry point in Gen 9 or otherwise, it's a cheaper box relative to what consumers who may want to pay at that price point.
Well, the function of going, let me start that. So the generation, the Xbox S is a Gen 9 console, right?
Gen 9 is kind of an inside baseball term. In any events, the console also competes against other products in the market.
Okay. Let me ask you to turn, please, to page PX 4380. Yeah, go ahead, please take it back.
Okay.
Okay. Plaintiff's exhibit 4380 is another email from you, and this one is to Ms. Hood, Mr. Nadella, Mr. Spencer, and Mr. Jared West, dated September 16, 2020, correct?
That's right.
I move to admit PX 4380. Now, September of 2020, when this email was sent, that's around the time when the Xbox Series consoles were going to launch, right?
That's right.
And you're talking in this email about some pricing news that Sony had announced for the PlayStation 5, right?
That's correct.
So Sony had put out some information about what their Gen 9 console would be priced at, right?
That's right.
You are updating Microsoft's chief financial officer, its chief executive officer, the gaming chief executive officer, and others about the Sony pricing news, right?
That's right.
And you are updating them about how the Xbox offering compares on feature and price to the PlayStation offering, right?
That's right.
And if you look at you see where it says relative to Xbox offering?
Yes.
Don't read it out loud. I believe this has been redacted. Look at the second bullet. We will have the best. You see that?
Yes.
Read that to yourself.
Yep.
Now that was an accurate description of the Series S price point and pricing. And you wrote that to Ms. Hood, Mr. Nadella, and Mr. Spencer, right?
That's right. This is relative to what Sony had just announced, so I'm benchmarking it against that.
Okay. And is it still your testimony that the Xbox S is not a Generation 9 console?
Like the Gen 9 console.
Okay, so the S is a Gen 9 console.
Yes.
Let's take a look, please, at PX 4905. Go to a few tabs further.
Yes, Senator.
So this is an email from you to Mr. Spencer and others from about 2 years later, August of 2020, right?
That's correct.
Move to admit PX 4905.
Admitted.
Now, here again, you're informing Mr. Spencer and some others about some pricing moves from Sony, right?
That's correct.
And you're talking about some foreign exchange effects and other pricing differences between the Xbox X and the Sony PlayStation 5, right?
That's right.
And the Xbox S and the PlayStation 5, right?
Correct.
So once again, 2 years after launch, you're informing leadership about the relative pricing of the Series X and S versus the PlayStation 5, right?
That's correct.
You can set that aside, please, sir. Now, I would like to talk to you about the Denali model. The Denali model is the model for Microsoft's acquisition of Activision, right?
That's correct.
It's a model that was created and used to present information to the Microsoft Board of Directors about the deal, right?
That's correct.
And the Denali model, existing businesses would continue to operate just as they were before acquisition, right?
We have an existing business assumption. I would say just as, there's a line in there for that.
Okay, so in the model, there's a line that's an output line for the existing Activision business, right?
Okay,
And the model assumes for the existing business, no major changes in platform strategy, for example.
that's correct.
Now, with respect to the ZeniMax deal model, that was also a model that you created and owned and your team created and owned, right?
That's correct.
That model for ZeniMax also went to the board as part of its consideration of the ZeniMax deal, right?
That's correct.
And you made the same assumption with respect to the ZeniMax model, namely the ZeniMax existing business, if it was not multi-platform, would continue as it was for the existing business line, right?
That's right.
And so the ZeniMax model, like the Activision Denali model, assumes that ZeniMax content will continue to be available on Xbox and other platforms, right?
We have an existing business line that continues, that's right.
And that's the assumption in the existing business line for both models, right?
Yes.
And the model for ZeniMax assumed that there would be non-Xbox platform revenue going forward for ZeniMax titles, right?
That's right.
So too for the Activision model, right?
Correct.
Now, at some point, the model that gets presented to the board of directors becomes what is called a final go, no-go model, right?
That's right.
And the final go, no-go is sort of the model and the output as they are on the final decision on whether to make the acquisition is going to occur.
Yes, we make any final edits or adjustments since the deal was approved to when the deal gets signed.
And once the final go, no-go version is set, fair to say that the Denali model is basically locked at that point, correct?
The valuation is set as a commitment. The model obviously changes over time. But the valuation that you get, and that gets locked in level.
Okay, so the model, you can keep adjusting and using the model as you need for your business needs.
We don't change the core model that goes in the final go and go, like we don't change the board deck. We lock the valuation and then move forward with it.
Okay, so for example, in the case of Activision, after the Denali model was set, when the outputs and the commitments were set, there came a time when the Activision negotiating team gave Microsoft some updated information about its financials, right?
That's right.
And there was information about the financials that differed from the information that had been used to build the existing business Denali model, right?
We would get updates throughout the course that highlighted trends and changes in the business.
And if you remember a particular change that was of a greater magnitude perhaps than some of the others,
Not specifically. No.
okay, let me refer to you then. Would it help you refresh your recollection if you look at your deposition?
Sure.
Okay, let's turn to your deposition, please. You have a lot of transcript there. It's the smaller one, I think, but it's the one that says remote videotape deposition. It's PX 7040.
All right, we have a page for that.
So in PX 7040, can you please turn to little page 39, it's the transcript page. 39. Actually, it's pages 38 to 39. No. When you get there, read to yourself, please. Page 38, line 19 through 39. Take your time.
19 to where?
Yeah, little page 38, line 19, starts, do you remember? And it ends with an answer on page 39 at the top. Take a look at that, and let me know when you've had a chance to read it.
Yes, I'm familiar with this.
Okay, so does that refresh your recollection, sir, that early in January 2022, the Activision negotiating team communicated that it was going to be revising the Activision financials in a manner that's described in that question and answer?
That's right. They had submitted to us an updated forecast for the business.
Okay, so in January 2022, before the deal was announced, Activision sent over a revision, and the revision was of that magnitude that's described in page 38, line 22, right?
That's right.
Not a small revision, correct?
I would say it's relatively small when you're talking about a 10-year model, with terminal value in it. This is specific to one title, in the current year.
Okay, and that revision of the financials was not incorporated into the Denali deal model, right?
That's correct. The output of that was not, extremely good for the valuation.
Right. And because in part, the deal model was locked, so the events, the change in assumptions did not need to be reflected.
This specific change here, I did not deem it worthy to run through the model, and we had the board model already completed.
Okay. So this one you didn't reflect in the model.
The board model was locked after this point. We did not go back and update into the board.
And you didn't update before it got to the board with this new information, right?
That's correct. Our commitments to the valuation.
Okay. Now, we can put that aside. I want to talk to you a little bit about ZeniMax. You remember representing Xbox at an investor conference that the Jefferies Investment Bank hosted in November of 2020.
I do.
Okay. That's shortly after Microsoft's acquisition of ZeniMax was announced, right?
That's correct.
And it's around the time that the new Xbox Gen 9 consoles are launching, right?
It's around the time that Series S and Series X launched. That's correct.
Okay. And you were on a Q&A panel or interview for an audience, right?
It was an investor conference. That's right.
You were on stage, you were asked questions.
I don't recall if it was virtual or on stage.
Okay. And when asked about ZeniMax content, you told the audience that Microsoft Gaming did not have any intention of just pulling all of the ZeniMax content off of Sony, Nintendo, or otherwise, right?
That's right.
And sometimes, just so the record's clear, people use the word ZeniMax or they use the word Bethesda interchangeably to refer to that company, right?
That's right.
Because Bethesda is, I guess, technically the studio that makes the content.
One of the studios, but the biggest one. Yeah.
Okay, so if we use ZeniMax and Bethesda interchangeably, you understand what we.
Yes.
Okay. And then you told the audience, after you had told them Microsoft was not going to be pulling any content away, you said, well, what we want is we want that content in the long run to be either first or better or best or hit your differentiated experience on our platforms. You remember telling the audience that?
Can I actually look at the transcript? You said any, and I think I said all. Just want to make sure I was clear on what you asked me.
Yeah, no, let's take a look. So if you look at your binder, EX 9192, that's the transfer.
The last one. Sorry, this is the second.
Oh, good.
Okay, I'm done.
So PX 9192 is a transcript of a Microsoft Corporation management presentation at a Jefferies Interactive Entertainment Virtual Conference. You see that? Of a conference event held on November 12th, 2020, and you were listed as the company participant, right?
Correct.
And you have no reason to doubt the accuracy of this transcript, right?
That's right.
Okay, move to admit PX 9192, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Okay. Let's take a look at page 014, please.
Okay.
And if you look at the second paragraph, there's that sentence about in the long run is we don't have intentions of just pulling all of the content that they offer out of Sony or Nintendo or otherwise.
Yes, I said all there. I think you said any when you asked.
I'm sorry. Okay. And then the next line was, but what we want is we want that content in the long run to be either first or better or best or pick your differentiated experience on our platforms. We will want the content to show up the best as on our platforms. You see that?
I do.
And that's what you told the participants from the public at the investor conference, right?
That's right.
And I just want to ask you a couple of questions about that. So first, could mean showing up first on a Microsoft platform as compared to another platform, right?
It could be like what we did in Starfield, that's right?
Okay. And better could mean, for example, that the game has better resolution on a Microsoft platform as opposed to a non-Microsoft platform, right?
I didn't mean that in this scenario, no. I was looking through the consumer lens of what better or best could be.
Well, having better resolution is better from a consumer perspective than playing a game, right?
Resolution is one thing, frame rate is another thing. There's many things you can use the word best for. I was being pretty vague in my answers here, pretty specifically. We hadn't had one at this point.
Okay. Let me first or better or best could also refer to other characteristics or features of the content that would be better on the Microsoft platform as opposed to the non-Microsoft platform, right?
I didn't define it when I was talking here. Again, I was being specifically vague at this point. We had just closed the acquisition and I was talking about experience to be things we could do within us. I wasn't being specific one way or the other.
I understand you didn't make specifics at the conference, but as you understand it, when you use terms like first, better, or best, some of that could be referring to timing of when the content's released, right?
Yeah, if you're a consumer, that could mean a lot of things. It could be resolution, it could be timing, it could be some notion of downloadable content. I wasn't referring to any of those in this conversation here.
But you weren't referring to them explicitly, but that is the meaning that you agree is implied in first, better, or best, right?
I think a consumer could read that in any way. And when I was referencing it here, it's things like Starfield, and we're bringing that to our platform, or showing it in Game Pass is a great experience for consumers.
Okay, let me ask you please to look in your deposition at page 257.
The 7040.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and if you look at page 257, starting at line 15, question, yeah. When you say first on our platforms. That necessarily means first on our platforms as compared to other platforms, right? Answer. As a vague example, it could be. That's right. Again, it's title by title. So when I say first tier, it could be timing. It could be in a certain place. Better could be showing up in resolution, safety, security. Again, I'm giving some very vague examples here of what that could look like. That was your testimony, right?
That's right.
And that was truthful and accurate, right?
Okay.
So first, better, best would include lots of different kinds of features or timing or other things, right?
Yes, it could be many things as defined by whoever's reading first, better, or best.
Okay. And then you said in your, that's not a point about being exclusive. That's not a point about where being, adjusting time and content or roadmap. But if you think about something like GP, if it shows up best in Game Pass, that's where we want to see. And we want to drive our Game Pass subscriber base through that Bethesda pipeline. You know what I'm saying that?
Yes,
And you also said at the conference to the public. So again, I'm not announcing pulling content from platforms one way or the other, but I suspect you'll continue to see us shift toward the first or better or best approach on our platforms. You see that?
I can go back. I believe you, yes.
Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you still believe that to be true as a statement?
I believe showing up in things like Game Pass, like I said, is a great experience for me. Could be one of the best that I would play. Again, things like Starfield and all of them show up first on Xbox. So we're following through on the things that I said there.
And you were being vague, deliberately so for the audience. You didn't want to make any announcements at that conference, right?
Correct. I'm talking to investors about long range planning. When there's no plans, I wouldn't do anything specific.
But even though you were vague, you believe that there would continue to be a shift to a first or better or best approach on Microsoft platforms, right?
Again, it's evidenced by Starfield. We launched that exclusive on our platform. That's an example of the way we mentioned it.
And after the Jeffries conference, do you remember talking or chatting with Mr. Spencer about your comments that you made at the Jeffries conference?
I do.
Okay. Let's look please at plaintiff's exhibit 4377.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay. 4377 is in camera, it's confidential, so don't read any of it out loud, please. But this is a transcript of a chat between you and Mr. Spencer dated November 17th, 2020. You see that?
That's right.
And move to admit plaintiff's exhibit 4377.
Admitted.
So this is just a short period of time after the Jeffries conference, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Spencer on page 002 of PX 4377 towards the bottom says that can I do that one? Your word sugar. So Mr. Spencer says, your words sure did stir up a lot of stuff. And then you responded, and I think we already did this in public session. You wrote, wish we could just go out and say we are taking it all exclusive at this point. Mr. Spencer wrote back and said, yeah, we just can't say. I think it was the first and best that got people going. And he continued, first assumes there was a second on PS. And you wrote, that's right, needed to thread the needle versus saying we don't intend to make any changes. You see that?
Yes.
What was your conversation with Mr. Spencer, right? After the Jeffries conference?
That's right.
And when you said wish we could just go out and say we are taking it all exclusive at this point. It all means the Zenimax has?
Yes, we are obviously able to say that, but that's what I said here.
And PS, when Mr. Spencer writes first, assumes there is a second on PS. You understand PS to mean PlayStation?
That's correct.
Now. Mr. Spencer makes the ultimate decisions about whether content that Microsoft owns is going to become exclusive to Microsoft in any way, right?
That's correct.
You can put that aside, please. Take a look at Finance Exhibit 4376, please.
Okay, Mayor.
This is another short chat transcript. This one is between you and Mr. Matt Booty, right?
That's right.
Now, Mr. Booty is the head of Microsoft's in-house game studio, right?
That's correct.
And those are sometimes called the first-party studios, right?
That's right.
The date of this transcript is December 1st, 2020, right?
Yes.
Move to admit plaintiff's exhibit 4376, please.
Admitted.
Now, Mr. Booty is writing to you about getting somebody's perspective on exclusivity. Oh, correct that you write at the beginning of this chat. Getting their perspective on exclusivity will be fascinating. Example, are they wanting to go to a single platform and deal with the huge fan backlash that they've built over years? You see that?
I do.
That's their perspective is referring to the perspective of ZeniMax executive, right?
I believe that's right.
And you're talking there about getting the ZeniMax executives' perspective on taking content exclusive, right?
Yeah, part of the decision to do something like that, the field makers get input from those making the games.
And Mr. Booty responds, and you say, I like that perspective. And then Mr. Booty says, the only wrinkle in that plan. Oh, you could just not put it on. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. The only wrinkle in that plan is that we have blank, you see the number, units each on the PlayStation for the titles, right? You see that?
I do see that.
Okay. And then Mr. Booty continues, but the upside, the XGP and console sales might offset that. You see that?
I do see that.
So you understood Mr. Booty to be saying that taking some content exclusive has a wrinkle because you lose sales on the PlayStation platform, right?
That's right.
But there's an upside to offset that loss. And the upside has two components. A component that benefits Game Pass, right?
That's right.
And a component that benefits console sales, right?
I see his comment there about that. In our deal models, we don't reflect console sale changes.
I understand your response, though, to Mr. Booty was right. That's the concern on valuation. But if we can paint a higher XGP subgrowth, more Xbox units, and more share, could be an offset. So you said right. Those three things, Xbox Game Pass subscriber growth, more Xbox units and more share could offset the loss from taking some games exclusive, right?
Yes, my team and I do various scenario analysis of how to think about valuation. These are some of the options you could pick. I've seen all of them, but those are some of the options.
Okay. And actually, you tell them some more good news. You say, due to cash flow discounting, we don't need to make up that full AM in today's dollars. Now, AM, that's a Microsoft term for accountability margin, right?
That's right.
That's like profit.
Yes,
So the gaming business makes AM a profit.
that's right.
Okay. And so you're telling Mr. Moody that because the valuation goes out, as you told us now before a few times, 10 years, we actually need fewer dollars today to make up for some of those effects that are 10 years in the future if you take titles off, right?
Potentially, but pulling things out of the model early in the years has a much bigger impact on the cash flow discount.
Okay. But according to what you told Mr. Moody is, due to cash flow discounting, we don't need to make up that full AM with today's dollars, right?
That's right, it's discounted over time.
And you're talking about the concern on valuation. The valuation you're referring to there, that's the commitment to the board, right?
That's right, that's the number we have to hit.
And so even if you take an action, or Microsoft Gaming takes an action that could impact that valuation to the board, there are other actions, strategies that Microsoft can deploy to try to continue to hit that number, right?
As you can do to hit the means over 10 years.
You can put that aside. I have a couple more questions for you about hitting the numbers. Now, you're familiar with a project neutrino model,
Yes,
and neutrino was an analysis of scenarios around different ZeniMax titles, options for exclusivity, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And neutrino involved 5 different scenarios for ZeniMax content, right?
Yes,
Okay. Let's please turn in your binder to PX 1966.
yes, I'm there.
I'm sorry, the type is small. But PX 1966, you can see it's a chat transcript, right?
That's right.
And you can see it's dated February 9th, 2021, right?
Correct.
And if you look at the initial participants, you can look through there and you're one of them, right?
That's right.
And Mr. Spencer is a participant, right? Third line of there, it says Bill SD at Microsoft.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, and the next email over is Bond,
Yep,
the participant, and several of the other leaders of the Microsoft gaming business, right?
that's right.
Okay. At some point in the chat, there is a figure attached, and if you look at page 008, it's a figure that says 5 scenarios. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if this is a summary of 5 potential scenarios with respect to ZeniMax content after Microsoft completes its acquisition of ZeniMax.
That's right. The marketing team has put together a few scenarios and options to do.
And if you look, please, at page PX 1966-003. Look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's got a bold edited. I guess you edited it after you wrote the end of the correction or something, right?
Likely, that's
So if you look at the bold one that says edited. And you'll say, we'll want to paint the picture of what we need to believe to make number 5 work within the deal model constraints. Example, we are committed to X. We're making a change to the roadmap and still going to hit X through these strategies. You see that?
That's right. If we're going to hit the valuation, we have to, there's a change to the roadmap. We still have to make sure we get for it.
So if one of the strategies that's presented in the neutrino, well, sorry, let me ask you, the 5 scenarios that we looked at the back, those are the neutrino scenarios, right?
I believe that's right.
So depending on what neutrino scenario Microsoft Gaming considers, that will have an impact on meeting the commitments in the valuation for ZeniMax, right?
That's right.
And you get a gap a number that tells you, okay, here's the commitment. And if we do this strategy, here's the shortfall, right?
In a scenario analysis, that's right. Again, this was a marketing team put this together, but you're right on the, if there's a gap, you have to bring that forward.
Right, and if there's a gap, then one of your responsibilities is to help the team think about, if they implement the strategy, how to fill back up the gap, other ways to get back to the valuation number, right?
That's right, that's a core part of my job.
Okay. And in your chat, you reference number 5. And that's number 5 of the 5 scenarios presented on page 008.
That's right.
And the scenarios run from 1 to 5. 1 is fully cross-platform. Right?
Correct.
And it runs through various degrees of exclusivity to 5, Xbox focus, right?
That's right.
So you're talking in this chat about what do we do if we choose number 5, right?
Yes, I'm reminding the team that if we choose any of the scenarios and there's an impact on anything, we need to make sure that the evaluation.
Because it says they use the word atom, with atom a code name for Zenimax.
That's right.
Okay. So when we see atom there, we can understand that in Zenimax.
Correct.
Okay. Now, going back to the chat. There's quite a bit of response to your chat about number 5 and still trying to hit the valuation with other strategies, right?
I can read through it if you'd like me to.
Well, there's just other chats that are, take a minute if you like, but those other chats down below, they're responsive.
That's right. Yeah.
For example, Mr. West writes at 8:38, 15 seconds. I think combining Tim and Sarah's point would be a good way to respond to Tilden's intuition. There is significant upside to number 5. We might see a huge pack number on Game Pass for these 10-fold releases. You see that?
I do.
That was one of the senior executives' responses to your reminder about the valuation model and the commitments, right?
Yeah, looks like he was giving his opinion on positive experience there.
And was there a conversation about how some of the folks at ZeniMax would respond to this idea of number 5?
I don't know about directly. We just talked about we need to get a perspective from the team. I don't recall if it was a conversation about that.
Okay, take a look, turn to page 004, same document. Take a look at the bottom 2 chats, please. So 8:52 and 27 seconds, you wrote, how does Zenny LT feel about these scenarios? I think we know Todd's thoughts, but we've run into some leaders that don't want their IP cut from the potential biggest base. Not that this is a blocker, but a consideration. Do you see that?
I do.
And Todd there is referring to Todd Howard, the head of Bethesda,
That's right.
and the potential biggest base is referring to the PlayStation.
Yes, they're the biggest base.
Okay, and so you're asking in this chat, you're saying, let's figure out what the ZeniMax leadership team thinks about these scenarios, right?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
And you're saying some folks might be on board, but you'll run into some leaders at ZeniMax who don't want their game, their IP cut from Sony, right?
That's right.
But your comment on that is their feelings about that are not a blocker, but they are a consideration.
Yes, we should consider those that are making the game and the decision that makes, again, Phil makes the final call, but he weighs many considerations for that.
And then Mr. Booty writes to you at Tim Stewart, actually, the next message down. The meetings you have scheduled with Phil and plan to have been with Robert are then to start this discussion. And Robert refers to the former head of ZeniMax who passed away, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Goody says we have avoided talking about it to date to avoid gun jumping issues. So, do you understand what gun jumping issues mean?
Yes,
And that means that even though the deal's announced, Microsoft executives aren't going to be talking to ZeniMax executives about the plans for ZeniMax content yet, right?
depending on timing, yes, until the deal closes, we're not able to, make changes for roadmap or business.
Okay, and so you can't talk to the Zen executives, or at least Mr. Goody's saying, but be careful. Let's not talk to the ZeniMax executives yet, but we've got the meetings on the books for when it's appropriate to talk to them. Is that your understanding of that?
Yeah, it appears Matt says we have a meeting scheduled with Bill.
And you are not, this chat is not with the ZeniMax people, this is an internal Microsoft chat plan for the ZeniMax meetings and what to do with ZeniMax, right?
I believe that's right. I don't believe that's wrong. Then I ask people on the.
Now, I want you to look at a company, please turn to page 006, please. Another message from you. Second one from the top. On an enthusiastic reaction to something she said, yeah, and then you write. At 9:01:47. Minecraft being on all platforms enabled its mass marketing, in my opinion. That's- I'm sorry. Your chat, Mr. Stewart, was your message. Minecraft being on all platforms enabled its mass market, in my opinion. That's the Minecraft world. I think it's different for these games, right?
Correct.
And these games there means the ZeniMax titles, right? And just to pull us back to where we started, you're talking here about the gaming leadership team members and senior executives about changes to ZeniMax's existing multi-platform business, right?
I don't believe it's about existing. It looks like it's about future titles.
Okay, so you're talking about changes to what had been projected in the deal model for future titles, right?
If there's decisions that come out of this that impact the deal model, that's correct.
And the deal model assumed that, well, ZeniMax is generally multi-platform, is going to be multi-platform, right?
The deal model assumes existing business goes forward.
And the existing business with multi-platform, it'll go forward multi-platform, right?
That's right.
Now, these chats we're looking at, this is February 9th, 2021. Let's take a look, please, at PX 1116. Oh, I'm sorry, can we please move to admit PX 1966? Thank you.
I'm sorry, that was,
I'm sorry, 1966. Please, thank you. Now let's look at PX 1116.
Yes.
Now, this is 2 weeks later, right? The chat was February 9th, 2021. Now we're looking at an email from February 23rd, 2021, right?
That's right.
An email from you to Ms. Lauber and someone named Kelly Hushka, Huschka, right?
Kelsey, that's right.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kelsey, my apologies. Please move to admit PX 1116.
Admitted.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I have numbers, is that numbers are the problem? Okay, thank you for remembering. Okay. Try to talk around it. Go to the second page of this email chain, please. Can you see the bottom email that starts off this chain is from Mr. West?
Yes.
And you're not on it, but the sentiment is expressed that this was an excellent section. Did you see that?
I do.
You understand that to be a reference to at least part of the session, the chat that we were looking at, whatever meeting that was?
I'm not sure if it's directly related to that, but I think you get assume that.
Okay. Mr. Booty says great work, right?
That's right.
And then you get added by Mr. Murphy at the top email on page 2. And he's asking you, he's telling you, he said, I added Tim to the thread because I want to recap what I heard at the next step. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. And those next steps involve working with finance to do some things, right?
that's right.
Look at the first bullet, work with finance to do those things, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he wants to work with finance to expand a timeline in the next bullet, right?
That's right.
And he wants to understand the next step is providing more clarity around an impact to something. You see that third bullet?
That's right.
Okay. So then at the bottom of the email, he asks you, well, in the past, I've worked with Kelsey and Jamie L on this. Would that work? So he's asking your permission there to reach out to Ms. Hushka and the bloggers, right?
That's right.
Okay. And if you go back to page 1, Mr. West confirms he thinks Mr. Murphy got the right idea, right? He says, those were the top lines for me, right?
That's right.
He says there was a small thread of discussion on option 4 as a hybrid. And he explains what option 4 could be, right?
That's right.
Okay, so Mr. West says, well, option 4 we discussed a little bit was taking all the new IP exclusive and delaying porting to the PS version for established IP linear games like a Hola. You know?
Yes,
And then you write back, adding Jamie and Kelsey to run through the model. I'll strike that, let me be very clear about that one. Adding Jamie and Kelsey to run this through the acquisition model. So do you understand there that we were adding this logger and this Hushka because they were going to help work on taking these scenarios and using the Venomax field model as a base to sort of run the scenario and see what happens to the evaluation.
that's right. We have to start with our
Bonnie in the
baseline.
house.
You start with the baseline model, alter it based on the conversations about the scenarios here for exclusivity and see what happens, right?
Yeah, I take the scenario analysis from the baseline model.
Okay. And you write what we will need to prove out over the 10-year life of the model. And you list some items there about what's going to change, right? There's a decrease. See that in something?
That's right.
And then there's an increase in Game Pass. You see that?
That's right.
And then there's going to be some margin impact. And you write, we need to ensure we keep the model at, and there's that number, don't say it, right?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Lauder writes back to you on the 23rd. She says, Kelsey has run the numbers. Looks like we dropped well below blank, but we're still reviewing, right?
That's right.
That number there that we're not reading, that's your understanding of the commitment, right? From the Zenimax model.
Correct.
And so she says, once Kelsey and I have reviewed, do you want me to find time to meet to discuss, or would you prefer to handle by email? And you write back, if it's material, yes, we should meet up to review. You know, to read through something like that, right? That's correct. And so the idea is they run the scenario and there's a material drop from the commitment, right? Well, at least a drop from the commitment.
In this scenario analysis, it looks like they drop below right.
And so there's going to have to be some work done to figure out ways that if that scenario is the scenario, to get back to the commitment, right?
That's right. We always have to land the commitment to the company.
And you believe at this time that gaming could plan and work hard and be creative and figure out ways to fill the gap to the commitment, right?
In my job, we run lots of scenarios. What does it take to believe to fill gaps? That's right.
Okay. And ultimately, the decision on whether to make a decision that might bring the business below the commitment and a decision about how to fill to get back to the commitment, that's Mr. Spencer's decision, right?
It's ultimately his call and decision, the entitled recommendations.
Okay. And you recall that you discussed at the gaming leadership team this gap that this scenario could create to The number we're not allowed to say, right?
Yeah, in my prior chat, we talked about keeping that in mind as the core company.
Right. And Starfield is planned to launch as an exclusive, right?
That's correct.
Starfield was ZeniMax game, right?
Yes.
But despite launching Starfield as an exclusive, you believe that Microsoft Gaming can still meet its commitment to the board that was set in the final ZeniMax model, right?
Yeah, the type of game Starfield is gives me that confidence. That's right.
And part of that is because the model is a 10-year model, and you have time to create some value over the 10 years that will get back to the number from the model, right?
It's a true statement. Changes we make to the model early in this kind of capital are always more meaningful. But we go to the full evaluation of the model.
Right, because the valuation the board is told is a 10-year plan.
Well, terminal value.
I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
That's 10-year terminal value, so that's existing value past the life of the asset, such as brand and IP.
Now, we talked a little bit about some conversations about making up this gap, but you don't remember specifically discussing any of this modeling or the gap with Mr. Spencer, right?
Not specifically, no.
And again, we discussed this part of the role, and the fiduciary responsibility, I think you said in the past, is to remind Mr. Spencer about the commitments to the board, but he owns the decision, right?
That's correct, and I don't need to remind about the pending vote number.
Understood. And whatever decision-making process Mr. Spencer employs, that's his process for making these kinds of decisions after he gets all the inputs from you about the commitment, the planning, et cetera, right?
Yes, he weighs all the factors of consumers and GLT opinion and various other elements.
And you don't recall any conversations with Mr. Spencer about taking titles exclusive from them, right?
None that I recall specifically.
Okay. Let's take a look at some of the timing on maybe those decisions. Please turn in your binder to PX 4308. Apologize if I did not move to admit PX 1116, I would move to admit.
You did.
Oh, very good, thank you, Ron.
You wanted Nick 4308?
Yes, please, thank you.
We're at 4308.
4308, okay, thank you, sir. Let me ask you this question, sir. Do you remember that there was before you look at the document, do you remember that there were periodic NPR meetings between ZeniMax and Xbox?
That's right.
Okay. And what does NPR mean?
Monthly business review.
Okay. And I recognize you're not on this email, but you recall that there were regular NPR meetings between ZeniMax and Xbox in 2021?
That's likely. I'm not in all of them, but I would assume so.
Okay. And you remember that in November of 2021, the gaming leadership team or members from the leadership team talked to ZeniMax leadership about the exclusivity of future ZeniMax titles.
That's correct.
And you don't remember a specific meeting, but you do remember that Mr. Spencer did talk about some exclusivity guidance to the ZeniMax folks, right?
I believe at the time we gave some guidance to NPR.
You don't remember the specifics of what Mr. Spencer guided anyone about, right?
I don't recall that I was in the meeting. I may have been watching the chat. So I don't recall the specifics of what the words were.
Okay, so you said there's an agenda. There was a meeting about Phil's top of mind, and it included guidance on exclusivity of future titles. You do remember that there was that kind of a meeting with Mr. Spencer, any leadership folks, ZeniMax folks to talk about that, right?
I assume they had a meeting. I'm not on this mail. I don't know that I was in the meeting.
You do remember that in November of 2021, gaming leadership did talk with ZeniMax leadership about exclusivity, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look, please, at PX 4334. Another chat transcript. This is between you and Ms. Jamie Lauber, right?
That's right.
This one is dated around the same time, we're still in November of 2021, right?
Correct.
Move to admit PX 4334, please.
Admitted.
Now, the chat starts off. And you say, did we make an official decision on something going exclusive? That's your question in the blogger, right? That's correct. She says in response, not that I'm aware of. I thought they were going to talk about, and then she has a title there, right? That's right. Let's not say the name of the title. And you write, they must have made the call. Now, by made the call, that means you were asking Ms. Lauber about whether Spencer made a decision about something that's going exclusive, right?
I was asking about specific titles.
So you were asking about whether Mr. Spencer had made a decision about Cinemax titles going exclusive, right?
Correct.
And Ms. Lauber says, I sent Jill a note. You understand that to be Jill Braff?
That's right.
She was in charge of leading the project to integrate ZeniMax and Microsoft Gaming, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Lauber writes back, for Jill, Phil did ... to Jamie. Jamie is Jamie Leader.
Yes.
Jamie Leader is the head of ZeniMax at this time.
Right.
So she writes, per Phil did to Jamie, but it wasn't widely known. So we wanted to talk about it here to clarify. And you ask, all games going forward? And she writes back, yes. You have to clarify again, not just new IP, but all caps, ALL games going forward. Wow. And the blogger writes, yes. You see that? And you wrote wow, because that would be a very big decision that was being communicated to you that Mr. Spencer had made, right?
I suppose so.
And then, you know, further down, you keep talking about some more titles. And look at the timestamp that is 2136. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Chat up from the bottom. Start with I'm putting a few. See that?
I do.
You write in this law, I'm putting a few of these things in chat. Just to make sure they don't get too fixated on a specific number. We will have AM issues in the deal model as we pull a huge amount of PS units out of the model. You see that?
I do.
PS means PlayStation.
That's right.
AM means accountability margin or profit.
That's right.
And the deal model is the ZeniMax deal model, right?
The board commission.
Yeah, board commitment. So if this decision that's being communicated to you goes through, your understanding is that that will create profit issues in the board commitments. You know, it entails pulling a huge amount of PlayStation units out of the model, right?
Yes, anytime you make a change to a model, you have to have an offset somewhere.
Okay, and then let's look please at PX 4375. Same day, same time almost. PX 4375.
Yes,
Okay, this is another chat, and now this one is you to Mr. Matt Booty, right?
that's right.
Same day, November 10, 2021, right?
Correct.
Right about the same time, 2112 hours.
Yes,
Okay. Now you write to Mr. Booty to start the chat, did we make an official decision on something going exclusive? Do you see that?
yes,
This is basically at the same time you're chatting with Lauber, right?
that's right.
So you're trying to understand what's going on, right?
Correct.
Mr. Booty writes back, Phil told them all titles going forward, Xbox exclusive. And then a few conversations about Steam and email. And then you write, this is new IP, I assume, not all games, and then you put all in caps again, right?
That's right.
Mr. Booty says, nope, all games. Mr. Booty says, I wasn't in any of the discussions or on the email. And you write, okay, thanks. Mr. Booty writes, as I was saying, different from the deal model. You see that?
I do.
So Mr. Moody is confirming that he thinks Mr. Spencer has made a big decision about all the Minimax titles, right?
Yeah, there's a few people saying they heard certain things, but obviously, since the meeting, I have to clarify with Jill and Phil what the actual decision is, so this is me trying to understand what was discussed in this NDR.
Okay, and Mr. Booty writes to you, has there been any official word on Redfall? And you write, Phil hints to me that it's quote unquote official, but I haven't heard anything from them. We need to have that. You see that?
I do.
That's, when you say it's quote unquote official, that's because if Mr. Spencer decided it's official, even if it hasn't gone out yet. Quote unquote official, right?
I assume when Phil makes the call, that's the call, and there's various ways to communicate.
Denali model includes some assumptions about platform mix for Activision games, right?
It does.
Platform mix is about for Activision from having games played on different consoles, right?
Yeah, it includes mobile, PC, Nintendo, PlayStation.
So if X% of Activision revenues come from playing Activision games on Xbox, the model says, great, that's the X% of Activision revenues that'll play on Xbox going forward, right?
In the model, you have to make assumptions about platform mix.
And if the model, well, if Activision gets Y% of its revenues from having Activision games played on PlayStation, the model assumes, okay, that Y% to play from PlayStation platform is gonna carry forward, right?
The model makes assumptions about platform mix, and we keep an existing business line that would reflect that going forward.
Right. So the mix of Activision revenues between Xbox and PlayStation, the model that whatever it is for the existing business and carry it forward.
Yes, among other things, models have many assumptions that go into them.
Sure. Sure. And the model, I think we've heard, does not model any changes in console share as a result of Microsoft Activision acquisition, right?
That's correct.
The model doesn't say, okay, we're gonna buy this content, and because we buy it, our share of the console market's gonna jump up or go down or whatever, right?
That's correct, no change.
Okay. Now, I'd like to introduce PX 4341, please. If you could turn your binder to PX 4341.
Definitely.
Cover email is not so exciting, but read it if you need to. But PX 4341-005, that's a copy of Activision Blizzard presentation that went to Microsoft's Board of Directors on January 16, 2022, right?
That's correct.
One of the final, if not the final board presentations about this deal, right?
That's right.
Let's just take, I want you to open mind what we're talking about with revenue shares, but let's just take a quick look. We'll start on the document if we could, please. Can you please turn to page 024, PX 4341. No?
Yes,
And that's slide titled Activision Blizzard Value Drivers. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And you're telling the board here, no change to the framework since your last review. But for our purposes, this is a description to the board of what drives the valuation that the model computes for Activision, right?
That's correct.
The valuation has an existing business component, and then it has a net synergies component, right?
Correct.
And the net synergies component has three subcomponents about accelerating Game Pass, about extending the Xbox store into a universal store, and some expansion of a Microsoft advertising network, right?
That's right.
And then at the bottom, it says other, let me ask you this, and the existing business and the net synergy, those got modeled and calculated, right?
Correct.
If you actually look at the next page, 025, that's the calculations for those, right?
Yes.
The categories line up existing, Game Pass, universal store advertising, right? That's right. Now, back on the 024, at the bottom, there's a little box that says other strategic benefits. And that one says Xbox console ecosystem, right?
That's right.
And a strategic benefit to the Xbox console ecosystem does include a shift among console revenue mix, right?
We didn't model any of those activities that was on. It could also be brand, customer enjoyment, things that don't ecosystem, safety, security.
You didn't model it, but when you're telling the board, or strike that, you didn't model it, but when the board is told that another strategic benefit is the Xbox console ecosystem, that includes a shift among console revenues for Activision, right?
We didn't lay out specifically to the board now.
So let's take a look in your deposition, please, at page 93. We have 7040, deposition page 93. All right.
Okay, here.
So look on page 93 of the transcript at page 17, line 17, please. Question: does a strategic benefit to the Xbox console ecosystem include any shift among console revenue mix? Answer: by definition, that is the console ecosystem. So I'm going to agree with your definition. That could be one example. See that?
I do.
That testimony was truthful and accurate when you gave it, right?
Correct.
And I also asked you, question, does the strategic benefit of the deal, the Xbox that is sealed, the agreement console ecosystem, include a shift in the mix in terms of how many Xbox consoles are sold versus non-Xbox consoles sold? Answer: if you're asking about the console ecosystem, there's a lot of things that go into that. The console ecosystem includes share. In the model, we don't include any assumptions around shift. But if you're asking about the Xbox console ecosystem, what is included in that? It's share, yes. That's definitely truthful and accurate, right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, let's take a look at the actual numbers that were modeled. I understand the console piece was not, but let's look at this next page. Yes, 4341-025.
Cash flow.
Okay, I'm here.
That page discussed calculates all the values to Microsoft that you modeled for the deal, right?
That's correct.
These do not say any of these numbers about it. But the first row is again that existing business row, right?
Right.
And that is the continued sale of Activision Blizzard portfolio on all the platforms, console, PC, mobile, right?
Correct.
There's a value, right?
That's right.
That's half or so of the total value.
Yes.
Okay. The next one is the Game Pass. Well, the next three are the synergies, right? Game Pass, store, advertising, right?
That's right.
They make up the other half of the value to Microsoft, right?
Correct.
And Game Pass is that number on the far right in the second row, right?
That's right.
That number, can I do this? Well, that is a majority or more of the total synergy number, right?
Yes, that's fair.
So if you add up all this, there's two pieces, there's existing business and there's synergies, right?
That's right.
And if you look at the synergies piece, the Game Pass piece is a big majority, of it, right?
Within the synergies, that's right.
Right. And within the synergies, the mobile store and the margin, and even if we throw in the PC store, that's a much smaller piece of the synergies, right?
That's a percentage. Yeah.
If we were just focusing on mobile synergies, we would look at mobile store and maybe some of that margin piece, right?
That's right. Just a reminder, it doesn't include the mobile part of their business in the existing business.
Right, that's the existing business. But the synergies are about what new value is created from having these two companies come together, right?
That's correct.
So synergy is something that didn't exist before as a value that thanks to these two companies coming together, that's the new value that's created, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and so if we look at the mobile value, it's 1, 2, 3, the fourth and the fifth rows on that table, right?
That's right.
Okay, and if you add those up, that is a relatively small percentage compared to Game Pass of the total synergies, right?
It's a very large number, but a small percentage relative to Game Pass.
Right. So the driver of the synergies is Game Pass, right?
The majority of synergies is Game Pass.
More than 2/3, right?
That's fair.
Now, I understand from your previous testimony, these values are commitments to the board, right?
The lower right-hand number is the commitment to the board.
So the very bottom lower right-hand number is the commitment. And how the gaming business operates within this framework is a decision of the gaming business, correct?
And knowing that things change over time is correct.
Okay, and so the commitment is that big number in the bottom right. But with any acquisition, things can change, strategies change. And your job is to help make sure they hit that commitment, even if all the details inside of it move around, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't be so loose with that. Any acquisition is inherently risky. But fundamentally, that's the number we're committed to.
Do we take a morning break or do you want to finish?
I have not much longer, but maybe a break.
Okay, all right, why don't we take our 15-minute morning break?
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, just don't talk about your testimony.
¿Qué es lo que, Mayday? Hey, we can listen everything. Hey, cuidado, hey, shh. Hey.
Yeah.
Be careful, we can hear.
Yeah, if you want.
Hey, wait, what are you talking about over there? Hey, what are you talking about over there?
So none of
Like
this rock
Houston.
off, probably, either very like,
What are you talking about? Hey,
Because I don't come in tomorrow. Okay. So I'll run back and drop it off. So it's up to you guys. Okay.
Mira lo que pasa, mi gente, resumen. Están hablando todavía.
Yeah.
They talking to the far.
We'll have another one. Oh, okay, yeah. And then I can just leave that for you. Yeah. Okay, right, here's the floor.
Your laptop is crazy. I mean, or not crash, but like the internet is like not very good.
Están hablando ahí. Mira lo que pasa. FTC está perdida, ¿verdad? FTC está perdida. Daylock, ¿verdad? CMA quiso retrasar el juicio de ellos. El CAT se lo denegó. Viene Canadá y manda una carta de preocupación, no de bloqueo, de preocupación en el último día del juicio en apoyo a la FTC. Entonces que la FTC y la CMA están buscando lo que sea, clavito, como dice Roba Rumores, clavito de donde agarrar para bloquear la compra. Eso es lo que está pasando. Ayer yo lo vi eso de Florian ya. Ayer lo vi. Eso que te me está mandando, pero yo lo vi. Eso es lo que está pasando, que la FTC está buscando clavitos de donde agarrar. Sí, está hablando del internet ahí. Nessie, ¿de cómo tú eres pistingli? Nessie, ¿pues tú hablas español? ¿Tú eres gringo ahora? Güey. Break, 50 minutes. Sí, pero que tú hablas, tú hablando con Chapote Pro. Tú estás ahí muy gringo, loco. Yo dije que lo perdimos a Nesty. El diablo está alemán, ¿saben ustedes? Diablo, what is very slow. Es que se me acaba el inglés, se me acaba el inglés. Mira, ve. FTC is losing. They lose. ¿Verdad? So, por eso fue donde Canadá, pidiéndole ayuda a Canadá, y después la CMA, ¿cómo es? La CNA de United Kingdom quiso retrasar lo que están hablando ahí. Eso se escucha, yo lo muteé porque se escucha de lejos. Bla, 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 bla. ¿Dónde? ¿En Reino Unido? Entonces lo que está buscando es, como dice Reba Rumores, que nos tiró una vez, dijo que nosotros lo que estamos diciendo que la compra se iba a dar, que se iba a completar, estamos buscando clavito de donde agarrar. ¿Se acuerda que dijo eso? Entonces ahora la FTC está buscando clavito de donde agarrar. De clavitos. es lo que Sebas? Abogachito, pero se lo merece por charlatán. Todavía no se ha dado el veredicto final, así que mejor esperemos antes de... No, tú estás loco esa cosa. Pero es que eso es estúpido. ¿Cómo tú vas a decir? Pero será esto una reguladora que se va a vender. Esto es un juez, esto es una vaina que lo está viendo todo el mundo, esto, todo el mundo está viendo esto. Y se está viendo que la abogada, que el juez está a favor de los proconsumidores. El juez ha demostrado. El Twitter está on fire, el Twitter. Pobre FTC, pobre MCA, pobre Canadá. La Linacan manipuló a... ¿Cómo se llama? Vamos a dejarlo manipuló a Canadá para que Canadá que diga que tiene siete preocupaciones en el último minuto. No, pero Canadá, porque Canadá había bloqueado antes, tú ves, había estado un chima peor la cosa. Canadá tuvo el chance de bloquear y no bloqueó, entonces ahora dio di que sus preocupaciones, que está preocupada porque eso fue una presión de de la FTC, la FTC la manipuló y ella mandan esa carta para ayudar al INACAN, pero ya muy tarde. Canadá solo dijo que tiene preocupaciones, siete preocupaciones. Vengo ahora, voy a dejar, ajá, y para que vayan escuchando ahí, estén hablando ahí. Vengo ahora.
No, but I was told them.
She can flash your ratings. She's great. I need to be.
No, it was funny because,
We really didn't.
It's fine, perfect. Yeah. All right, we're resuming the testimony of Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lest I forget, move to admit, please, PX 4341.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're looking, sir, at PX 4341, and we're on page 025, right?
Correct.
We've been talking about the value to Microsoft that the deal model calculated, right? That's correct. Just a couple of quick questions to fill in some of these synergies. Now, the Game Pass synergy is described as accelerating Game Pass subscriptions across console and PC, right? That's correct. And the drivers of that acceleration are bringing Activision content into Game Pass, which pushes on certain assumptions about users and engagement and hours, and that drives the synergy. Correct. Right. And the content that's put into the model to talk about accelerating Game Pass, you and your team divide up the Activision content into different tiers.
That's right.
And so you categorize the content tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, right?
That's right.
And a tier 1 content is the kind of content that you and your team estimate will generate the most hours of engagement on Game Pass. Is that fair?
That's right.
And then if it generates the most hours, that will generate revenues and profits and the synergy, right?
That's right. Hours played is highly correlated to the overall subscribers.
So you and your team divide up the future, like that. You divide up the titles, you categorize them by tiers, right?
That's right.
Call of Duty is a tier 1 title in that model.
That's right.
Is that the highest tier?
I believe so.
If there were a tier 1 plus, Call of Duty would be in it, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And when you talk about accelerating Game Pass, that includes all the tiers of Game Pass.
That's right.
So it includes Game Pass Ultimate, the cloud component as well.
It includes Game Pass Ultimate, which includes PC and console and access to cloud.
Okay. Now the mobile store synergy that we talked about. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4th row. And the bold number is the 4th one down there, right?
That's correct.
Now, Blizzard player engagement to provide the foundation needed to scale our Xbox store to mobile. Now, does that calculation include an assumption about breaking or getting past the Apple and Google App Store duopoly?
It assumes we're able to monetize the store on iOS and Android.
Okay, and there's certainly no guarantee that will happen, right?
I would say there's no guarantee.
And so the synergy there assumes that somehow through regulation or through contract or something, the Xbox store is able to join the Apple Store and the Google Play Store on the iPhone and the Android, right?
It's important to note that what you're referencing is, let's call it direct transactions through the store. There's scenarios where entitlements are purchased outside of iOS and Android, and we can still access mobile content through our app.
So to the extent some of this may depend on breaking the duopoly, some of it may not. It's not.
The model didn't explicitly call that out. It's a scenario, but in the end, it's about entitlements of where to play.
Okay. I want to talk to you some more about this idea of shifting Activision revenues. Now, on January 15th, 2022, that's just a few days before the deal announcement, right?
Yes,
That's a day or so before the final Microsoft board meeting, right?
I believe that's right.
There was a meeting on January 15th, 2022 to prepare for the final board discussion, yes?
That seems likely.
And Mr. Nadella attended that review?
I don't know specific review.
Okay. Can you please turn, you think it would help you remember if we look at some prior testimony?
Yes,
Okay, let's please look at your deposition, page 201.
Yes, 201.
Yes, sir. The little numbers for the transcript page 201. It's really page 200 to 201.
Okay, I'm on 201.
And take a look, read to yourself, page 200, line 12 through 200 and 110. 201 17. Just take a look there. I don't know what that is.
Yes,
Okay. So having looked at that, does that refresh your recollection about a January 15th meeting?
I'm not doubting that there was a meeting. I don't see it's January 15th, but I don't doubt that the meeting occurred.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. You recall that there was a meeting in early January to do final prep for the board presentation, right?
I have no reason to doubt that. I'm just not recalling a specific meeting like that.
And you do recall that coming out of that meeting, there was an ask for some analysis related to Activision revenues, right?
Yes,
And the particular ask for you and your team was to do an outline of what would happen if there were a change in the revenues that Activision earns on selling, right?
correct.
So I'm not going to read the numbers out loud, but if you look at page 200 of the transcript, lines 12 to 16, do you see the change that's discussed in those lines there?
I do.
Yes or no, that is the change that you were asked to investigate and model, right?
I believe it. Right, yes.
Okay. And so you were asked to take a look at and model what would it mean if the revenue that Activision titles earned on Sony PlayStations declined in that way, right?
I believe that's right. Yes.
Okay. And that presents a type of revenue risk to the model, right?
That's correct.
Revenue risk because if Activision's share of money it gets from games played on PlayStation goes down, all else equal, Activision revenues go down.
All else equal, that's right.
And so this exercise that you were asked to do was about assuming Activision revenues from PlayStation decrease, yes?
I believe it was a ask on scenario to be prepared for eventuality if we had a question from the board.
Okay, so you were wondering if let me start over. So the idea was the board might be interested in knowing what would happen if revenue on Sony that Activision earns went down. And the goal was let's outline and prepare to see the answer, right?
Yes, among other things, we want to be prepared when we go talk to the board about questions they may ask.
Okay. And this work to investigate what happens if Activision's revenues on Sony decrease, that's not part of the Denali model, right?
Correct. This is an ask for prep for the board.
So outside of the model process, there was a separate ask and a separate modeling process to look at what would happen if Activision revenue on Sony went down.
I see the ask. I don't recall the model output from that, but yes, that's correct.
We'll get there. Could you please open your binder to PX 1190?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so this is a chat transcript between you and Ms. Lawver, right?
That's correct.
Dated January 15th, 2022, right?
Correct.
Move to admit PX 1190, please. Ms. Lawver starts the chat with something about she will check tonight, and then you inform her about two asks from the Satya Amy review just now.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, two asks from the Satya SATYA / Amy review just now. And you wrote, Denali has sent over a new forecast based on lower expectations. We'll need to put it into our FY and compare against both their prior management forecast and our current final model. We'll need a slide for the board review on Sunday. You see that ask?
I do.
That actually relates to something you and I discussed, I think towards the beginning of the exam about new numbers that came over from Activision, right?
I believe those are related. Yeah.
Yeah. So then the next ask is, you write to Ms. Lawver, an outline of what happens. Don't read these numbers. Should Sony cancel any of their deals? And then you presume a royalty split with Sony, right? Correct. And then you say, what happens if that split goes down to another kind of split, right?
Yes.
You tell Ms. Lawver how much revenue risk that is and how many XGP subs / Xbox mix would we need to make up that gap? You see that?
I do.
So you're telling Ms. Lawver here about the ask, and the ask is what happens if revenue that Activision earns on Sony declines, right?
That's right.
So one part of the ask is let's calculate that, right?
Correct.
That's the risk, right?
This ask here is about the risk here.
Right. And then the second part of the calculation is let's calculate how many Game Pass subs and how much revenue you have to move over to Xbox to make up that gap. Is that right?
That's right. I wanted to make sure we kept the variables of the offset within the deal model construct. So we didn't introduce other variables.
Okay. Would you please turn in your binder to PX 4319?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, this is another chat between you and Ms. Lauber. This one's dated January 14th. So it's a day prior to the one we just looked at, right?
That's right.
Move to admit PX 4319.
Admitted.
So I apologize for taking it out of order, but it's one is January 14th, the other is January 15th. But if you look at this chat, this is all about preparing for that revenue mix shift ask, right?
It's a scenario analysis to go look at the impact of that. That's right.
Okay. Now you write in the third line down, how should we think through, and you give the split, which is out of their PlayStation deal. Risk to the model. Ms. Lauber is trying to get some clarity. She writes, meaning not launching or no marketing support. Either one puts risk to the model. But I think we have areas of opportunity not captured for other games. You see that?
I do.
And then you write your assumptions about how the revenues might get risked, right? It might, the share might change, right?
That's right.
Ms. Lauber writes, yes, risk to model. Unless we think there are opportunities to push a larger percentage of customers to other platforms to make up for the delta. See that?
I do.
And then you pick up on her point about pushing customers to other platforms, right?
I see that.
You wrote, got it. We think I can say that there is margin risk there, but it can be offset with shift to Xbox in the overall platform mix. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And Ms. Lauber writes back, yes, I think so. That would be part of our goal anyways, I assume, right?
Yes, this is about revenue mix of Call of Duty. That's right.
That's right. So the idea is, if you assume that revenues that Call of Duty earns on PlayStation go down, is there a way to make up for that? Right?
Yeah, that's our scenario. That's right.
Okay. If I haven't, PX1190 move to admit. Please.
Yes, 4319 is admitted.
Sorry, no, 1190. I apologize.
Oh, 1 Oh, no, that's also admitted.
Thank you. Sorry. Lynn. Okay, let's take a look at what happened. PX 4358, please. This is an email from Ms. Lauber to you and includes some folks from the Microsoft corporate development team who were working on the Activision deal, right?
That's correct.
We're back to January 15th and 4:42 p.m., right?
That's right.
Move to admit PX 4358.
Admitted.
Okay. Now, Ms. Lauber did the work, right? She ran the numbers.
Yes.
Okay. And she created a table that would help show how many incremental subscribers Microsoft would need to get into Game Pass, or how much Activision revenue would need to shift to Xbox console to make up for the assumed loss in Activision revenue on Sony, right?
Yeah, this is an Excel goal sheet to back into what you need to believe to offset the question that we asked.
Okay. So Ms. Lauber writes, this is based on prior board numbers. Essentially, we would need either, can I read that there, the numbers? Second sentence there, essentially we would need either Okay. So essentially, we would need either, and she gives a number for additional engaged subscribers to Game Pass, right? Correct? She gives a range, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Or a platform mix, and she writes a percentage from Microsoft to a percentage from Microsoft, but you understand what I mean, a percentage from Microsoft to a percentage for Sony, or strike that, a percentage from Sony to a percentage from Microsoft?
This is the baseline model assumption of that number to a new number on the Xbox platform.
I apologize. So what she's saying in the second part of that sentence is, to make up for this lost revenue, we can do it if the amount of Activision revenues goes from Microsoft goes from that first number to that second.
She's not making a claim if we can do it. She's highlighting what Excel reports out as the goal seed.
Right, but mathematically,
Just a math exercise.
right, but and the point of the math is, if you assume the revenue that we earn off of Sony from Activision goes down, then mathematically, we can make it up if the amount of revenue that we earn from Activision on Xbox goes up in this manner.
Yes, I mean, you're saying we can make it up. I would just say we can decrease by one number and then Excel goal seed and have an inverse of that number.
Okay. I mean, the point of the project was for her and you to create scenarios to explain how to make up that declining number of revenue, right?
That was the point of the exercise, right?
And here, you see the part of her table, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rows down. It says total engaged subs needed.
Yes.
Calculates out this total number of engaged subs, and then 2 up, it said number incremental subs needed to strike that number incremental subs to cover GM gap. Do you see that?
That's right.
So that number incremental subs needed to cover GM gap, that's one way of covering the gap that the assumption about losing revenue share on Sony causes, right?
That's one of the ways, and that's the number that she reflects in her first sentence about the chart.
Right. And just to be clear, I think you had to explain this to me before. The numbers in that row going across, that's not millions you need more each year, right? It's like growing. Is that right? It's not incremental to each
Yeah,
year.
you don't sum those across. They are an individual number that year.
Okay, so I'll use fake numbers so we don't violate confidentiality. So if I said in the first column 2, and the next column is 8, it's not saying therefore we need to get 10 more people, right?
That's correct. You need 8.
Yeah. So by the end, to goal seek it out and win, you need that number at the far right, 3 rows up, that one?
Did you say win?
No, I'm sorry, to goal seek it out and make it up.
That's
You need
correct.
that number at the far right, okay. So it's not incremental each year, you gotta go find that number of people.
You have to, well, fundamentally, you have to acquire new people. You'll have churn out the bottom of that, but that's the number that has to exist every single year.
Okay. Now, that's one view, right? Using the subscribers. Or she says, and then this is the platform mix table at the bottom, we could do it if we can shift Activision revenues to be greater on Microsoft console, right?
That's right. Again, I wanted to keep the variables in this question to the variables within the model.
Okay. And so she's doing, I'm looking at the platform mix box there. And so she calculates out, okay, let's first row, revise Sony revenue. So that means there's been a drop in revenue because of this assumption that you've been asked to think about, right?
That's right.
And she says, okay, if we drop it by that much, here's how much Microsoft revenue we'd need to close the gap, right?
Correct.
That adds up to some total Activision console revenue, right?
That's right.
And then it says, here's the platform mix we need. So the percentage of Activision revenues that come from the Sony platform and the percentage that come from the Microsoft platform, right?
That's right.
That actually is the same straight across. It doesn't really change, right?
I believe in this one, you'd add those across. They have to be yearly numbers.
Right, but the percentages don't change. It's the same.
That's correct.
And then she said, and then she had the column explaining what that change would be. Right, so if we can increase Microsoft's share of the Activision revenues by that number at the very bottom, we'll fill the gap.
Yes, that's the output of Excel.
Okay. Let's please take a look at PX 4359, please.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. This is just more emails on the chain. And I'm looking at your email. Well, it's a chain between you and Ms. Lauber and the corporate development people again, right?
Yes,
And it's a little bit later in time on the 15th of January, 2022, right?
that's right.
Move to admit PX 4359.
Admitted.
So everybody's working hard because it's just an hour or so later. And there's an update from Ms. Lauber with new numbers, right?
That's what it looks like. Yes.
Okay, so second email down, you write, this is great. Should we make the model update for the new board numbers and then run the below? Then you ask if people need to circle back with Ms. Hood. And you say you'll circle back with Phil and Sarah. Is that Mr. Spencer and Ms. Bond?
That's right.
And there's another updated table from Ms. Lauber, but the update hasn't changed the revenue platform mix shift, right? That hasn't changed.
Yeah.
That's correct. You sort of changed the subscriber numbers you need, right?
It looks like the ramp on subscribers has changed. Yes.
And fewer incremental Game Pass subscribers to fill the gap, right?
These numbers are lower than the last chart. That's right.
Okay. And the interesting thing is, we'll strike that. The goal seek here shows that you can do either of these two things, right? It's if you do this with Game Pass subscribers or this with getting more Activision revenues on the Microsoft platform, right?
That's right. This is just goal seek.
Right. But in reality, you could do a combination of the two, right?
Sure.
So the more Game Pass subscribers to help fill the gap, then the less console revenue mix shift you do, right?
Yes, it's just Excel. We can model very different scenarios.
Right. And conversely, more revenue to Microsoft from the Activision titles than fewer incremental Game Pass subscribers, right?
That's right.
Now, fair to say that you were very busy during this time period, getting ready for this board meeting.
Yes, fair.
And yet, despite that, I believe when we talked about this, you and I previously, you remember talking about these potential variables from the board meeting and talking about the variance of potentially between the deal model assumptions and this scenario of revenue risk, right?
I believe my prior testimony, that's what I said.
And you remember something like that because it's quite special to present to the board about something, right?
Take the presentations of the board very seriously, of course.
Right. And so, again, this model, this work product that came out of the Satya Amy meeting, the goal of it that you understood to be was if revenues that Activision earns from the Sony platform go down, tell us what the numbers would have to be on subscribers and on our own console revenues to make up for it, right?
Yeah, but I'd be specific and call it royalties, not just revenue.
Understood. But it's about a revenue, the impact is a revenue risk from Activision's games on Sony, right?
That's correct.
Let's please look at PX 4367.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you're in this chat with, again, it's Ms. Lauber and some of the same corporate development folks who have been on these emails, right?
That's right.
You guys are working all the channels, the emails, the chats, it's busy. Yes,
Very busy.
okay. So this is dated January 15th as well. Move to admit PX 4367.
Admitted.
Now, start at the top. You write, I think we need the following. I'll take a look at the Q4 commentary and slide in the board review. Jamie will update the FY22 and FY23 model, put it as final into the appendix of the deck. We need to ensure we have the final accretion dilution with, and there's some numbers you're talking about. And you're saying, let's update some things and put it into the appendix. Do you see that?
Yes.
At the bottom of the chat you sent at 17:14 and 39 seconds. Like the second to last sentence, it says, this will be included in the appendix of the board deck. Risk to financials on platform royalties. Waiting on confirmation of redacted materials, but assume the Call of Duty royalty rate moves from, we have that amount. The scenario highlights where we would net out our model to offset that change, mix shift to Xbox Game Pass subscribers of approximately 2 million per year. Sorry, my bad. Or blank unit mix, my apologies. I don't know if anyone understood my gobbledygook anyway. I apologize for that. Mix shift of users and I apologize. So at that point in time, as you're making the final board deck, the number of mix shift to Xbox had actually declined to that. See where it says a number, PT?
I see that. Yeah.
Okay, so that number is even less than the one that Ms. Logger had calculated previously in some of the tables we've seen, right?
I believe that number.
So even with a mix shift of just that number, that would be enough in the goal seek to make up for the lost Activision revenue, right?
Related to this royalty discussion.
Right. And then you point out, as you and I were just discussing, and actually, quote, likely a combination of Xbox Game Pass subscribers and a mix shift, right?
Correct.
Now, let's take, did you believe that, strike that, you believe that these numbers that we just talked about represented reasonable numbers, right?
What was reasonable?
Let's go to PX 4472, please. If I didn't admit it, move to admit PX 4367, please.
It's already in evidence.
PX 4472, please. This is an email from you to Ms. Hood, Mr. Spencer, Ms. Bond, other folks. We're still on the 15th of January. Still the early evening, right?
Correct.
Okay. Move to admit PX 4472.
Admitted.
Okay. And you're saying, I think this is you giving the updates as the question that generated all this work, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You're telling Ms. Hood and the others, updating on the key items from our SLT discussion yesterday, right?
That's right.
Okay. Couple of different items there. The third item, risk to financials on platform royalties, right?
Yes.
And you say waiting on confirmation of redacted materials, but this scenario assumes the Call of Duty royalty rate moves from, and then you give the number, right?
Correct.
And it says scenario highlights where we would net out our model to offset that change of, and that's a negative, that's a number there, right, of dollars?
That's correct.
And so what that's saying is, if we assume the revenues earned on Activision, strike that. If we assume the Activision royalty revenues on PlayStation go down, as that revenue split changing, it'll hurt the model by that much per year, right?
That's right.
And if it hurts the model by that much per year, we calculate that a mix shift to more Game Pass subscribers of blank, or a blank point mix shift towards Xbox And likely a combination of the two would make up for it, right?
That's correct.
You write that both of those figures are reasonable, right?
That's right. In this context, I could believe the outcome of that. Whether it's
And-
likely or not, or realistic or different, I think they're within the range that I would expect.
And you understood when you wrote reasonable, reasonable means achievable.
It means I could believe that as an outcome. My choices would be unreasonable or reasonable, and I chose reasonable.
But you understood reasonable to mean achievable in that email, right?
Yes, they're in the realm of achievability. I have nothing further at this time.
I'm very sorry about that.
Mr. Stewart. Morning. How long have you worked at Xbox for? 21 years. That most of your career? That is the entirety of my adult working career. And you're the Xbox CFO, correct? That's correct. How long have you been in that role for? About 9 years. And I think you testified to this, but you report ultimately to Amy Hood and not to Phil Spencer. That's correct. And why is that? Yeah, Microsoft, we have a fiduciary responsibility as the finance team to represent shareholders, represent the business. And the finance team does not work for the business leader of the various divisions. So as part of your responsibility in providing that information, do you look at the pricing of different Xbox products? We do. And I believe there's some testimony Series X and the Xbox Series S. That's correct. And what are the prices of those? Series S is $299. Series X is $499. And the different consoles up here, just focusing on Series S, is the Series S most closely priced compared to any of these up here? There's the Nintendo Switch, just you may not. Oh, you're not seeing that. The Nintendo Switch. We've got the X and S, and we've got the PlayStation 5. And I'm asking for the Series S, which one of these is it most closely? Thank you. I didn't see the Switch. It's most closely to Switch. And do you look at Switch pricing when you're considering the pricing of Xbox Series S? Yes. And is that one of the reasons you set the price where you guys did? Yes, at that price point, when you're considering playing FIFA or Minecraft or many of the games across consoles, you have to make sure you're priced relative to the competition in the market. We're going to give you your documents. Hold on. Yes. Could you turn to RX 1066, please? Sorry about that, Your Honor. I promise not going to waste any more time getting binders. So can you turn to RX 1066? Yes, I'm here. And there were some questions about mobile and the valuation and that strategy for the deal. So can you just describe just at a very high level what this email is? Yeah, this email is referencing Activision Blizzard's earnings from their Q1 in March of 2020. And it proceeds, I sent a mail out to the gaming leadership team highlighting a few of the key drivers. And then Matt Booty and myself have a discussion after that. Move to admit RX 1066.
So taking a look at that email at the bottom, and we can publish that. If you take a look at the email bottom, you said that's an earnings summary of Activision Blizzard.
That's right.
And is this before you started negotiating with Activision Blizzard about a potential acquisition?
That's correct.
I'd like you to take a look at the first couple sentences. It says Activision Blizzard ATBI announced its FY21 Q1 financial results on May 4th. ATBI beat analysts' expectation across revenue. MAU, what did you understand MAU to mean?
That's monthly active users.
And earnings, citing strong performance across Call of Duty Modern Warfare and Warzone. And says CEO Bobby Kotick says that free-to-play and mobile as new entry points to the franchise have helped triple monthly active users to 150 million. See that?
Yes,
Did you think that was a significant thing?
significant and very notable about how they're growing their business.
And then you sent that around to the gaming leadership, and Matt Booty sent you an email back. Can you remind us who Matt Booty is?
He's the head of Xbox Game Studios.
So is he in charge of developing games at Xbox?
That's right.
And he wrote back to you, the talk track about taking the big franchises to mobile makes me feel way out of position. Have to get going there. COD on mobile is going to dwarf console. What did you understand him to mean there?
Yeah, when we looked at Activision Blizzard's earnings in this context, mobile was the primary growth of their monthly active users. We had tried a few times on our side to make effort into mobile, but really to no success. And what he's referencing here is really the outlook of Call of Duty on mobile, and that's going to be far bigger than console.
And you write back, 100% right. We'll get out of position on this one if we keep our eyes on the console game only. Don't want to be the oil company when the world shifts to 100% electric cars. And what were you trying to say there?
Yeah, back in May of 2021, I'm effectively agreeing with him. And if we keep our eyes and our focus on the console space only, we'll lack growth. We won't expand into the more users like it's highlighted here. And we don't get, my point about the oil company when the world shifts to electric cars is you just don't want to be on a business model that's not going to exist in the future.
And we've heard a little bit about native mobile games versus streaming to mobile devices. Can you just describe the difference briefly?
Yeah, native games are ones that are downloaded, directly to your phone. Typically, the iOS or Android app stores would be examples of that. Streaming would be used through a browser, streamed from some cloud somewhere to a mobile endpoint.
And here, are you discussing native mobile games or streaming to mobile devices?
This is all native. This is referencing the work they're doing specifically on Call of Duty, but they've done it with others. This is all the native download.
And is it fair to say that one of the reasons you were interested in acquiring Activision Blizzard is because of that capability?
Yeah, one of the most important reasons and focus for our growth is mobile users and mobile market.
But Xbox does have streaming to mobile devices right now, right?
We do have something called Project X Cloud, which streams to mobile devices.
And in your view, has that been a successful business?
We're still early. I would say not successful to where we want it to be. It's not growing users, and economics are still not yet where we want it to be.
Does it generate a profit for Xbox?
xCloud does not generate profit.
Is your understanding that the native mobile games that Activision have do generate significant profits?
They generate significant profit.
Put that document aside. I want to move to Activision now, and just want to ask you a few brief questions about what's going to happen if this deal goes through and Activision is acquired by Microsoft. Are you involved in the planning for integration of Activision into Xbox if the deal goes through?
I am.
And are you familiar with the term limited integration?
I am.
And what does that mean at Microsoft?
Yeah, limited integration reflects how we think about an acquired company. The prior, 4 or 5 acquisitions we've done, ZeniMax included, are all limited integration, which means we don't bring their org into our org in terms of org charts. They typically stay on their own healthcare. They have their own compensation plan. They stay with their own real estate facilities. It operates effectively like a separate entity.
And do they retain their own game developer talent as well?
That's right. They retain their own talent and development experience.
And is the plan, if you acquire Activision, to have it be a limited integrated company?
It is. We would keep them limited integration.
So there was some discussion, there's been a lot of discussion of Minecraft, and there was also some discussion of your comments at the Jeffries meeting. Can you pull up PX 9192?
From the big binder?
Yes, from the big binder. You need to start. Okay. Should I just wait? So yes, you're done. All right, we'll just have to proceed that way. I'll just read slow. So can you pull up 9192 in your binder?
Yes, I'm here.
Yep. And if you go to page 14014.
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about some of your quotes on there, but FTC's counsel didn't read the quote at the top. I might just read that to you and ask what you're talking about there. So at the top, you say, yes, the goal hit here is where I'll say it is if from a cross-platform perspective, Microsoft is a platform. We're one of the first to really support Minecraft, Roblox, Fortnite across platforms. So we highly encourage cross-platform play simply from this landscape of if it's a good for the gaming ecosystem, it's good for us. Classic rising tide lifts all boats. What were you referring to there?
Yeah, Microsoft and its DNA as a platform company. I mean, some of the biggest games in the world, I reference Minecraft, Roblox, Fortnite, Call of Duty, are strong across all platforms. And those are the ones that have the biggest communities of players, typically generate the most money and the most profit, and have the biggest impact across gaming. In this case, around Minecraft, Roblox, and Fortnite, we were one of the first ones to allow cross-platform play. So PlayStation users to play against Xbox users and Switch users if they're there as well. And we allowed entitlements to roam. We allowed logins to roam, which allows users to roam across the device they'll choose to play.
And at the end, you said, it's good for the gaming ecosystem. It's good for us. Classic rising tide lifts all boats. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, we operate in the gaming market, and the gaming market has many platforms, many devices, many users. And if the gaming industry is growing, we as a player in that industry, that's good for us. So there's some decisions that we may make that are potentially impactful to us, but if we believe that is good for the gaming industry, we'll also make those calls.
And is it also profitable for Xbox to continue to have games like Minecraft be multi-platform and cross-platform?
Absolutely. The strength of a game like Minecraft comes from that cross-network play. If you, removed one of those platforms or one of those big user bases, not only would you have a massive brand impact, you would lose a significant revenue stream that you just couldn't make up for.
And Microsoft acquired Mojang, the studio that created Minecraft, correct?
That's right.
And you've kept Minecraft on multiple platforms. Is that right?
That's right.
I'd like to take a look at another document. This is a confidential document, so we'll have to talk a little bit around it. But can you take a look at RX 1137?
Yes, I'm here.
Not really divulging the details of the email, but can you just say what this document is?
This is an email from myself to the gaming leadership team. It's our financial results through the first 7 months of the year. This happens to be January of FY21.
Move to put RX 1137 into evidence. And if you take a look at the second line of your email, the second paragraph starts with favorability. Can you just read that to yourself?
Yes.
And can you just describe at a high level what you were discussing there?
Yeah, this is us exiting the holiday period, which is one of our biggest sales periods of the year. And particularly noteworthy that Minecraft had a very good holiday, and specifically on PC and Nintendo. We saw a lot of new user growth. We saw solid monetization, and it was worth me calling out to the gaming leadership team that PC and Nintendo were particularly strong coming out of the holiday.
Is Minecraft a significant revenue driver for Xbox?
Yes.
Can you turn to page? This is a slide deck that's attached to the email. Can you just explain what the slide deck is?
Yeah, this is a closed deck that I put together with my team every month, and it includes various summaries of revenue, various key metrics in the business, and it walks through the majority of our overall revenue streams.
Let me know when you're on the right page.
Yes, I'm here.
What is this slide?
This is a Minecraft specific slide. It's now a few years old, but in FY21, it reflects where Minecraft is generating its revenue from and ultimately its gross margin.
And this is revenue you said for the first 7 months of the year?
That's right.
Is there a place on this chart without revealing the numbers where we can see the revenues that Minecraft generates across different platforms?
Yeah, if you go to it says FY21 year to date column, it's in the middle. And then if you look at the actual column, that's our year to date actuals.
And is Xbox one of the platforms that revenues reported for?
It is.
And how does that compare to some of the other platforms on there?
It is the smallest.
And is PlayStation also on there?
It is.
And how do just at a high level, without giving the numbers, how do the PlayStation revenues compare to Xbox?
Roughly twice as big.
And Nintendo, is Nintendo on there as well?
Correct.
And how does Nintendo compare to the other platforms?
Roughly twice as big as PlayStation.
And so that would be 4 times as big as Xbox?
Correct.
You're the CFO, not me, so I'll trust your math.
It's 4 times as big as Xbox.
And also sales on mobile and PC as well.
Yeah, we highlight iOS and Android as well as our PC platform sales.
And if you go down to the bottom, there's net revenue and gross margin. Do you see that? In
Yes.
the same column?
Yeah.
And what is gross margin?
Gross margin is when we think about taking out like billing costs, you think about cost to serve, you think about royalties that we would pay out for various platforms and other things. It's effectively the profit of that revenue stream.
And if you compare the net revenue to the gross margin or the profit number, what does that tell you about how profitable Minecraft is.
Minecraft is one of the most profitable, if not the most profitable IP that we have.
And is that consistent with generally when you're looking at the profitability of first party games? Do they generally have high profitability margins?
Generally speaking, that's right. First party games are one of our highest profit revenue streams that we have.
And just comparing Minecraft to Activision Blizzard, are they similar at all in sort of their financial breakdown?
I would assume yes, I would assume they're similar, both very large revenue streams and actively engaged.
So there's high revenue on PlayStation, for example, for Activision games like Call of Duty.
Yes, and as I would assume, much bigger than these numbers.
And there's also Nintendo numbers on here. Is Call of Duty on Nintendo right now?
No.
But has Xbox entered into a contract to make Call of Duty available on Nintendo?
We have.
And you discussed previously with FTC's counsel what would happen if there was a shift in the revenue share from PlayStation. It went from one revenue split to another revenue split for Call of Duty, and how you'd have to make up that. Remember that?
Yes.
And one of the things you talked about was a shift in platforms.
Yes.
Is it also possible that you could make up some of that gap by putting Call of Duty on additional platforms?
That's right.
And could one of those platforms be Nintendo?
Yes.
A few final questions for you. If this acquisition goes through, will Call of Duty be a first-party game for Xbox?
It will.
And when selling an Xbox first-party game, is it more profitable to sell that game on Xbox or PlayStation?
It can vary. As we know, in our business, we have a console subsidy, so we lose depending on what that consumer does after that console is bought. It can be, I'll say, profitable or not in terms of different types of speed of profitability. So the example here would be is if someone is a Call of Duty player and they buy just one copy of Call of Duty or even just a couple copies of Call of Duty, and they buy an Xbox with a console subsidy, you may not be profitable on that user. It would take time to make that gap up. So more game sales, many years in some cases. If a PlayStation user was a Call of Duty player only, and they bought one game on PlayStation, you are more profitable in that scenario than it would be trying to sell a console subsidy out of the gate on a few games.
Just to clarify though, if it's more profitable to sell games on PlayStation, why do you ever take games exclusive?
Exclusivity is a part of our industry. It's something we need to support our brand and sell Xbox. And that's one of the levers that we can pull to make that happen.
But does it make financial sense to make all games exclusive?
No. For games, like you can see with Minecraft, if you made that exclusive, for example, you'd have nowhere near the success of that. For games specifically like Call of Duty that are highly multiplayer-based games, large communities, that would not make sense to make it on a single platform.
So from a financial, just so we have a clear record, from my financial perspective, as Xbox CFO, do you think it would make sense to take Call of Duty exclusive?
No.
And Ms. Hood didn't ultimately get to testify today, but if you tried to explain, Ms. Hood, that it made financial sense to take Call of Duty exclusive, how do you think she would react?
She would say probably that doesn't make sense and we need to keep the existing business model running.
And further questions?
Couple questions. You said the Nintendo, that if Call of Duty goes there, that'll make some money. But I believe from earlier testimony, you didn't run a model on that.
No, we did not run a financial model specifically.
Why not?
In this example, what we think about is some of the Switch users that are there are brand new customers that wouldn't be on Xbox or PlayStation, but it represents an opportunity for us. We didn't run it specifically because it wasn't just one of the scenarios that we looked at.
Wait, we didn't run it because we didn't look at that scenario. Okay, so you didn't.
We didn't run
We
that's right, we
didn't
didn't
look
run
at.
that.
So, so there isn't any, you can't quantify it because you didn't look at it.
That's correct.
And then with respect to XPass, the day and date, what is the policy? Like what games go on? What games go on?
Yeah, so Xbox Game Pass, when we say day and date, is usually our first party games. So games that are in the Xbox umbrella. And when they launch to the public, they'll launch at retail. So think Best Buy, Walmart, Target. We'll launch them in our digital stores for sale, $60 or $70. And we'll also put them on that same day in a Game Pass subscription service. So a customer can decide if they want to buy it for $60 or $70, or if they're a subscriber to Game Pass, they can play the game that way on the same day it's released.
And do you do that with all first party games?
We do, that's correct.
Okay. Weingarten?
Nothing.
Okay, thank you. You are excused. Okay, do we have any further witnesses? Yeah, that was a rhetorical question. Okay. All right, great. So we are going to then take a break until 2:30, where we'll do closing arguments. I assume the FTC will go first. However, I'd like you to take it sort of anti-competitive harm. By anti-competitive harm, you've sort of identified 3 markets. I mean, there's been overlap or things, but I guess what I'm saying is I want someone from Microsoft up here too, right? So that we can have an engagement. The other thing is, and it's wonderful that many people have taken witnesses in this case, you do not, if somebody wants to get up and say something or take something back that someone else says, that's all fine. All right. You guys have been teams, and it's all right to have a team do the argument as long as it doesn't get too chaotic.
That's a great relief for some.
Yes. Okay. No, absolutely.
We appreciate that.
I just want to get it right. And so whatever helps me the most is the best. All right. We'll see you at 2:30 then.
Mi gente, vamos a poner la cámara, vamos a ponernos bonito ahora porque vamos a ir hablando, porque esto está, se arregló un poco. Es el tipo de Nintendo. ¿Quién era que estaba el economista de Microsoft? No era el economista. Un economista de Microsoft no era que estaba ahí. Te va a poner bueno ahora, vamos a poner la cámara para vernos nuestra belleza. Yo sé que a la gente le gusta ver mi belleza porque yo soy un hombre hermoso, bello, sexy. Vamos a poner la cámara para que la gente vea la sexualidad en persona, lo más hermoso que tiene la bolita del mundo, chapote. ¿Qué es lo que, qué es lo que, qué es lo que, qué es lo que? No me oigo, me oigo. 1, 2, 3, probando. Mi gente, mi gente, mi gente, ¿qué es lo que, qué es lo que, qué es lo que? Estamos en vivola, en public. De... Resumo, los rapotes resumen, el diablo resumen. ¿Por qué? Pero ustedes no están escuchando y leyendo. Ustedes me tienen a mí como que yo soy, que break hasta la, Pipo, va a ser las 2, 3, como 3 horas de break en la creta. Están en break, hay que poner una vaina, a ver. Pipo, el juez terminó el meeting, la creta, loco. ¿Qué hay que entrar? Después ahorita me deja afuera. Oye, hay que entrar y te nos deja afuera. Se salió, loco, la vaina. Ella cerró ella, que vuelve a entrar. Ya, entraba, hay que esperar que ya. Cerrar el meeting, loco, en Zoom. Estamos en público, todo el mundo puede entrar ahora. Como 3 horas. Break, no, hasta las 2:30. Es 11:18. Las 11:18. Y a las 2:30. Son como 12, como 3 hours. Casi 3 hours. 3 horas casi. El diablo, qué maldito break el diablo ese. Yeah, like 3 hours. Yes. Casi 3 horas. Diache. ¿Qué era que estaba ahí? El que estaba hablando. No entender el. No, allá son allá es 1 hora menos. Aquí ellos vienen a la, ¿sabes? No, ¿sabes? Son las 11, sí, allá son las 11 y a las 2:30, 11, 12, sí, casi 3 horas. Pues me vamos a ver loco, Alexander, loco, dime, Cacuevaca. Yo te estoy viendo la hora de San Francisco, allá son las 11 y aquí son las 12. Y de 11 de ellos a 2:30 empieza, o sea que son casi 3 horas. Adonis, ¿quién era que estaba? El economista de Microsoft, el último, ¿verdad que estaba? Él era el economista, un economista, ¿no era? El de Microsoft, que estaba sentado ahí en los finals. Le voy a poner musiquita de fondo para que la gente no se aburra, porque lo con aburre. Ah, lo que no está aquí, pues si acaso. Oh, este es de Xbox, ok. La juez hace preguntas psicópatas y es una pregunta dura ahí. Tomorrow is el veredicto. ¿Cómo se dice? Veredicto. Es tomorrow, not today. Today is the last one, pero tomorrow they go say what happens is good, bad, good. You know, pisting very good. Es mañana, tomorrow. Today is the last day, pero they go say. Coño, este inglés yo me enredo, loco. Maldito pisting very good. Coño. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, whatever. El abogado le estaba preguntando al de Xbox. Y la juez hizo una pregunta pro. Vamos a poner el link. Ya estamos en directo, estamos en público porque no estamos poniendo audio, ¿no? Lo que estamos analizando. Ponerlo en Twitter ahora, a ver. Oye, tú esto lo que. No estamos haciendo nada malo, aquí lo que estamos en public, no hay audio, no hay nada, aquí estamos en public sin nada. That's why Chapote was trying to say for all. Deja ver. ¿Qué es lo que yo te estaba tratando de decir? Tú lo dijiste. Oh, gracias. Pisting very good, que se me enreda la lengua. No, ellos no, porque ellos saben lo que están pasando, porque yo lo que estoy resumiendo, Pisting very good, que el juez hizo una pregunta psicópata. El juez preguntó lo de Game Pass, que los juegos, y él dijo, los juegos de Game Pass, los juegos First Party llegan sale en toda la plataforma en la Xbox Store, en Amazon, en todos lados. Pero también llega día 1 en Game Pass. Y dijo que la gente puede pagar 70, 60 dólares o jugarlo en Game Pass. Y eso es la juez, cuando explicó eso, hasta la juez como dijo, coño, esta gente son consumidora de verdad. ¿Oíste? Esta gente son consumidora de verdad. Decía ahí mismo. Decía. Espera, me estoy llamando a mi mamá. Creo que quiere mi mamá. Entonces, mi gente, se canceló la compra, sí. Entonces, el tipo dijo, los juegos salen día 1 en toda la plataforma, tú puedes pagar 60, 70 o jugarlo vía Game Pass. Y el juez, el juez, muchachos, tú lo viste como cambió la actitud y la vaina cuando dijo, cuando ya respondió, ok, así como, wow, esta gente son pro chapote, de verdad. Son pro chapote. No, lo de Canadá era el 30 de mayo y pasó la fecha ya. Ellos lo que mandaban una carta a ver si ayudaban a Lina Khan, pero Canadá tenía hasta el 30 de mayo para dar su preocupación y pasó la fecha. Eso fue una ayudita ahí para Lina, a ver, para Lina Khan, pero no pasó nada. Dado que ha habido noticias de Reino Unido donde el tribunal nuevamente descartó un intento de la CMA de detenerlo y Canadá además de que habrá un argumento final aquí en aproximadamente 3 horas. Es posible que haga un espacio de Twitter, que haga un espacio, o se Florian, que va a hacer un espacio en Twitter. Loco, esa gente, la FTC, ¿verdad? Está buscando clavitos de donde agarrar para tratar porque ya no puede, es que no puede hacer nada. La CM, oye, mañana, cuando den el veredicto, si mañana mismo Microsoft puede cerrar esa compra, que la cierre, que no le dé ni un segundo de chance a Lina Khan, porque esa tipa puede, muchachos, pedir tú no sabes, esa tipa está puesta, tú no sabes lo que pueda sacar de abajo de la manga, esa loca. Lo que hay que hacer, cuando esa compra, mañana Microsoft gane, no le den el pie a la FTC, Microsoft had to close la idea, mira, ve, en 1 second, ahí mismito cerrar. La jueza hable, ahí mismo cerramos, pa. Porque no se le puede dar chance a esa loca. Es mañana, Tú no viste que la jueza dijo que ahorita cuando venga van a dar la vaina del closet ya, la vaina del cierre ya. Lo del cierre. O sea que cuando Microsoft, cuando mañana el juez le diga que no a FTC y le niegue el PI, Microsoft ahí mismo tiene que tener puff, y cerrar de una vez. Sí, ya se cumple la fe. Porque esa tipa no se le puede dar chance. A Lina Khan no se le puede dar chance. Esa tipa está puesta, obsesionada para bloquear esa compra. Sí, pero tú sabes que la apelación se eso no es gato, eso no es de que apelo. Eso tiene que ser el lunes para apelar. ¿Tú sabías eso? O para allá, o después de 4 de julio, porque vienen los días festivos de Estados Unidos. ¿Qué tú crees de que eso de una vez de que no, eso no es así. La apelación no de que de una aprobar. Eso no es así. Eso no es así que FTC pierde el mismo de que apelo. No es así. Microsoft apeló cuando la CMA bloqueó al mismo día, al otro día. Ella no bloqueó. Ella tuvo que esperar un par de días, esperar una fecha límite y tirar y apelar. Eso no dice que y apelar de una vez, eso no es así. Entonces, mientras eso, si hay un chance, un día de eso, dentro de esos días, que Microsoft está libre de cerrar, tiene que cerrar. No se le puede dar chance a esa tipa, loco. No se le puede dar chance, nada. No se le puede dar chance. 3 días, ¿verdad? No puede dar chances a ti. Entonces viene día festivo, viene fin de semana y 4 de julio, el día de la independencia. Al final, nada, que tú sabes, lo de la FTC están preguntando lo mismo que preguntan el primer día. La FTC lo que está dando círculos, diciendo lo mismo, la misma pregunta, cada gente lo mismo. Entonces, están enfocados más en la nube, en Game Pass, en esto, lo mismo, loco. Lo mismo, loco, lo mismo, 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 lo mismo. Pero es lo mismo que yo estoy diciendo que si, por ejemplo, mañana le da la vaina, mañana le niegan el PI a FTC, Microsoft puede cerrar mañana mismo, tiene que cerrar mañana mismo o el lunes si tiene chance. Sí, ya se quitó las 2 semanas del TRO, ¿verdad? ¿Cuándo es las 2 semanas del TRO? Que le prohíbe a Microsoft cerrar, que le dieron 2 semanas. ¿Cuándo que se termina? Las 2 semanas, que concluye. ¿Cuándo es Manconi? Que tú debes saber, que tú vives ahí etiquetando a uno en todo. Hay break de como de 3 horas, mi gente. Ustedes saben que... Dale, 3 horas, nos vemos. Yo no puedo tomar el directo, tengo que dejarlo seguido el directo hasta... Bien, ¿cuándo ha visto un break como de 3 horas? Nunca. Hoy nada más, porque ya... Sí, a las 2:30. Y son las 11 y las 11 en San Francisco. Las 11 y pico de la mañana y ellos vuelven a las 2:30. O sea que faltan 3 horas, 3 horas, como 3 horas. No, lo último de Game Pass tuvo épico. Cuando la jueza preguntó eso, el tipo le respondió: los juegos salen en todos lados. Ella preguntó los first party de Xbox. Dijo: salen en todos lados, en todas las tiendas salen. Y también Game Pass día uno. Que el que quiera dar 60, 70 lo compra. Y el que quiera jugarlo vía Game Pass. Y ella, tú te das cuenta cuando la respuesta ella como que ya le gustó eso. Como ella dijo: coño, ¿qué compañía hace? Tú ves, mira, ¿quién fue que empezó con eso? Lo del día uno en servicio. ¿Quién fue que empezó con eso? Respondan rápido, rápido, rápido. Vamos, que me gusta la gente. Agarra clavito. De los de rumores. Dime. ¿Quién fue la primera que puso los juegos día uno? Termina hoy. ¿Quién fue la primera que sacó los juegos día uno en servicio? Respondan acá, Cuevaca. Game Pass, ¿verdad? Después, ¿quién fue la segunda? ¿Quién fue la segunda? Sigan, sí, lucidez, la segunda. La segunda. La segunda, ¿quién fue? Sibo, ¿quién es Sibo? Break, sí, Break. La segunda, ¿quién fue? EA Game, tan lento, EA Game, tan lento, EA Game. En los servicios, día uno, los juegos, tan lento, tan lento, EA Game. La tercera, ¿quién fue? Que hay muchos bugs, los juegos, la conocen por los bugs, los juegos, por muchos bugs, los juegos. La tercera que lo conocen por bug, Ubisoft. Entonces, si ese negocio está mal, ¿por qué EA Game y Ubisoft hacen lo mismo? No, Nintendo lo que saca vaina es Nintendo no pone los juegos de uno en su servicio, tú estás loco. Entonces sí, el negocio que está haciendo Microsoft con Game Pass día uno perjudica porque lo está haciendo EA Game y Ubisoft. Si perjudica a la industria y perjudica a la misma compañía, ¿por qué lo están haciendo? No está lúcido hoy. ¿Por qué lo están haciendo? Si lo que vende Lina Khan, Jim Ray y todo el mundo y todo el mundo que eso no es fiable, que eso jode, ¿por qué EA Game y Ubisoft están haciendo lo mismo? Sí, porque mañana va a ser corto. Puede ser que el break, para decirlo hoy, puede ser que lo digan hoy y mañana Microsoft cierre. Mira, a ver, si el juez da el veredicto hoy y niega el PI, mañana Microsoft cierra. Puede ser. Es para mañana, pero puede ser. Porque ella dijo que vamos a preparar las vainas finales. Y el break siempre son 45 minutos y este son 3 horas. 3 horas de break. Entonces, porque ella dijo que van a hacer los preparativos para el final, la vaina, para el cierre. Ella dijo antes de irse. No, no lo dará hoy, pero puede hacer que sí. Adomi, tú no vives la cabeza de ella, puede hacer que ella lo dé hoy. Él lo dijo, vaina, Juan dijo, puede ser una posibilidad grande, pero puede ser. Animal, tú no ¿para qué son 3 horas de break? Adonis, ¿para qué son 3 horas de break? ¿Para comer arroz con huevo? Y a cagar, y a orinar. Tienes que entenderlo, tienes que escuchar. Ya dijo, los preparativos para el cierre, para el cierre. Tenemos que hacer los preparativos para el cierre. A las 2:30 nos vemos. 3 horas. ¿Qué van a hacer en esas 3 horas? A dormir. A echar un polvito. No, coño, tú siempre es una vaina brutísima. Puede ser que hoy lo den, pero no es seguro, pero hay posibilidades. Adonis. Diablo, coño, Adonis sí es mamá. Diablo. Coño, Adonis. Son 5 días. Los 4 días son 45 minutos de break. Y este son 3 horas. Adonis, vamos a ser más serios, Adonis. Puede ser, no es seguro, pero puede ser. Pero es mañana, pero puede ser. Puede ser. Si no lo dan, esperamos mañana. Porque cada uno a veces se pone como medio bruto, loco. Ella dijo, 3 horas para hacer los preparativos del cierre, del final. Eso fue lo que ella dijo. Pues yo lo escuché, loco, Pisting Very Good. Ella lo dijo, loco, para los preparativos, para el cierre, para lo final. Ella lo dijo, loco. Y por eso pidió a las 2:30. Coño, pero tú no sabes, tú no sabes inglés, Adonis. Pisting Very Good. Los break siempre es de lunch, de comida, son 45 minutos. Y el último día que hoy, di en 3 horas. Y ella dijo que para los preparativos, para prepararse para el cierre. Así mismo dijo ella. Lo escuché con mis oídos que lo dijo. En Pisting Very Good. Dijo que ella va a preparar, que van a empezar a preparar para el cierre. Y que nos vemos a las 2:30. Eso fue lo que ella dijo. Ustedes saben algo, yo pensando, todo eso yo pensando, opinando, yo, pues, sabes que soy el mejor del mundo, lo con Heire. Mira, yo pensando que lo de Red 4 le quita validez a la FTC. Porque, ¿qué quiere decir Red 4 en este juicio? Que no todos los juegos que salgan en Game Pass van a ser 1A. No estoy diciendo que fue a propósito que lo hicieron, pero que lo de Refo le conviene a Microsoft. ¿Qué pasó? Refo salió mal y Starfield que viene de que lo más pulido que es posible de Bethesda. Pero Refo salió y no lo pueden usar tanto porque el juego salió roto, hubo una funa, una vaina. Entonces Lina Khan quiere vender que Game Pass, y todo el mundo quiere vender que Game Pass manda la industria, que Game Pass esto, que Game Pass aquello. Pero Refo demuestra que no todos los juegos First Party de Xbox van a ser 1A. Digo yo en el juicio. Porque acuérdate, la FTC está usando a Diablo, está usando a Starfield. Quiso usar a Refo, pero no lo usó mucho porque el juego salió. Pero si el juego había salido perfecto, ya está la FTC con Refo dando ahí. Ahí, mira, ve. Dando con Refo, ahí, mira, ve. Si hubiera salido perfecto el juego, sin fun y sin nada, ahí tuviera la FTC con Refo ahí. Desde el día 1 hasta ahora, Refo, y dándole con Refo. Y después entonces no puedo usarlo, porque el juego salió roto. No sé si me están entendiendo. Eso iba a ser una bala buena para la FTC, si Refo hubiera salido perfecto. Porque salió roto, te estoy diciendo, J. Luis, loco, salió roto. Si Redfall no había salido roto. Coño, Luis, diablo, Luis, la creta, Luis, loco. Yo me voy ya entonces, loco. Tú me estás viendo que yo tengo 5 días usando a Bethesda, hablando de Refo, de Starfield. Coño, Luis, vamos a ser más serios, Luis. Tú no estás viendo que yo estaba hablando con Bethesda, Starfield, el loop. Esto, Bethesda, Starfield, Bethesda. Entonces, si Refo había salido perfecto, voy a hacer una bala buena para la FTC, para caerle arriba a Microsoft. ¿Cómo estás entendiendo? Vamos a ser más serios, loco. La FTC no usó mucho a Refo porque salió roto. Porque salió roto, por eso es importante. Pero si Redfall no había salido roto, había sido un buen argumento para la FTC. ¿No está entendiendo? Redfall es un buen juego, pero salió roto. Una mente maestra, loco. Ok, Luis, ganaste. Ya está bien. ¿Qué tú digas? Salió roto, Richard, Redfall salió roto, más optimizado. Salió más optimizado, loco. Buena optimización tenía. Salió mal. Ve, FTC usó el éxito de Diablo. Quiso usar Starfield. Metió ahí un ching a Redfall, los juegos de Bethesda, ¿verdad? Pero yo no mencionaba mucho a The Loop ni a Ghostwire Tokyo. ¿Por qué? Porque llegan a Play, exclusivo un año. Ellos se enfocan un poco en Redfall, en Starfield y en Diablo, ¿verdad? Pero Final Fantasy XVI es exclusivo de Play y vendió 3 millones. Está haciendo un éxito. ¿Y por qué la FTC no lo menciona? ¿Por qué la FTC no menciona el éxito de Final Fantasy XVI? Pero sí el de Diablo, Redfall, Starfield. Pues eso sí lo menciona, ¿verdad? Eso sí. La FTC no menciona Spider-Man. No mencionó Spider-Man, no lo mencionó. No lo mencionó. Microsoft lo tuvo que mencionar. Blade tampoco mencionan. No mencionan todos los juegos que salen exclusivos que son exitosos de Play, temporales. No lo mencionan. Pero vamos a mencionar Diablo. Vamos a mencionar Starfield. Vamos a mencionar Redfall. Eso sí, ¿verdad? Hay muchos juegos de Play que no son de ellos, que son exclusivos, que son el gato fue un éxito, el gato, Stray. ¿Y porque la FTC lo mencionó? Claro que Refo salió mal, loco, salió malísimo optimizado, loco. Y todavía los FPS de Refo están locos todavía, la optimización está mal todavía. Yo lo jugué cuando me tiré la nueva actualización y todavía sigue mal. Va a llegar. Tú mismo lo dijiste, va a llegar. Va a llegar. Ya, lo dijiste, ¿verdad? Ya, ahí, velo ahí. Va. ¿Dónde salió primero? En consola, en Play, ¿verdad? Exclusivo temporal. El juego estaba malo, Richard, loco. El juego salió mal optimizado, salió malísimo. Un juego no debería salir así. Ese Redfall no debió salir así. Es que Microsoft no ha perdido un día. Microsoft está ganando. Cuando yo digo roto, que salió mal optimizado, loco. Salió malísimo optimizado. Salió mal optimizado. Salió malísimo, loco. ¿Qué es lo que es el BL2? Julio. Es que aquí estamos hablando de juegos de Play y de Xbox. Star Wars es de EA Game. EA Game no tiene que ver nada con esta pelea. EA Game no tiene que ver con esto. ¿Para qué vamos a mencionar Star Wars cuando no tiene que ver con esto? Aquí es Xbox y Play, Microsoft, Activision y la FTC. Aquí no tiene que ver EA Game con esto. Estamos hablando de los juegos que está usando la FTC en contra de Microsoft, de los juegos de ellos. Star Wars Jedi no pinta nada aquí, por eso no hablamos de él. ¿Para qué vamos a hablar de él? Pues, en su tiempo hablamos ya, en su tiempo, yo lo jugué de todo en directo. Y en los podcasts lo hablamos y nos quejamos y de todo. Pero ¿para qué vamos a hablar de eso ahora si no tiene que ver? Salió malo, Richard. ¿Qué se llama está loco? Salió mal el juego. Salió mal optimizado. O sea, ajá, la IA, se quejó mucho la IA, que la IA era media... Luego no salió bien el juego. Pero si hubiera salido bien, lo vio Lina Khan, la FTC tuviera ahí, dando, con Redfall, pero como salió malo, mal optimizado, roto, lo que sea, no lo podemos usar mucho. Lo que dice ese tipo de la gente se habla menos. Oye, un tipo ahí que la gente se habla mierda. Microsoft le respondió a Canadá. Microsoft le dio en la boquita a la reguladora de Canadá, ya su tiempo expiró. Esto solo dijo que se mantendría al margen. Otro revés para la FTC. Microsoft ahora ha respondido dejando claro que el periodo formal para que el regulador de Canadá evite que se cierre el acuerdo ya pasó. Recibimos un aviso de la Oficina de Competencia de Canadá que continuará monitoreando nuestra adquisición de Activision Blizzard después de que expira el periodo de espera formal que impidió el cierre del acuerdo. Continuamos trabajando con las reguladoras de todo el mundo para abordar cualquier inquietud pendiente. La oradora de Microsoft, Rebecca Dowd. O sea que Canadá, el periodo de Canadá tenía que hablar antes del 30 de mayo, de si estoy preocupado, pero la fecha límite pasó y Linacan quiere usarlo en el juicio ahora. Ya lo que diga Canadá ya no vale porque ya pasó su fecha de preocupación. O sea que Canadá no puede venir y que bloquearte. Eso fue Linacan forzado. ¿Qué traba le están poniendo a Microsoft? ¿Cuál es traba? Dame la FT6MA. ¿Cuál traba? El mundo entero casi aprobado. Nada más son dos que están en contra. Eso no traba. Son dos que están en contra. Si tú me dices que la mitad del mundo entero ha bloqueado la compra, pero casi como 40 que han probado y nada más dos que están. Una bloqueó la CMA y otra quiere bloquear. Nada más son dos. ¿Qué trabas son? Nada más son dos locos que hay. De qué sé yo cuántos países. Coño, a Richard le ha dado con el roto, Richard, diablo. Te ha dado con el roto a ti. Mañana. ¿Verdad? Pues no sé si hoy, si hoy lo diga, no sé. Puede hacer que lo diga, no sé. Pero es mañana. Ellos cogieron un break de 3 horas. Ellos cogieron un break de 3 horas, loco. En estos 5 días. Primera vez que cogen tanto tiempo. Y digo que se están preparando para lo final. Por eso cogió 3 horas de break. Puede hacer que hoy o mañana. Porque si hoy ya lo puede decir, mañana no hay que joder para mañana. Porque si hoy ya lo puede decir, hoy. Ella se prepara hoy. Y lo puede decir, oye, ¿para qué van a ir mañana? Ya mañana, el fin de semana largo ya. Cogen viernes, sábado, domingo, lunes, no sé, martes, yo creo que el lunes, no sé si el lunes o tú vas a coger un fin de semana largo, van a coger de ellos. Un fin de semana larguísimo. Libre van a coger. Aquí dice Desi, aquí está mi lectura sobre dónde están las cosas en este momento. Microsoft tiene la win en la categoría. La FTC puede haber convencido al juez. No. O sea, ganó Microsoft. O sea, Microsoft, ok. Ejecución hipotecaria de la consola. Degradación en la consola. Juego en la nube para el cierre. Degradación de la nube, ¿quién piensa? ¿Quién piensa antes de los argumentos finales? Microsoft va a ganar, oye. 2000 gente ha votado ya y Microsoft está ganando. Es que nosotros estamos viendo todo loco. Oye, los argumentos finales. Que los argumentos finales que vienen. El receso es 3 horas para los argumentos finales, lo que dijo la vaina. No es para ellos, sino para los otros. O sea, mañana va a ser el juicio, la decisión, entonces. Las 3 horas no es para la jueza, es para que Microsoft y FTC se preparen para que den los argumentos finales ya. O sea que no es para la jueza, es mañana que van a dar el veredicto. Se descarta que puedan darlo hoy. En las 3 horas es para que se preparen las dos. Microsoft, FTC se preparen y den el argumento final para acabar esta vaina. Y mañana se viene en la cara. Ah, tíramela toda. Mañana se viene. ¿Cuándo fue lo del TRO? ¿Qué fecha fue el TRO? ¿Quién me confirma lo del TRO? ¿Qué fecha fue que aproban el TRO al INACAN? Fue el otro día, el mismo día del último, de la última vaina de, ¿cómo se llama esto? ¿Cómo se llama esta vaina? La vaina de la SMA, el último juicio que hicieron, el último conferencia. ¿Qué día fue? ¿Qué día fue cuando la última conferencia de CMA y Microsoft? ¿Qué día fue? ¿Cuándo fue el día que el INACAN le aprobaron el TRO? Ya, yo no me acuerdo, ¿no? Fue el día que ellos estaban con la CMA, el mismo día. El último conferencia, la última vaina que hicieron. Coño, ¿cómo? Loco, no hay nadie por ahí, lado. Ya están los francotiradores míos, los infrarrojos, ¿dónde están? Adomi no dijo allá arriba, diablo, loco. Adomi no lo dijo. ¿Qué día fue que dijo Adoni, Manconi ese? Adoni, ¿qué día fue que tú dijiste? Adoni dijo... espérate, ¿dónde fue que lo dijo Adoni? Tú estás loco, yo no aguanto un directo, yo lo voy a dejar ahí para que la gente vaya entrando. Nosotros no aguantamos... Sí, pero ¿qué día fue la fecha? La fecha que se enfrentó... ¿Cuándo fue la fecha que se enfrentó que el Inacán le dieron el TRO? El TRO, ¿cuándo fue, loco? Diablo, loco, qué mierda, loco. ¿Cuándo fue, loco? Para yo buscar esta mierda ahora, loco, es un bobo. Ah, déjame buscar en mi propio video, loco, mi propio video, déjame ver. A buscar mi poca. ¿Cuándo fue, loco? Fue la vez que vaina, la vez que... el último conferencia. Yo no me acuerdo, yo me tengo ese video, en el poco me dice el título, ¿no? Para acá abajo que tiene que estar. Fue, verdad, aquí, el 30 de mayo fue. El 30 de mayo. Y hoy estamos... No, fue 30 de mayo. No, tú estás loco, no fue 30, ¿no? Fue el... Loco, yo no me acuerdo, ¿no? Sí, pero cuando la fecha no es que tiene 15 días, que sabe la fecha. No, pero espera, pero quiero saber el día exacto, loco. Que cuándo fue, loco. Yo ni me acuerdo, loco, ya. Loco, un día, ahorita, en un par de horas, déjame ver. Fue el día, fue el mismo día que el CMA y Microsoft se enfrentan. El último, el segundo conferencia de ellos, de Microsoft y CMA, ese mismo día, Linacan salió y pidió el TRO. Y al otro día se lo aprobaron, no fue al otro día, o el mismo día fue. No, al otro día, Linacan pidió el TRO y al otro día se lo aprobaron. Pues no me acuerdo dónde fue. Sí, lo estoy buscando, el lío, que quiero saber la fecha exacta, loco, para hablar bien, porque yo no voy a hablar loco. Fue como el 14, 13, por ahí fue. O sea que mañana, yo creo que hoy o mañana se cumplen los 15 días ya. Deja ver. Yo creo que hoy o mañana se cumplen los 15 días, si no me equivoco. Pues yo me subí nada y deja ver. Fue el 14 de junio. El 14 de junio fue, el 15, o sea, mañana, yo creo que hoy o mañana es que se termina, o sea que mañana que se termina lo del throw, es mañana. Como dijo Mr. Gotán, 14 o 15 mismo, sí. Fue del 14 y sí, el 14, no fue hoy. O sea, mañana Microsoft puede cerrar. Es hoy se completa, fue el 14 de junio. Y hoy se completa los 15 días. Y mañana, si le quita, si le deniegan el PI al Linacan, puede hacer que Microsoft pueda cerrar mañana. Hoy se termina y mañana dan el juicio. Mañana mismo pueden cerrar. ¿Tú imaginas que mañana cierre? Que le diga que ella mismo ¿cómo break? ¡En celebración! Tenemos champaña y de todo. Evento Anapuruma, ¿qué es esa vaina, misiliano? No, la resolución es mañana, loco, es mañana, loco. Mañana o el lunes. Porque yo me bajé del barco, Chris. ¿Quién se bajó del barco? ¿Tu mamá? Vamos a pasar para atrás para buscarla. El sábado la cierre. Chapote, pero Xbox va ganando. Tú sabes que Xbox siempre gana. El sábado se puede, no está todo cerrado el sábado. Viernes, sábado, no sé sábado, pero viernes o lunes. Hoy solo 15 días ya. Es Rocky. ¿Quién es Rocky? Yo soy CR, mañana la resolución, Cacuevaca, mañana. Mañana la juez da la resolución, CR, mañana, no lunes. Mañana. Puede hacer que decida hoy. ¿Cómo que va a cambiar de opinión, loco? Sí, ¿cómo que, coño, loco? Diablo. No, porque tú vienes de que te bajaste, ¿de qué me bajé? Que tú me estás viendo hablando de vaina negativa, que yo estoy hablando que tú vienes, me bajé, hijo de puta madre, vete de ahí. Loco, ya, oye, digo, te bajaste del barco, oye. Vete, ¿por qué tú se lo dices al otro bando que nunca está subido? Puta madre. Que vienen con, que los otros son los que se apean y quieren venir a decir que uno que se apea. Y este loco el diablo, loco. Entonces, Cere, la juez puede cambiar su opinión para el lunes, pero no para hoy. Porque si, ¿por qué puede decirlo el lunes y no hoy? Pero cuando yo digo que puede hacer hoy, no, hoy no. Pero para el lunes sí. Vamos a ser más serios, loco. No, si la hacen hoy, ya mañana está cerrado. No, ya lo dijo Tom Warry, lo dijo todo el mundo. Es mañana que lleva de la vaina. Tom Warry, todo el mundo lo dijo. Tú verás, deja buscarlo. Que dijo que mañana. Deja ver dónde está. Aquí lo mismo dice en la página. Déjame buscarlo en la página. No, nada más dice 29. A ver. Deja ver. Activision. ¿Dónde está, loco? ¿Dónde fue que lo subió? No me acuerdo. Yo no tenía fijado ahí. Hay que yo subo tanta mierda todo día, loco, para yo hallar esa vaina. ¿Quién lo busca? Florian o algo, seguro lo subió. No, que viene una multicuenta a venir y que a decir que yo me bajé, de que ya te bajaste del barco. Y yo, este loco el diablo. No, o sea, ajá, hoy el último, hoy el cierre y mañana el veredicto. ¿Hasta qué hora fue que dijeron que empieza mañana? Deja ver. Alguien lo subió. Pero mándenme la info, loco, pero ayuden a uno, loco. Diablo, loco, manden la info si te la tienen por ahí. Es lo que fíjate, uno difa, no, oye. Está mal. Pero loco, pero di. Microsoft se está en 60 horas. Estamos cerca del final todos. Sí, pero cuando termina, cuando es el veredicto, deja ver. Porque el viernes que se ha dicho. A ver. Velo aquí. A ver. Coño, pero pon la vaina, loco, que la fecha, loco. En la página de la FTC dice que hoy. O sea, que hoy se acaba, pero no dice el veredicto cuándo es. Coño, pero oye, Cortés subió Tom Warren subió una vaina más larga que el diablo, pues no haya esa mierda, loco. No sé dónde está. Si alguien lo tiene por ahí, que me lo mande. No, 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 Orlando, Activision no dijo eso, eso es falso. Activision no dijo eso, Orlando, eso es falso. Estamos hablando lo que resume. Microsoft lleva todo el día ganando. Ya cuando vengan del break, que pusieron 3 horas, 2 horas y pico, a las 2:30 de San Francisco, va a ser el cierre, el argumento de cierre, el final, el argumento final. Ya hoy se acaba el juicio. Y el resumen, el veredicto es mañana, supuestamente. O sea, mañana, o puede ser que lo diga hoy, no sé. Hoy es el último día, se están preparando para los argumentos finales, porque están en break. Y Microsoft está dando paliza como siempre, desde el día 1 hasta ahora. Oye, los argumentos finales, eso lo vamos a poner con audio y todo, a mí que me importa. Vamos preso todo. Activision dijo que si el juez le da el pi a la FTC, ellos van a renunciar. Eso fue lo que dijo Bobby. Si en este juicio FTC gana, se cae la compra porque Activision va a renunciar. Si gana la FTC, eso fue lo que dijo Bobby. Si gana la FTC. No, 05, Ale, 05 es el día 5, 05. Claro, de la cárcel tenemos poca. Oh, no, que ellos hay mucha gente que está loco. Mucha gente que son Xbox, que son del bando, que son de Microsoft, están como divariando, están como bien haters de la compra, loco. Un viaje gringo, un viaje español, un viaje de todos lados, como que está medio hater, loco, como que le dije que son Xbox, que son pro consumidores, que son esto, y tú lo ves como que no quieren que la compra se dé, loco, como que odian que se dé esa compra. Como que si la compra se da, se le va a morir un familiar. O va a quedar en la calle, bancarrota. Así en la calle pueden quedar porque nadie lo va a ver. Pero no entiendo. A lo que más le conviene que se dé esta compra es la misma Activision. Porque esa gente se va a llevar una millonada. Una millonada se van a llevar esa gente si esa compra se da. Acuérdense que si esa compra no se da, la bolsa van a bajar y van a volverlo acoso. La demanda de acoso de nuevo hacia Activision se va a poner fea, loco. Es que no, es que se cae, Jess, sí. Porque lo que quiere Lina Khan es por 2 años. O sea, Microsoft no puede cerrar por 2 años. Tienen que irse a pelear y durar el tiempo que vaya a durar los juicios en todos lados. Hasta que ellos ganen. Microsoft está pensando cerrar por arriba de FTC y CMA. Pero si Lina Khan gana, no puede cerrar por 2 años. Entonces va a tener que esperar el juicio o sea, el juicio de. Si se cerraría la compra, aunque Lina Khan gane, si se cerraría este año la compra. Si van a lo normal, a los juicios normales, las fechas que tienen, si se cierra este año, por la vía normal, pero Microsoft quiere cerrarla porque quiere asegurarse. No, porque, por ejemplo, si Lina Khan gana, un ejemplo, porque hay que poner todos los ángulos, si Lina Khan gana y Activision no desiste, ellos tienen que ir el juicio de agosto, el 2 de agosto de la FTC, el 28 de julio con la CMA, y tienen que hacer el proceso como va, la fecha que va. Y si Microsoft le gana a CMA, que le va a ganar a FTC, ya la compra, ya se dio la compra, se dio ya. Y no va a haber remedio ni nada, porque Microsoft le ganó. El único lado que hay remedio, voy a ver, la única forma que puede haber remedio es que se pongan de acuerdo la reguladora y Microsoft. Pero si van a pelear y Microsoft gana, no va a haber remedio. La compra se apruebe ya, sin remedio, sin nada. No, la juez no aprueba la compra. La juez está aquí para para decidir si Linacan puede prohibir que Microsoft no cierre en 2 años y vaya a lo legal, a lo normal, a los juicios, a la fecha normal. Eso es lo que ella está. O si no, si ella no le da la razón a la FTC, Microsoft va a poder cerrar. Y cuando viene a ver Microsoft lo cierra, cuando viene a ver engañando, nos están engañando. Cuando viene a ver Microsoft y Activision están combinados para pelear hasta el final, pasar, renegociar el contrato y todo. Y cuando viene a ver, están haciendo esto para meter presión, Porque aunque el INACAN gane, la compra se de este año, porque el juicio del INACAN es agosto, el 2 de agosto. Y el de CMA el 28 de julio. Este año se resuelve. Yo lo veo estúpido que Activision se rinda cuando la compra ya el último juicio es en agosto, el de vaina, el de Linacan, el 2 de agosto, o sea, 28 de julio con el CMA y en agosto 2 con Linacan. Y esos juicios van a durar un par de días, como una semana que van a durar cada juicio. Un par de días, igual que este así. O sea que la compra. ¿Cuál fe? Pon una iglesia con esa fe, ¿a quién? No digo yo a quién, que te he preguntado. Yo me estoy leyendo el chat porque yo estoy expresándome. No, a Activision le conviene más que se dé la compra que 3.000 millones. ¿Qué tú prefieres, 3.000 millones o 70.000 millones, Josué? Josué, ¿qué tú prefieres, 3.000 millones o 70.000 millones? Josué. ¿Qué prefiere Activision? Ganarse 3.000 millones, seguir con la pela, que siguen, siguen tratando de tirar un Call of Duty bueno, que se rompa, que esto, que ello, o los 70.000 millones. No 7.000, 70.000. No 7.000, 70.000 millones. No 7.000, pusiste 7.000, Harald. Pues dilo así, tú tienes que decir, Josué, desde el principio, los 3.000 y los 70.000, o sea, son 73.000, ahí tuve, pero no digas una vaina después lo quieres arreglar después. Sí, pero si ellos se retiran, las sanciones bajan. Mira lo que pasa, si le dan los 3.000 millones y ellos se retiran, las sanciones bajan, porque las sanciones están arriba por Microsoft. Y vuelven los acosos, la gente, la vaina de acoso, la demanda y la vaina. Y va a volver para abajo Activision. Y recuerda que Call of Duty cada vez más tiene menos jugadores. ¿Qué es lo que es Fanny? Recuerda que Call of Duty cada vez que sale una información son menos jugadores. Bobby va a ganar 500 millones de dólares si se da la compra. Loco, Bobby lo dijo ya, Domi. Bobby lo dijo, esto es una oportunidad. Él lo dijo. Pero que los 3.000 no son de Bobby, animalazo. Los 3.000 de la compañía. Diablo, coño, tú eres bruto, Dorito. Los 3.000 no de Bobby, de la compañía. ¿Cuánta gente no hay en esa compañía? ¿Tú crees que cuánto le va a tocar a Bobby de esos 3.000? ¿Tú crees que le van a tocar 500 millones? Es para repartir, loco, 3.000 millones. Y no va a tener, y Bobby lo dijo, que es una presión, que Call of Duty no es para siempre y que puede hacer que un año Call of Duty se vaya a la mierda. Entonces todo. Oye, Activision depende más de Call of Duty. Un Call of Duty que salga un Call of Duty y no funcione, o venga otro shooter que le pase por arriba a Call of Duty, ya eso no es lo mismo. Entonces él lo dijo, esta oportunidad de esta compra no va a volver a suceder, porque Microsoft le está pagando a 95, no es las acciones, de 60 por ahí. De 60 no es por ahí. Él lo dijo el mismo Bobby, que esta es una oportunidad que no se repite. Yo no veo YouTube en Xbox, en Warner. Mira, el juez, una pregunta. El juez se está viendo que está a favor de los proconsumidor, ¿verdad? El juez, ¿verdad? FTC se ve proconsumidor. Ah, ¿cuándo la FTC ha dicho que la compra perjudica a los usuarios? ¿Cuándo lo ha dicho? ¿A quién es que ella dice que perjudica la compra? La FTC, ¿a quién se refiere cuando dice que perjudica? ¿A quién que se refiere? Cuando dice que perjudica, ¿a quién que se refiere la FTC en el juicio? La FTC, ¿a quién se refiere? A la compañía Sony, a la compañía, al mercado, a Sony. No se refiere a los usuarios, a los consumidores. Cada vez que ella habla que perjudica a la competencia, no a los usuarios. Ya yo sé quién es este tipo, Luis, adiós. Yo sé que tú vienes con lo mío. Ya yo sé quién tú eres. De una vez te bloqueo por lo mismo. ¿No te acuerdas que, cómo es que tú te llamas? El nombre se me olvidó. Lo mismo, va a venir con lo mismo, que la FTC no regula los usuarios, sino la compañía, y salió una vaina que dio prueba de que él ha regulado a los consumidores. Oye, este tipo, un tipo con otra cuenta, un dominicano ahí, no me acuerdo cómo se llama, que es una Bond de Point, la mamá Point, a la Argentina, dijo que la FTC, lo mismo que te dice, que la FTC está para preocuparse a la compañía, o sea, que, ¿cómo te digo? Que vela por la compañía, no por el consumidor. Y después de esa fecha, salían pila de cosas diciendo que la reguladora está para preocuparse por los consumidores, no por la compañía. ¿Tú viste lo que dijo este tipo ahí? Que la FTC está para la compañía, no para el usuario. Coño, lo que yo te digo, yo te agarro con esta silla, loco. Si yo te agarro con esta silla, loco, así, ¿no? Abusador. Y después de ahí desapareció. Y después volvió y dijo una payasada y lo baneamos. La gente, loco, la gente, loco. Estos fanboys, loco, que quieren que la compra se caiga nada más para decir, ah, se cayó, play la número uno, play la... Oye, a esa gente no le interesa si es consumidor la compra, si beneficia, no. Esa gente lo que quiere es que la compra se caiga para decir, mi play la número uno, play la mejor, play tumbó la compra, play. Es para eso que ellos quieren. A ellos no les importa si beneficia o no beneficia. Lo de ellos está en Twitter, en las redes, en YouTube, comentando. La boquita. Eso es lo que ellos quieren. Para eso que ellos están, para decir mi play, the best play, I love play, ah, play, ya, y ya. Velo aquí lo que dice aquí, ve, vamos a matarlo, porque a mí me gusta matar a esta gente, así, mira, ve. Mira que dice aquí, ve. Tú sabes que a mí me gusta matar a esta gente, mira que dice aquí, mira, ve. Espérate, ¿dónde está? ¿Qué dice aquí? La Comisión Federal de Comercio Federal de Trade Commission, FTC, es la Agencia Nacional de Protección del Consumidor de los Estados Unidos. Su misión es proteger a los consumidores. Hijo de tu maldita madre. Velo ahí. Proteger a los consumidores de prácticas engañosas y desleales. Consumidores.
La boquita.
Coño, esta gente que vienen a hablar mierda sin saber, loco. Coño, loco. Me quilla esta gente, loco. Que vienen a hablar sin saber, loco. Dios mío. Ahí nunca mencionó compañía. Todos los quitos viejos, loco, que vienen como y cuenta a hablar y que saben de leyes, que aquello, que yo sé, que no, porque mi YouTube dijo, que no, la FTC está para proteger a la compañía, no a los consumidores. Los consumidores se cargan a otra gente. ¿Quién? La FFFA. La FFFA. ¿Quién se encarga de los consumidores? Coño, loco, esta gente, loco, me quilla, loco. Dios mío. Shh. KFC apoya a los consumidores, no la FTC. Diache, loco, esta gente vienen a pasar vergüenza, loco. A ponerse un chat, a hablar mierda, como que sí, que yo tengo la razón. No, tú estás mal, yo sé, sí, yo sé, lo sé. Y mira, tú le buscas la prueba. Y después, si yo estaba aquí, no lo había baneado, busco otra excusa para defenderse. Porque así son. Loco, ya cállense, ustedes falta. La compra se va a dar. Ustedes tienen que soportar, superarlo, aguantar la pela que le vamos a dar. La burla que le vamos a hacer, como nosotros aguantamos cuando ustedes se burlan de nosotros. Y ya, todo el mundo feliz. Después de un par de días eso pasa. Y la gente vive normal como que no ha pasado nada. Y ya. Puede ser top, puede ser, pero no estoy seguro, pero puede ser que sí. Porque cuando a la vez digo que no y lo da. Puede ser que sí, puede ser que no. Modo robar rumores. Puede ser que sí, puede ser que no. Pues si pasa cualquiera de los dos, decir, lo dije. Puede ser que sí y puede ser que no. Cualquiera de las dos que pase, me voy a poner una medallita porque lo dije. Así hay mucha gente. Que dicen los dos para cuando pasa cualquiera de los dos. Lo dije, lo dije, lo dije. Diablo. ¿Qué es lo que? Dejen su like, que empieza en un rato esta vaina. Diablo, yo me comí una hamburguesa, pero todavía tengo hambre. Vaya un juego de carro ahí. Boom, 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 boom. Pues jugamos Forza ahí. Jugamos Forza mientras estamos aquí ahí. Yo puedo jugar Forza, loco, con el guía. Para que ustedes vean cómo juego. Ya, lo que el guía no se ve, loco, diablo. Yo tengo una camarita aquí, deja ver. Una webcam para ponerla para el guía. Deja buscarla. Y 80, ¿verdad? Aquí está misma. Y por la. Tengo mi pistola por si tú estás en el gimnasio. Verá, aquí esta camarita. Tú ves, esta camarita yo la puedo poner aquí. Se va a ver los regueros y la vaina y lo que tú sabes. Pile cable, pile vaina. Tengo mi pistola por si tú estás en el gimnasio. Tengo mi pistola por si tú estás en el gimnasio. Es que se ve un reguerazo, loco de. Ya, no puede ponerse como así, como voltearse del otro lado para que se ponga ahí, ve, pa. Y ahí se ve nítido. Se va a un viaje reguero. Es que hay muchos regueros, loco. Yo compré la vaina para montar el guía. ¿Cómo se llama? El guía, la vaina donde tú lo montas, el guía, la base, la vaina. Viene con silla, pero yo no compré la silla porque el que yo compré, ustedes lo van a ver cuando me llega mañana. Es para esto, ve. Para esto, la vaina que tú pones todo. Pa, 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 pa. Tú pones tu engancha de guía, la vaina, lo cambio, el guía, el pedal, y lo pones entonces como una vaina bacana. Y con esta misma silla yo lo pongo aquí, pa, y es como pa. O compro la silla bacana, pero que es muy bajita, como la mesa mía muy alta, y la vaina muy grande, con la silla, así como floor racing de verdad. Me ocupa mucho espacio, entonces va a ser incómodo. Por eso no lo compré así. Con esta misma silla, yo lo muevo, lo pongo ahí, pa. Vamos a jugar, sí. No se va a ver el guía por ahora, pero vamos a jugar. Cuando falte media hora del juicio, me avisa. Para tumbar. ¿Sabe? A ver, vamos a jugar Force. A mí me gusta este juego de nieve, loco. No, el de for Speed, loco, la policía que no está atrás. Es que Forza es demasiado pro, loco. Forza es muchacho, ese carro me funde. No, aquí, porque aquí te cae atrás la policía y la vaya. Vamos a jugar Need for Speed. Porque Need for Speed te queda detrás de la policía, loco, y tú te pasas jodiendo con la policía. Y gracias por esa donación, ya, los millonarios sí que me gusta que me hagan rico. No nada malo con, a mí también. Ok, está todo bien, vamos. Tiene copyright esta vaina. Deja ver. Espérate que esta tiene copyright, la cresta, espérate, vamos a pausar. ¿Se escucha? Sí, ¿verdad? Ah, aquí está el copyright. Hay una vaina que tú quites. Ah, verdad que yo puedo hacerlo aquí. Aquí está el copyright. Sí, pues el copyright, esta opción de esta vaina. Ajuste. Vamos a hacerlo aquí con el mando. ¿Cómo está opción? No, copyright. Oye, está muteado. Coño, dame esta opción aquí. Vamos a meter la opción aquí, loco. ¿Cómo yo pongo aquí con esta vaina? No me deja poner el mouse, loco. Oh. Ah, que me está leyendo el mando de vaina. Espérate, ah, el sonido. Aquí está la vaina, la música, loco. Porque tiene copyright esta música, loco. Música de modo libre, esa es la de copyright, ¿verdad? Volumen de maestro de música. No, yo la voy a quitar la música. Yo puse modo libre, pero la vamos a quitar por si acaso, porque yo no quiero. A lo que empecé, gracias John Pérez por esa donación, gama. Prr, prr. La alerta, te activa la alerta, ¿sabes? Alerta, pendiente. Que el camarón que se duerma se lo lleva en lo con. Y la alerta, mete la alerta. Ah, la alerta, estaba vaina, ya lo. La activé. Aquí, se ve el juego ahí. ¿Ustedes están viendo el juego ahí? ¿Se ve el juego? Yo quité la música, loco. Es con guía, con vaina, esto es lo que vamos a hacer. Estamos enviciados con esto. La creta que pro, loco, me siento pro. Es aprendiendo que estamos, Soy embuste, soy yo jodiendo, vamos. Tú estás loco, lo mejor de esta vaina, vamos. El día lo me siento pro, loco, pasando cambio, la creta, me siento. La policía, la policía, la policía, la policía, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. La policía, Mayday, Mayday. ¡Ah, la policía, Mayday, Mayday! El pipo choqué. La creta, no vi eso, la creta. El pipo, espérate, espérate, para acá atrás. La creta, me siento pro, loco, me siento pro, la creta. Pipo, me tira la creta, la creta, la tercera. No, chapote. Estaba aprendiendo, Pero ¿qué pasó, diablo, loco? Que yo me emociono, loco. Estoy aprendiendo, mi gente, estoy aprendiendo, pero despacio. Tengo la precisión de un relocación. Tengo mi pistola. Pipo, 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 pipo. ¡No! ¡La creta! ¡Maté a uno! ¡El diablo! ¡El diablo! La creta, loco. Diablo. La policía, la policía, la policía. Déjame ver que venga. Loco, que yo me confundo, loco, ¡No, maldito Marco! Diablo, loco. No, para que yo paso el cambio. Tengo que darle una sola vez para que yo paso el cambio, animal. Es que yo me emociono, loco. Yo creo que estoy. Yo me emociono, loco. Tú ves, ahí sí, vamos. Estamos aprendiendo ya. Recuerda, una sola vez, chapote. Ahí está, vamos, ya. Ahora sí, vamos. Yo no me veo la creta. Un Houdini, la creta que es esa vaina. Estamos aprendiendo, vamos, 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 vamos. Lo dejé botado. Por magos que son, vamos. Vamos. Mira otra policía aquí, ve, esto me está dale, ve. Vamos, coño, así ya estamos aprendiendo ya. Así que me gusta. Vamos, así que me gusta, así que la quiero, vamos. Atrás, 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 botado. Vamos, 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 vamos. No, se metió tercera, la creta, no. ¡No! ¡Reversa! 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 ¡Ey, reversa! ¡Se cayó, se salió el guía! ¡Me va a agarrar la policía! ¡No! ¡Se salió el guía! ¡No! ¡Se cayó el guía! ¡No! ¡Me va a meter preso! ¡No! ¡Ey, espérate, espérate! Se quitó! ¡Reversa! ¡Reversa! Espérate que... Se salió esta vaina. El diablo, loco. Mañana me llega la vaina ya, loco. A un guito guay, cuidado. Mañana me llega la vaina, mañana vamos a estar más pro porque mañana... Tú estás loco, nosotros somos pro, vamos. Acelera. Vamos, que me gusta, loco. Me siento... Vamos, vamos, policía, vamos, vamos. ¿Cómo yo sueno? La alerta. La vaina, el Claton, el Claton. ¿Dónde está el Claton aquí? ¡Papá! Dame, tiene cinco cambios, tiene este carro. Diablo, 5 cambios nada más, loco. Se va a fundir. Se va a fundir. Vamos. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Yo tengo que aprender, loco. Yo soy muy manco todavía. Yo no sé manejar mechanic. Pero estamos aprendiendo porque somos, pero vamos. Diablo, qué pro me siento pasando cambio, loco. Me siento que yo soy Saiyajin Blue, Brian O'Connor, Toretto, vamos. Vamos, Dios mío, acelera. El mejor del bloque, vamos. Oh, Dios mío, oh, Dios mío, oh, Dios mío, oh, Dios mío, Dios mío. Vamos, vamos, el diablo. Me siento... corre, que no me veo. El medio, loco. Tú sabes que es Brian O'Connor que está aquí. Coño. Ay, no me vaya. Un policía, un policía, un policía. ¡Puf! Vamos, manco, el DH. ¡Mu, mu, 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 mu! ¡Mu, mu, 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 mu! ¡Guau! Vamos, 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 acelera. Vamos, acelera, chapote, vamos. Vamos, vamos, venga el tope mi solo, vengan. Venga el tope mi solo. People 4, no, me equivoqué ahí, vamos. Vamos, 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 vamos. Puf. Caíme atrás, ven, tu madre. Brum, brum, brum. Brum, brum, brum. Chipichi. Vamos, 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 Cacuevaca, Supersónico, el mejor de base in the house. Vamos, vamos. ¿Quién me intimida? Ven, que te voy a esperar, ven, que te voy a esperar, ven, que te voy a esperar, ven. Ven, que te voy a esperar, ven. Ven, 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 ven. Ya llegaste, ven. Ya llegaste. Yo estoy al lado tuyo, ey! Ven, que estoy al lado tuyo, ¿y qué? Ven. No, el 3, Diablo. Pues el policía me dejó botado, ¿y qué? Este policía se manco, es miedo que me tiene. Vamos, vamos, acelera, vamos. Chapote cambio, vamos, 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 vamos. No, el quinto loco. Diablo, loco. Fue el diablo, loco, la creta. El diablo, acelera, vamos. ¿Cómo que yo cambio la vaina, la guía, la vaina esta, aquí, velo ahí. Mira mi carrito, papá, para que vean que yo soy el pro. Mira, mira, a ver. Vamos a ver. Boom. La creta, loco. Diablo, loco, el mejor, loco. Ya. Demasiada acción por hoy. Demasiada acción por hoy. ¿Cómo yo salgo de aquí ahora? Ajuste. Salir. Ya, ¿vieron cómo que se juega, mi gente? Pro. ¿Sabes que somos pro? ¿Sabes que somos pro? Eso calentando, para que vean cómo venimos full con esta vaina, Vamos a quitar este juego ya. Demasiada acción por hoy. La creta, loco. Qué pro, loco. Diablo, loco. Fórmula 1, loco, un psicópata. Forza Horizon 5, un psicópata. ¿Qué dijo Canadá? Canadá dijo que le preocupa la compra, pero ya su tiempo de preocupación pasó, expiró. O sea que no tiene sentido, porque ya expiró. Ella tiene una fecha límite el 30 de mayo para presentar sus preocupaciones y lo dijo ya tarde. O sea, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. ¿Qué fue lo que corrió de Phil? ¿Cómo así? Lo del amante, digo, un amante, una amante. ¿Cuál correo? ¿Qué correo, loco? ¿Qué correo lo que tú me estás hablando a mí? ¿Cuánto falta para que empiece? ¿Cuánto falta? Los de se hablan bien. Me tienen cansado en tu director lo azul, hablando bien. ¿Cuánto falta? Una champaña de marca. ¿Cómo la champaña tiene marca? ¿Cómo así de marca? El correo de Pinocho Express engañó a los desarrolladores. ¿Cuál correo, loco? ¿Qué sé yo qué correo me están hablando? Yo ni sé. Estoy perdido. Una MOE vale como cuánto, como $80, ¿no es? $60, ¿qué es ello? Somos muy pobres, eso es muy caro, loco. Mi presupuesto no me llega y compré una champaña de ese precio, tú estás loco, eso es para rico, loco. Hey, what's up, John? We waiting here for the break launch. Today's the final. Today's the final. Today is finishing. It's finito, today finito. Today is finito, break, break. ¿Cómo yo pongo una vaina de break? Déjame poner break long, pate. ¿Cuánto falta? Vamos a poner un conteo. Déjame poner un conteo. Conteo. No, yo no puedo ponerlo aquí en conteo porque me sale vaina, déjame ver. Yo de un conteo aquí mismo déjame ver, en Streamlabs. No hay un clock aquí mismo que te lo pongan ellos mismos. El Streamlabs, déjame ver. A ver, ponemos un conteo para poner ahí. Eh, a buscar un conteo. ¿Qué hora es? A las 2:30. Y yo lo veo ahora. Yo voy a poner un conteo para que la gente sepa. Y poner ahí break. Para que la gente sepa que estamos en break. Déjame ver. Ahora me está esto. Todos los week, güey. Clock. No hay uno de clock. Como de tiempo. Déjame ver. Ah, objetivo de donaciones ya. Créditos finales. Sponsor. YouTube. Objetivo de suscriptor. No hay un clock, loco, aquí. ¿Cuánto cobra esa, Francisco? Déjame ver. Allá van a ser la una. Son faltan. No. ¿Una cuánto? No. No hay. No se ve. No es así, no. No se ve el tiempo. Qué va. Pues, yo quería borrar esto y borré la cámara. Qué mamá pingo está loco. Un conteo, vamos a poner un conteo, captura de ventana aquí, ¿vale? No se ve. Loco, como yo pongo un conteo aquí, loco, la creta, loco, qué maldita mierda, loco. Coño, loco. Me quilla esta vaina, loco. Me aprieta que el diablo. Como yo pongo un conteo aquí. Hola aquí, coño, ya la creta. Maldita bruteza, loco. Ahí ya. Conteo, loco. Ya. Tú ahora sí, somos pro, loco. Somos pro. Bueno, ahí empieza el juicio. Diablo, pasa mucho, loco. Vayan pajeándose haciendo algo. La creta. El diablo, este juicio dura más que el diablo. Vamos a ponerlo aquí en el mismo medio mío porque no me va sacándome las bolas. Mi gente, vengo ahora, voy a buscar algo de comer, Vengo ahora. Ahí el tiempo para que la gente vea. Vengo ahora, voy a buscar algo de comer, tú sabes, mientras en ese tiempo, this is the time for start the final, de time, ¿ok? Right. Ya han pasado 8 minutos, la creta. ¿Qué es lo que dice aquí, John? Alguien me dijo ahí de esa vaina, pues yo no sé. No, yo no lo he visto nada. I don't see that yet. Vengo ahora, uh, I need to eat something. I come back. That's the time for the start. You know what I say. ¿Cuánto que quedan? ¿Cuánto quedan? Déjame ver, quedan. Son media hora. Soy 56. 34 minutos que quedan. Aquí está mal, loco. Déjame ver. 34. Ahí ya, ahora estamos bien. Pero tengo ese aire prendido. Le va a coger caliente la play. ¿Qué es lo que le pasa a mi micrófono? Que se le da el teque teque. Teque teque ahora. Yo lo puedo arreglar. Esta cámara se bajó cuando estás jugando el juego de carro, de simulador. Cuando estás jugando Need for Speed, loco. Ahí, déjame ver. El micrófono mío le está dando el teque teque, loco. No sé por qué. Vamos a ver si funciona. Wey. ¿Qué es lo que? ¿Cómo se escucha? Escucha bien bacano. Oye, ¿qué es lo que? Yo soy dominicano. Escucha mejor, lo sé que sigue escuchando mal como ahorita. Wey, ¿qué es lo que? ¿Por qué se escucha como bajito? Prendo. Very good. Thank. Mi gente, que lo que se escucha bien ya. Mira cómo me escucho, hasta con subtítulos salgo. ¿Se escucha bien ya o todavía? Güey, que lo que uno, dos, tres probando, chapote improvisando. Oye, que lo que el mejor del bloque. Voy a agarrar, te voy a romper porque tiene cote. Por de la galaxia, me lo cansa. Palomán. Está bajito. ¿Por qué está bajito? ¿Y por qué dice que está bajito? Yo lo tengo alto. No, no, ¿qué está pasando? ¿Por qué dice que se escucha bajito? Yo lo tengo alto, que la altera. Y ahí, uno, dos, tres probando, chapote improvisando. Oye, hello, what is sticky my guay. Y ahí, hello. Oye, uno, dos probando, chapote improvisando. Cuando me alejo del micrófono no me escucho. Tengo un flow bacano, te lo digo porque soy un capucho. Lo que pasa es que formateé la PC y se le quitó el setting. Y tengo que volver a ver un video que vi de un tipo ahí, cómo hacer el setting para tenerlo como antes. Pero supuestamente mi voz se escucha bien locutor. Se escucha bien pro, bien sexy, bien romantic. Had a little ratch. Recuerda que cuando empieza se pone, ¿saben? El que no tenga el link no puede entrar. Ok. Ahí no estoy pegado y se sigue escuchando bien porque yo soy como el Eden, que lo que Jan. Loco subió un video, ese caco de Morfeo. Mañana viernes de chela en la plataforma verde jugando Only Up. Esa vaina. Y rompiendo a todos los haters de nosotros. ¿Sabes? Plataforma verde, la única. Recuerden mañana la plataforma verde encendida, chela, jugando juegos. Eh, sigan ahí. Sigan ahí. Vamos a un extensible pronto en la plataforma verde. Vamos a un extensible. Ustedes saben, siempre chapot. Hello, cunt. Recuerden, que vamos a a la plataforma. ¿Para qué ese contador? Para que empiece el final de los finales. Sí, el último día hoy, después que esperar el veredicto, pero es el último, ya el último día de juicio. Ahora vienen los argumentos finales del juicio, los argumentos finales. Todo lo mejor va a salir ahora. O sea, si Microsoft va a decir, no, porque Sony hace esto, porque Sony, eso, todo eso va a salir ahora. Todo eso. Si todo lo que Microsoft se tiene guardado en contra de Sony, porque como la CFTC nada más dice Sony, va a salir ahora. Yo creo que si hay cosas que aún no han salido, van a salir ahora. De que Sony me hace esto, Sony me hace aquello, Sony esto, Sony aquello, Sony aquello, Sony hace esto, Sony esto, Sony esto, Sony esto. No sé, loco, no, eso no sé. ¿Qué sé yo? Por mí fuera hoy, pero imagínate, yo imagino que los jueces tienen que, con sus abogados, tienen que estar chequeando y estudiando a ver qué decisión van a tomar. Pero en los juicios de cómplice, es ahí mismo que ellos dicen que tú sabes que pasa la carta, culpable, no culpable. 35 votan culpables, 200 no. Eso lo hacen el mismo día, ve acá. Y esa dema, loco. Y esa dema supersónica. Creo que mi gente llegó ¿Ya empezó? O sí, ya empezó. ¿Sabes? Ya empezó. Güey, empezó, pues yo no escucho nada, ya empezó. O sea, ya se pusieron ready. Estoy adentro, mi gente, estamos adentro, ya empezó. Se quité el tiempo aquí. Eh, Vamos a ver cuando empiece. Ya empezó ya. Pero todavía no han hablado. Así que todo el mundo vaya entrando. Link, la vaina, que vamos. Hola, mi gente. Le habla Chapote, el más chapotente. Porque yo soy un claro evidente. Our picky consistente. Ya están ready, ya llegan la gente. Ya llegan la gente, Ya llegan la gente. Ya empezó el juicio. O sea, en Zoom ya se empezó. Pero estamos adentro. Jaja, porque si somos inteligentes. La gente que va a querer entrar ahora seguro no lo va a dejar porque va a estar lleno ya. Es inteligente, inteligente como chapotente, you know. Va a empezar, mi gente. Va a empezar esta vaina. Y vayan entrando, vayan los links, la vaina. Recuerden, recuerden, recuerden. O sea, tú ves cuando terminó el juicio ayer. Ayer, cuando terminó, al ratito, yo dije, me acordé y abrí el Zoom y dejé la computadora amanecer prendida. Para que no venga diga que me dejó afuera, que tú estás loco. El mejor, papá, soy yo. El mejor. O sea, ya, entonces quiere decir que ya el veredicto no es transmitido, lo dice cuando sea, lo van a decir, ya lo van a comunicar y ya, ¿verdad? Porque se dice que puede ser domingo, cualquier día. Me imagino que si no tiene un día específico es porque no lo van a transmitir más, o sea que todo lo último ya. Eso es lo que yo entiendo, ¿verdad? O sea que el veredicto lo dicen cualquier día, o sea que no van a ver, ya no hay más Zoom y más vaina. Yo tiran un comunicado por ahí y ya. En la página, seguro, ajá, en la página. Le avisan a los vainas. Supuestamente puede ser mañana, pasado, domingo, lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves. Pero supuestamente era mañana, pues después yo veo que están como cambiando, que puede ser sábado, domingo, lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes. Ayer la vi solita, no pueden darlo ahora. No sé, loco, no, yo soy juez. ¿Qué soy yo? No soy juez. No sé, amigos y amigas. Chapote guaya la champaña, que llegamos con todo y hazaña. Oye, que lo que se te empaña. Yo tengo lo bacano. Mira cómo estiro la telaraña. El loco tiene la gaña. Ya, qué fritalero soy. Soy una mente brillante. Soy una mente brillante cuando yo brillo. Oye, que lo que, por lo tanto yo te humillo. Oh. Hello, hello, my people. How are you today? Fine, thank you. El traductor me entiende lo que yo digo. A Nutella, Nutella, el papá de Nutella. Yo no sé qué evento es eso de que Anapurna. A mí me están hablando de un evento que se llama Anapurna. Yo no sé qué evento es ese. Anapurna son los que. Pero el trade dijeron que el trade no se había anunciado que iba a llegar en paz. No. O se anunció fue. Que fue. Yo vi que alguien dijo algo, yo no sé. Luego que yo estoy en la compra, loco. Estamos en el juicio, en esta vaina. ¿Quién está pendiente? Diga que gato, que va a llegar un gato a Game Pass o que va a llegar. Yo me estoy en eso, loco. Yo me estoy en eso. Yo jugué ese juego y no me gustó. Estaba sobrevalorado ese juego. No estoy en gato. Estoy en chippy chippy. Estoy en chippy, en perro, no en gato ahora mismo. Tú ves, llega un juego nuevo de perro. Tú ves, ahí sí, tú sabes, ahí estamos contentos, very good. Vamos a poner esto entonces porque sí, todavía parece que para este tiempo ahí porque empiece. Ya van a cerrar la compra. ¿Quién te lo dijo? Oye, que lo que, tú eres un mendigo. Llegó Chapote, el papá de los chapotijos. Que yo agarro y te doy el control del tijo. El diablo rapero. Anapurna. Yo ni sabía lo que era Anapurna. ¿A ti no te gustó Ori? ¿A ti no te gustó Ori? Ya me están los pileros que dicen que no mencionan a Ori como indie. Vamos a bloquearlo. Banelo, banelo, banelo. Un evento de banelo, banelo. ¿Cómo que no vamos a estar mencionando a Ori? Lo que es Sadema, que es lo que más las ve. La gente, no sé dónde está la gente, no veo a la gente activa, la gente, acuérdense que esto se va a poner. Vengo de Twitter y ya sacaron la compra. Vamos a ver. Si es mentira, baneado. Ahora viene lo último del juicio y según este será la compra. Si es mentira, lo banean, ¿eh? Pues mentiroso. Aquí montamos un chiste, ¿eh? Momentos así, momentos finales. A ver. Ah, la gente está dando su veredicto, la gente. ¿Quién es? ¿Cómo se llama? Se llama Mario Gómez. Adiós, Mario. Un placer conocerte. Adiós, Mario. Un placer conocerte. La gente sabe que nadie se preocupa por los consumidores. Que diga la FTC. Solo se preocupa por. Solo se preocupa por qué se preocupa. Por Sony. 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 ¿Se acuerda lo de Don Matrix? TV, 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 TV. Así está la FTC. Sony, 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 Sony. TV, 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 Sony, 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 PlayStation, PlayStation, Sony. Sony, Sony, PlayStation, PlayStation. Sony, Sony, PlayStation. PlayStation, Sony, 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 PlayStation, PlayStation, Sony, 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 PlayStation, PlayStation, Sony, Sony, PlayStation, PlayStation, Sony, Sony, Bethesda, 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 2019, Bethesda, 2021, Bethesda, 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 Sony, 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 PlayStation, PlayStation. Así se pasa la FTC. Así está la FTC. Hola, ¿cómo están todos? Llegó Chapote, el papá de todos los chapotodos. Nervioso porque si lo que viene, los argumentos finales. No es que se viene la FTC va a usar sus mejores argumentos y Microsoft va a usar sus mejores argumentos del final de la pelea, de la batalla. Eso es lo que va a pasar. ¿Tienes miedo, Malabé, tan nervioso de que la CMA tenga mejor argumento final que Microsoft? Eso dices, no, Malabé, no, ¿cómo así? Manconi, Caco de Guariloni, está dentro de mí. Wow, qué rico. Yeah, they only like see the time here. They back. They back already. Yeah, English, English, yes, English. English, please. Yes, English, English, English. Yes. English, English, yes, English, English. English, English, English. English, bro. English, English, English. English, English. English, English. KFC, English. English. So they're not talking yet. They're not talking. So ¿cómo se llama? And soon start, but they're not talking yet. Soon they start already, but they're not talking. I think in this time they start talking. They say 2:30. It's 2:17. No, yes, 2:17. Yes. Thank you, Fast Skater. Donation, millonario. They're not talking yet. Distinctly very good. Ojalá ver donación. Oh, thank you. Thank you, donation. Donation, thank you, donation, donation. Thank you, Fast Skater, millonario. Money, money, money. Claro, porque le di en tiempo. They take 3 hours, the break. Because they had to be ready for the final. Oh my God, Pistingly very good. Oh yeah. Te cogían 3 horas de receso, de break, para prepararse para el final. Por eso cogía mucho tiempo. Pistingly very good. Tengo este Rebul que tiene 10 años ahí. Thank you, Braid. Braid, ¿cómo es Braid? Braid Soul. Stingly. Es lo que Jimmy. Tengo parada, la tengo parada. Abájatela. Ponte hielo. Échate agua fría. No, mañana la chela, mañana en la plataforma verde. Tomorrow here. Vamos a estar, muchachos, aquí, mira, ve. Tomorrow here, we. Chelas. Cervezas. Beer. ¿Qué es eso? Beer. Distingue very good. Mi porcentaje de aprobación en el veredicto. Honestamente, siendo honesto, loco. Francamente, honesto. No, mañana no va a haber más el juicio. Este es el último, ya no va a haber más nada. Mañana es. Mañana de chela, de la noche. No hay juicio ya, esto es lo último ya. El veredicto. El veredicto va a ser random. Siendo sincero. FTC 5. Microsoft 70,000 millones. 70,000 million. Microsoft. Bloquea a Mario. Mentira. They're not talking yet. They're not talking. We're here waiting. 7:30. No, 30 es mucho por la FTC, abusador. Jerón. 70 es mucho. That's too much, 70. Está loco. 35.5. Y así no, está dando demasiado, loco. 95.5 está. 95.5. Microsoft winning. No, Adonis, demasiado. 20 demasiado, Adonis, demasiado. 20, that's too much. 20, no. FTC like 5. O 10. No, 5, 5, 5. 5, look. La que empieza, la que empieza FTC, la jueza lo dijo. Ella dijo, el juez dijo, FTC start with the final. Ya lo pistingly, loco. Wow, wow. Ya, che. El que empieza va a ser FTC empieza. Microsoft close. Close de las. ¿Cómo se dice argumento? Argument. Pistingly. Hello, what is Tiki? Big, cheap. Very little, rich, very little, very cheap, very little. Yeah, Microsoft win all the time, 24/7, in the world, in the life, forever, forever. Lo que pasa, Chapote, que yo sufro de mucho nervio en estas cosas, que lo que maravillosas. Si se cae la compra, se te cae un pétalo de rosa. ¡El diablo! Yo quiero ya me dio aleja. El día oh my god, Guy. Oh Dios mío, Guy. ¿Qué dinero es ese? EBRL. Oh my god, la alerta, ¿dónde está alerta box? Alerta para que suene. Ya está sonando ahí, alerta. Vamos. Brasil, das Brasil. Victory, dice Guy. Thank you, Guy. ¿Qué dice aquí? Dinero fácil yo tengo, yo me lo busco. Un donador me dio los truco. Me donó un carro y yo me compré un suco. Yes, Brasil, thank you for the video. Thank you. You welcome. El diablo, pistingle. Ya por cuánto. El veredicto no se sabe nada. They're not talking yet. They're not talking. ¿Cuánto dura el último argumento? No sé, como 2 horas. Tengo miedo, tengo mucho miedo. Yes, God of this destiny. Yes. It's English very good. Yes, God of destiny. Who stay? Ya yo lo dije el porcentaje, Zombie. Tú llegabas, yo me estás pidiendo el porcentaje cuando yo lo dije ya. Se viene Sega, Siga, Sago, Sugu. You're welcome. God of Destiny. God of Destiny. El dios del destino. Distinctly very good. Dios del destino. Ajá. El porcentaje que yo di, 5.95. FTC 5 y Microsoft 70,000 million. Lo mismo que cuesta la compra, eso tiene Microsoft. ¿Qué tiene la FTC? $5. 5%. Te respeto a la humanidad. Lacan, ¿quién es Lacan? La CMA, lo pusiste mal, Dark. La CMA, sí. El CAT, las, ¿cómo se dice? CMA. Pero no, el CAT, say no. Christine very good. Ya va a empezar ya. Hello, Jacqueline. We love you, Jacqueline, you know. Vamos a orar por la compra. Amén. Que la FTC no va a ganar. Amén. Microsoft le dio una paliza. Amén. Y los juegos Game Pass de Activision va a llegar como que si viniera la brisa. Amén. Microsoft es la mejor. La número 1. FTC se va a quedar sin ninguno. Ahora viene allí Ryan. Se pone a llorar. Y Call of Duty en Game Pass. Nosotros vamos a jugar. ¡Ah! ¡Ah! Mejor. Plomo, plomo, plomo. Loco, no, y esta gente no van a hablar. Adoni, están hablando. Adoni, confirma. Para que empiece lo final ya. Lo final. Manuel. Adoni. ¿Qué es lo que hay que hacer? Adoni. Porque aquí yo no escucho. No, que si. Ahorita soy yo que estoy mal, ¿sabes? No, they're not talking. Adoni. A ver, está Adoni, se
Your
hater.
Honor, may I
Oh, yeah.
correct one of my mistakes? I entered RX 4033 and it's not part of Miss Hood's declaration, so I'd like to withdraw that. And then there were several I should have entered and I did not.
Okay,
RX 1186, RX 1187, RX 1128, RX 1133, RX 1120, RX 1119, RX 1140, RX 1156, and RX 3166.
all right, admitted. Okay, are we ready to proceed? All right, whoever wants to come up first, but both sides at the same time. We'll start with the FTC.
Your Honor would like, I have prepared remarks, but I'm happy to jump right into.
Why don't you start with your prepared, then I'm sure I
Okay.
have some questions.
Certainly. Well, thank you, Your Honor, to you and the staff for your time and attention this past week as we have put on our evidence. Last Thursday, we promised the court that the evidence in this hearing would show that the Federal Trade Commission has raised substantial questions about this proposed transaction. Substantial questions about whether this transaction would cause anti-competitive effects in multiple relevant markets. And we promised Your Honor and the court evidence that would be sufficient to raise those questions. And although I never want to take on a higher burden than I have to, I think we have brought Your Honor evidence that shows the answer to even those questions. That's not what we're required to do here. We have brought Your Honor significant evidence about the relevant markets that are at play, about the nature of competition in those markets, the role of content in each of those markets, and critically about Microsoft's ability and incentive to cause competitive harm in each of those markets if this acquisition is completed. Now, all the evidence has shown, Your Honor, that Call of Duty and AAA games in particular, even some of the other Activision franchises, drive gamers. That is the nature of this transaction. It is the nature of the vast majority of the synergies that Microsoft projects coming out of this transaction.
You mean the content is critical?
Content is critical, Judge. Content is critical. We looked this morning at the synergies figures, and there's an existing business line, and there are the synergies lines. And the majority driver by far of the synergies from Microsoft comes from driving users to engage and join Game Pass because they understand the value of this content. Now, we've also heard, Your Honor, quite a bit about decisions involving ZeniMax. Why do we bring all of that evidence about ZeniMax to your honor? That evidence, Your Honor, is evidence of Microsoft's incentives when it comes to valuable content.
Well, so let's talk about ZeniMax. So which ZeniMax title is comparable to Call of Duty in that when it was acquired by Microsoft, it was a multi-platform, multiplayer game?
The best example of the 3 or 4 that they've talked about bringing exclusive, I think, is the Elder Scroll franchise. They'll tell you it's not comparable because it's an expansion pack or it's a different kind of a title. But that one we think is one of the most like Call of Duty. And I will say,
Well, so then, so that was ZeniMax, and it's currently there's Elder Scrolls 6. I think we heard is coming out.
it is to come. It is not yet launched. Mr. Spencer testified on our examination that they have announced that it will be exclusive. But I want to be very clear. Trying to find analogies and categories of which game is like the other is not going to be the issue before this court. One can always create a category of one. I think lawyers are exceptional at distinguishing. The issue is, if there is a category of one, it's because Call of Duty is so exceptionally valuable. And it's so unique because it's every year and it drives so much revenue. And whether a title from ZeniMax is exactly like it or not on some dimension, what the ZeniMax experience shows is that if Microsoft as a platform owner controls the content, it will use that content to the benefit of its own platforms.
It will use that content in the way to make the most money.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. And our case does not require any more complicated theory of behavior than that. If Your Honor concludes that Microsoft is a profit maximizing corporation and will use valuable content to aid its shareholders, which is it's right, and that so far as that goes, then the evidence we have shown is the incentives are to use that content to benefit its platforms, and in doing so, will harm competition because it will take that content and make it day and date. On
How
Game
does that-
Pass, Your Honor, instead of having Mr. Kotick head an independent Activision and deploy his platform agnostic philosophy that he talked about on the stand on Direct, Mr. Kotick would bring his content everywhere gamers can be found. He wants them playing all of his content wherever. Now the consumer, if the deal goes through, has to find at least some content, some of it only on the Game Pass.
Oh, you don't mean just day and date. You mean day and date and exclusive.
We mean day and date and exclusive, but also even day and date is a type of exclusivity because they won't give it day and date necessarily to anyone else, right? So having the ability to say, we've launched the game, it's come out on the console, and on the same day it's come to Game Pass, I don't think there's any guarantee, nor can there be, of a day and date to every other
I
possible.
mean, but like Sony does with Activision, right? I think we heard testimony as to that.
Yes. But
That Activision releases games not equally, not in parity.
Right.
They take money
yes,
from other platforms and delay.
that's right.
Yes.
And there is a difference between exclusivities that are pro-competitive and exclusivities that are not pro-competitive, they're anti-competitive. So this case is not about saying all exclusivities are bad. That is also a red herring and not the FTC's theory. If Sony says to Activision, here's money and we'll help you develop a game or use this money to make something interesting or neat, and the cost of us giving you the money, the quid pro quo is let us have first access for a period of time or exclusive access to the new thing created for gamers, that's pro-competitive. That money was used to make something that the consumer or the gamer wants to play and enjoy. The difference, Your Honor, is if you acquire the content, you're not necessarily doing any new investment and you're cutting off that entire process of competition
say now the game is available only on our platform, or certain aspects of it are only available.
Why don't we start? Why don't you sort of like be a little bit more precise and
Yes.
tell me exactly what is the harm to consumer, like what they are, maybe tell me what they are, and then let's evaluate each one.
So the harms to consumers are very similar across all of the markets that we've alleged. On the one hand, there's a reduction of choice.
No, but so let's start with the platform market, right? That you have Professor Lee has the Generation 9.
Yes.
9 console market. Okay. So if the merger goes forward, what is the how that substantially lessen competition in a way that harms consumers?
Right. So if the merger goes forward, and if you believe that Microsoft has the incentive to use the content to advantage its own platform, then there will be content, there will be timing issues, there will be exclusivities that benefit only the Xbox and not the PlayStation.
Okay, so now let's break that down. What is the evidence? Aren't we just talking about Call of Duty? I mean, otherwise, then Sony just acquired another publisher. They've shown they make a lot of stuff exclusive, right? So you're saying, and you told me Call of Duty is a different. This case has really always been about Call of Duty and how that's going to drive. So just play that out precisely.
I'm slightly hesitant only because they do have some other pretty exceptional franchises at Activision, like the Diablo franchise we've heard about, and Professor Lee models some of the harms that come from the Diablo franchise as well in his report. But there is no question, Call of Duty is an exceptional asset.
Let me ask you this. So if Sony actually had an agreement with Microsoft, the 10-year, to keep Call of Duty and future versions of Call of Duty on PlayStation and future versions of PlayStation, would we be here?
Well, we might be here because we would need to evaluate that agreement and understand all of it.
Let's say it's an agreement and they're going to abide by it, and therefore Call of Duty will be on PlayStation. All the iterations from now for 10 years, would we be here?
I think we would still have had an investigation.
Well, that's good. That's good. You should do that. But here on a preliminary injunction,
I think, I don't want to evade the hypothetical, Judge, but we would be here because of concerns about the other markets. That's what my colleague is telling me.
Okay. Outside the platform market.
Outside of
all right, that's fair. That okay. So the console market, then it really comes down to Call of Duty and the concern that Microsoft will leverage it, will foreclose it or partially foreclose it in a way that will that people who played it on PlayStation will now have to play it on Microsoft.
I don't want to just give in to the full foreclosure theory. That's another artificially high burden that the defendants have tried to put on the government. Yes, one theory is they might have to, the PlayStation user just has to go get an Xbox. That's one theory. The other types of harm, though, arise from all the myriad ways in which platform holders or owners contract to use the content to push their platforms.
Okay, so let's stop. Let's start with full foreclosure, right? Which is what one of the things that Professor Lee focused on. So what is the actual, and we heard a lot about his input into his model and the 20% shift, I guess. What data was he looking at? And I haven't read them all, the declaration. What data was he looking at that he came up with that 20% figure?
And a phone a friend, Your Honor.
Yes, you may phone a friend, absolutely. And the friend can even speak.
my colleague Merritt that story.
Yes.
Sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Well, I want to know what data, actual data was he looking at? And I'll just tell you, Dr. Bailey actually looked at real world, this is what is happening data. Did he analyze that data?
Well, Dr. Lee also analyzed real world data, Your Honor. To look at the share shift, Dr. Lee had to look backwards to see in Generation 8, which you have a lot of data for, how various Call of Duty games may have affected that competition if they've been taken away. The reason you do that is because that analysis is backward looking. You know, there's not much data for Generation 9, especially because of the supply shortages that happened.
Okay, so what is the generation data that he looked at? What is it that he looked at?
He looked at both generations. So
No, but yeah, but what is the data, the generation data? What is it that it shows?
sales data.
Sales data.
Sales data for Generation 8.
Sales data of just the number of PlayStations and Xboxes sold?
Per unit sales data for games.
Okay. But, and how from that did he extract the people, the players that would leave PlayStation, or maybe they'd keep their PlayStation, but the next iteration that came out, they would buy an Xbox. That's what he's saying, right?
Well, he also used the same telemetry data Dr. Bailey looked at. But in addition, you know, he used the per unit game sales. And I think, you know,
Where in
looking
his
all that,
report do I see how he used that same data that Dr. Bailey?
I don't have the report in front of me. I thought my colleague could give it to me. Can you repeat the question one more time?
Well, I'll just say that Dr. Bailey, right, 62% of all PlayStation owners don't play Call of Duty at all. So they're not going to move. They're not, the foreclosure won't affect them. Right?
62% of all PlayStation users do not play Call of Duty at all.
Right. And then of those that do, most don't play very often. Let's see if I can find it. Can you direct me to, do you know what slide I'm referring to? In theory. I think it was slide 15. I'm not going to give you numbers, I guess, maybe we talked about that 62% before. But it would be, well, if you look at slide 15, it's not that many PlayStation players who play a lot of Call of Duty a year.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do not have the slides in front of me.
There you go. I'm sure that somebody that's there. And so I'm trying to get how you get to that those people will buy an Xbox because Call of Duty is so important to them.
Yes, Your Honor. Well,
How do you decide that Call of Duty is so important to them? It is to some people,
yes.
some,
Oh,
but how does he figure out that get to that percentage number that they would actually do the Xbox? What data is he relying?
well, I would encourage Your Honor to look at the declaration of Mr. Jim Ryan in his testimony, where he's very clear about the financial impact that Call of Duty has on the PlayStation Plus.
That's not my question. My question is how your expert, Dr. Lee, he did a foreclosure model,
Yes,
right? And the foreclosure model inputted that 20% number,
yes.
represented the share.
Well, that,
Another number, not all PlayStation users, right?
yes.
Yeah.
And sorry if I misunderstood your question. I think I get it now. So that 20% number, that 20% comes from two main inputs. The first is the LTV, the 5-year expected lifetime revenue of a new Xbox owner. And as we presented to Your Honor, you know, that LTV is for the average Xbox. I'm being careful with the numbers here. And as we showed Your Honor through, I think, a demonstrative, if you remember, with the different colors, Call of Duty games, compared to the average AAA title, they sell quite a lot. They come out every year, around October or November, and they're at the top of the charts. Even Call of Duty Vanguard, which Activision has time and time again said was a disappointment.
That was the #1 selling game the year it came out. That's a disappointment for them, but that's still for every other company. That's a huge win.
So I'm just saying, people who only play Call of Duty, let's say 20 hours a year, are they included in that 20% figure? Or you can just even point me to where in his report I should.
Sorry.
I apologize, Your Honor. Jem Ackerman on behalf of the government. So his report is quite long, and it's actually helpful if Dr. Lee can explain it himself, but we'll try to do our best to explain the economic evidence to you. So if you look at footnote 806 of his report, which is, it's on page 210 of PX 5000, Dr. Lee explains some of how he has sort of got to this rate of people that start using, that might switch, right? So he looks at the universe of people that play Call of Duty and used a variety of data from, my understanding is both from the Gen 8 share model. Remember, Dr. Lee went back and looked at how gamers actually behaved in response to changes under a
But that,
simulation.
correct me if I'm wrong. That footnote 806 assumes the 20% number. I'm trying to figure out how you get to the 20% number.
So I don't think it's, respectfully, I don't think it's correct to say he assumed that it was 20%. The 20% is based on the inferences that were drawn both from the prior generation, the share model, which looked at how people behaved in Gen 8, and then you applied that behavior to Gen 9 to try to predict what people would do in Gen 9. The reason is because we don't have a ton of data of Gen 9 today, right? So the 20% conversion rate, that's actually applied in his second model, which is his foreclosure model.
Right.
And that's intended to predict whether Microsoft would actually have the incentive to withhold. I apologize, I hope we're not saying anything confidential. The idea is that would be intended to predict whether Microsoft would actually withhold the data. So again, he used the modeling of what happened in the past to help predict what would happen in the future. It's not just based on, for example, just guessing what the number is.
I know, I understand. I'm just trying to figure out what was the data that was in that model, right? Because, for example, Dr. Bailey showed evidence that the number of PlayStation Call of Duty users that play a lot is actually a pretty small number versus all PlayStation users, right? So,
right. So,
and also in terms of revenue, it's not the biggest revenue driver for PlayStation.
I think Call of Duty is not the biggest revenue driver on PlayStation. So I think this is what's tricky about this case is that you have to look at the specific data for each game. You can't just say, I need either the largest game or you actually have to calculate, which is what we've tried to present. You have to actually calculate what the effect of withholding that game would be. That's what, and we can't just say this is the largest game or a medium.
No, I know. I guess maybe you could just tell me in sort of plain English, why would that particular 20% number buy the Xbox? Like, what is it about Call of Duty that they would abandon their console of choice and buy the Xbox?
So the way to think about this, right, is that a consumer, and again, I'm not an economist, but I'll do my best here. A consumer, let's say they spend $70 on Call of Duty, right? There is a surplus that's associated with that. Like if someone is spending $70 on Call of Duty, they likely value it at much more. Yeah, of course. They likely value it at much more than $70. And so that value that they ascribe to having the ability to play Call of Duty or another Activision game, to be clear, like Diablo, as we heard testimony about yesterday, is quite big. That lost surplus, the benefit that they would get from having a game that they really like. So once they lose that because they no longer have access to the game on the platform, they then have to make a choice, right? And so one of their choices is they can just forego that benefit that they would have kept, and they just lose that. And so that's actually harm that would result from the transaction. Another possibility that they can do is maybe they already own another console, in which case they might just go buy, if they're, for example, the rare number of people who are multi-homers on both Xbox and PlayStation, they could just go and buy on the other console, so that there's not as much harm there. And then finally, the other option is, well, there's a few more, but just for simplification, finally, they could go and they could spend $500 on an Xbox if they really, really value Call of Duty. And they, but then they get access to Call of Duty again on the platform that they didn't sort of intend to choose. And just to sort of bring it back, that results in a share shift from, we heard a bunch of numbers. I don't know which ones are confidential and which ones are not. That results in a share shift from PlayStation to Xbox. And then this one's a little bit out of my depth, but my understanding is that you can then use that share shift to impute a price change, an implied price.
I understand that. How do you figure out between, you say, well, those who don't switch, who forego buying the Xbox and playing Call of Duty are harmed? True. But you're using that to get to the foreclosure incentive, right? So what I need to know is, how do you calculate the number of people that were, because it has to be enough people. You have to show enough people would switch to Xbox such that Microsoft would have the economic incentive to foreclose. If everyone would just give up on Call of Duty, then they don't have the economic incentive to foreclose, right? Because it would actually cost them money. So how do you figure out how many people would just give up and how many people would actually then buy the Xbox?
So that's based on, and I'm not an economist again, but that's based on looking at the behavior of players based on, for example, past exclusivity, and looking also at the sales behavior of Call of Duty, trying to figure out that, remember that surplus that I was talking about earlier, trying to figure out exactly how much they value that. Because once you understand how much sort of the average, it's not really the average, but how much that certain set of consumers.
It's not the average, right? It's actually the
the
exceptional consumer.
Exactly right. So the people that are actually going to switch are that's sort of the top end of the people that play Call of Duty. So it's people that value it exceptionally highly, right? But some people that are sort of on the lower end, they're just, they may not do anything, right? They may just stop playing it because they don't sort of value it enough to switch. And that's the math exercise that's going on here. And that's what Dr. Lee, who I'm sure could explain this much more ably than I could, has calculated.
So you're saying that was based then, for example, Dr. Bailey showed us data as to the number of hours of played on Call of Duty, right? You would expect that someone only plays 10 hours a year, less likely to switch than someone who plays 200 hours a year.
Right. I think that the data that, as I understand it, the data that Dr. Bailey was presenting are more along the lines of inputs into the actual modeling that Dr. Lee did. Right. So I don't know what the exact number is, but I guess I don't personally dispute whatever the telemetry data shows about how much people play Call of Duty, but you can't just stop there. Then you have to go and figure out, what does that tell me about the actual behavior of people, that how many of them, remember, I apologize, it's how many of those people are actually going to switch.
Yes.
Because they value it exceptionally highly. So for example, the people, I haven't done this calculation myself, but I would imagine that the people that play a lot more are far more likely to switch than those people that don't play very often. So that's that telemetry data, that's an input into the foreclosure calculation, but it's not, you can't just look at that data and kind of.
I'm trying to confirm that it was in fact input into Dr. Lee's foreclosure model.
That's correct. Yes, he used telemetry data. I apologize. Was that just the question?
Well, no, that's. Did you want to say something?
I do, Your Honor. I'm not an economist, but I think I can explain it. This 20% is an input, as you're suggesting. It doesn't come out of the model like the 5.5% share shift does. That 20% he came up with as an estimate. There is no basis. He doesn't calculate it from another model or another.
I thought it came from the share/demand model.
No, he used that model first. Dr. Carlton told him what was wrong, and he explained in his rebuttal report, no, they're separate. They're just kind of a check on the outputs, not on the inputs. And he doesn't have any basis that he can show.
I want to.
The check on the output, because it was higher, it was 8.9%. So therefore, the 5.5% share shift is conservative.
Right, but not the input of the 20%. That goes to exactly your question, which is how many people convert, not how many people want Call of Duty, but to your point, how many people would actually go buy the Xbox? And he makes that number up. And I think I tried to point out during my examination, but if you look at PX 5001 on page 76, he shows a chart because that is an input of how, if you change that input, you get a totally different answer.
No, I remember that. I'm just,
But that's what I'm saying is he doesn't say that he can point to a calculation that he did to get the 20%,
Alright,
which I thought that's what you were asking.
that is what I'm asking. So maybe
Yes,
you can show me
sorry.
where, how
I'm
you
sorry for trying to
calculate.
jump in.
No, that's okay. How you calculate that. I know you probably didn't even expect to be up here and you're doing great.
I appreciate that. Your Honor, I really appreciate that. Thank you. No, I didn't expect to be up here, but I also can try to help you understand what we did here. And the reason I jumped in is because Dr. Lee did not just make up the 20%.
Okay,
No.
so show me in the report where I can read where it came from.
Yeah, given that it's a very long report, I'm looking for my colleagues for a little bit of help on the exact page number. But
Okay,
I can give you my,
Fun, and you can actually look at that. So that's a question that I have. Because that 20% figure is sort of critical, right? To your argument, which is notwithstanding everything Microsoft said, notwithstanding the agreement that they offered, notwithstanding their agreement with Nintendo, they have an economic incentive to make Call of Duty exclusive.
yes.
And as we all agreed, that's what they want to do, make money, and therefore there's a likelihood that they would do that. So that's why I'm honing in on that.
Yes, no, I totally appreciate that. I think I'll go back and get the exact answer, but and again, I'm not an economist. I try my best. I did my undergraduate in economics, so I have a little bit of an
Oh,
understanding.
you're ahead of me then.
But I'm not nowhere close to Professor Lee. But the 20%, first of all, we found a range, 15 to 25%. So the 20% is in the middle of that range. And
Right, but
sorry.
we saw that if it's 15%, the same incentive's not there.
Well, let me put a pin in
Potentially,
that very quickly.
potentially.
Yeah, yes. So two main inputs go into finding this 20%. The first I think I mentioned a bit earlier, which is the LTV, the 5-year calculation of your average Xbox user, which Microsoft uses in the ordinary course. This is their numbers. They calculate this. And the other main input is the share shift. I'm so sorry. The other main input is the share shift that we use Generation 8 data to approximate. Now, economics is unfortunately, we do the best of the data we have. And in this case, to try to look at what exclusivity might do, looking for this point, the share shift point, looking back on Generation 8 data, you have a much larger set. You have about 7 years of data from last generation, where Call of Duty, as you saw in the graph, was a very, very popular game. So understanding that it might, at first blush, it might be like, oh, why are you looking at Generation 9 data here? For this one input, this expected potential share shift, that's where we look at data.
And when you're looking at the Generation data, are you looking at how many hours people play Call of Duty in a year to come up with that share shift?
Well, I believe it's unit sales data, which, if you buy Call of Duty, that's $70, $60.
Yeah, but we know that some people play 5 hours a year and some people play 200 hours a year. And you're not going to tell me that someone who plays 5 hours a year is likely to buy that Xbox just because Call of Duty is exclusive to Xbox, right?
Yeah, that's fair enough. And I do want to emphasize that the 8.9, I think, I'm sorry.
No, that was
is that public? I'm sorry. That number.
It's all hypothetical.
Yeah. So this is only one consideration. And I'm sorry to zoom out for a second, but Dr. Lee, these are, Professor Lee, these are very big reports. These quantitative models are one of the things that he's looking at, along with qualitative evidence, along with other, Microsoft normal course documents that they look at.
We'll get that. But my question is about this
Yes.
foreclosure model, right? Right? Because that's important to Microsoft having the economic incentive. That's a mathematical calculation, but it
Yes.
makes more sense to take Call of Duty exclusive than it does to leave it on all the platforms.
Yes.
Right? I mean, that's
Yes.
that's the nub of it.
Yes, and just what I'm trying to get across is, even though we have this 8.9%, that's just one of the percentages he looks at. We see other share shift figures from Microsoft documents that are consistent with this number. They're a little lower. But you know, with the impact of Call of Duty, you know, its sales, its popularity. I know that
It's very popular. It's
Yes.
sold a lot. A lot of people buy games and they play them once or twice and then they never play them again, right? They play them with their friend and then they never play them again. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, maybe I'm wrong about that, but I'm looking at the data that Dr. Bailey said that a lot of people don't buy it and don't play it very much.
Yes. Yeah, and just again, to consider back to Mr. Jim Ryan's declaration, where he discusses, you know, how big Call of Duty is in the PlayStation. So sorry. So I would want to turn your honor's attention to paragraph 28 of Mr. Ryan's declaration about the fourth sentence, where it starts in 2021, and I won't say anything below after that.
What is the RX number?
It's PX 8001, Your Honor.
Oh, it's not in this.
So, Your Honor, I think
Is what he's saying based on the number of hours played? That's all I'm asking. I'm just wondering.
paragraph 28 looks. Are you asking about when you say he, Your Honor? Do you mean Mr. Ryan or Dr.
Yes.
Ray?
You're relying on Mr. Ryan now.
This-
He's telling me to look at paragraph 28 of
Mr.
Mr.
Ryan,
Ryan.
paragraph 28 is about hours.
Okay.
And then I just want to direct your attention.
And then, but can I ask you then about Dr. Bailey's demonstrative? I didn't hear any dispute with that. Is that accurate?
Demonstrative, Your Honor. Alex Ansaldo for the Federal Trade Commission.
Number
I believe you
15.
said 15, Your Honor.
15.
Mhm.
I don't think we have a specific dispute with the information in this demonstrative.
Okay.
I think Dr. Bailey acknowledged, as Professor Lee showed, that the more that the gamers, more time gamers spend in the game, so the people that are to the right of that chart spend a lot more money than the people that are in the middle or to the left of that chart.
Right. No, but
That game.
yeah.
And there was one other thing I wanted to address. Then this is in this next, it's on demonstrative 17, which is confidential.
Yes.
This demonstrative purports to show the average spend per game, not the total value of that whole population of gamers to the platform or Duty gamers than there are of the games that are to the left of it in this chart. So this chart doesn't accurately reflect the total value of the franchise to a platform.
That's the money spent. But it doesn't include the platform purchase.
Well, it doesn't tell you how many gamers there are playing that game. So this chart was based on Dr. Bailey's cutoff of 50 hours per year as a franchise gamer. And it's the average of those gamers.
Your Honor, to be clear, it's the money spent, those you're pointing out. It's not the hours spent. There's a minimum, but that can't tell you how many hours the Call of Duty players play. And it doesn't hold into what you're asking, which is how do you determine which of those people who play more will actually switch? And we've asked Dr. or Professor Lee in his deposition, we've read his reports, we don't see any calculations there.
Do you have something in his deposition that you're not going to do that, but why don't you look while you're there? Everybody has big teams. Find me where in his deposition you say I can look to see what there is.
Yes, it might not
But you
surprise
say
you that he was not he gave long answers and it was sometimes hard to.
Just told me that in
Yeah.
his deposition you asked.
No, I said, we don't have any answers for it. We tried, we don't have any answers.
You can even point me to where you tried.
If I may, Your Honor,
Yes.
I apologize. It took some time. Dr. Lee's reply report, paragraph 207. Dr. Lee in the reply report says, Professor Carlton's first critique is that the Xbox conversion rate that I use is too high. I believe that is directly responsive. The Xbox conversion rate is the 20%. And it says the first critique is that it is too high. But this critique is flawed and rests upon the incorrect assumptions as follows. Paragraph 208 and footnote 233, I believe, are where Dr. Lee shows the support for the 20%. What I suspect is tripping everybody, potentially, respectfully, up is that the 20% conversion rate seems to be calculated and converted into an equivalent percentage points of people who are new to the Xbox. It says the 20% conversion rate that I used by showing that foreclosure of Call of Duty 25 from PlayStation results in an increase of NTX users, that's new to Xbox users, equivalent to 5.5 percentage points of the sales. So I think
That is,
well, I don't the stock.
I think, Mr. Weingarten, he's saying I put 20% into the model and it produced 5.5 percentage share change. He's not saying the model produced 20%. Okay, all right, I see you directing me to those paragraphs and to
Footnote 233.
footnote 233. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think so then let's also talk about the relevant market then for the Gen 9. And I guess where I'm struggling there is because you can play a lot of these games on the PC and the Nintendo console. And so can you give me a case in which a relevant market didn't include something like an input? I guess we call the games an input here. I don't know, that they're playing. Like I can play, not yet, and then maybe never, you would say, on the Nintendo, but I can play on my PlayStation, my PC, and my Xbox simultaneously anywhere in the world against each other. But yet you say that PC is not part of the market.
This one is pretty straightforward, although my colleagues will jump up if I say this one. The question is the consumer's choice and the set of products that the consumer can reasonably substitute. The consumer, in this example, is looking for a video game console with a hypothetical monopolist test, right? The hypothetical monopolist owns the Switch and the PlayStation and the Xbox. And our consumer goes to buy one of those things. We're talking about the broader video game market here. It doesn't include PCs, and I'll explain why. The hypothetical monopolist says, I'm going to take the price up 5% from $500 to whatever 5% of that is, 10%, $550. Our hypothetical consumer does not say, fine, I'm not going to pay your $550, I have $1,500 PC.
What if they already have the PC?
They already have a PC?
Yeah, they don't have to buy it. In other words, why isn't everybody, particularly in 2023, and I would also guess that particularly with people who play Call of Duty, are likely to already own a PC, right? I mean,
right. Although yes, and
so they don't have to buy one.
Right. So the question though is twofold on that. One is the gaming PC is a special kind of PC. It is not a run-of-the-mill PC. A run-of-the-mill that you go and you get the bargain basement $200, $400, $500 PC is not
Okay, but
have PC.
I get that. I don't, but, and maybe I'm biased in the world that I live in, in the world we've all lived in during the pandemic, where everybody went home, everybody did the work from home. Nobody did it on a bargain basement PC.
Right.
Everybody had a $1,000, $1,500 PC. Do we?
The test is asking about the purchase decision. So we're assuming someone is looking to buy this console, and will they be able to defeat the price of the console by making an alternate purchase? It's not defeat the price because you don't really need the product because you already have something.
Well,
It's
so I understand that. I'm just in real world. I'm trying to figure out how that works. Like, why doesn't the existence of being able to play on the PC, which you already have, maybe not quite the same quality, I think you would say, but you already have, why wouldn't that have some sort of influence and downward pressure on the price of the Xbox? Because you raise it to, I know the SNP is a low number, but you raise it to $1,000. Like, hey, forget it. I'm just going to play on the PC that I already have.
right. So for any given market, if we assume that the price increase is vast, almost anything can be added in as a substitute. So that's why the test focuses more narrowly. You could say, why aren't, $500 Italian shoes a substitute for $20 TV?
Right. It's the significantly small.
That's why we do that, because everything eventually becomes a substitute if the price goes through the roof. I think my colleagues will nod if I say cellophane fallacy. They're somewhat nodding. Maybe some of them are nodding. But there's a case about this where if you take the price so high that airline tickets, right, instead of competing among airlines, you said actually buses are in the market, because if I took the price of buses up to $500 a ticket, they compete with airlines.
So we'll stick to the small percentage. Right. I guess, are you saying that as a matter of economics, you can't take into account the fact that somebody may already own the particular platform that they need?
I think as a matter of economics, again, the point is the purchasing decision, and whether, for the purposes of the hypothetical monopolist test, can a product outside our proposed market constrain this hypothetical monopolist? It's a construct, but that's the construct.
Right.
So the hypothetical monopolist who owns all three consoles in the broader console market, is that hypothetical monopolist going to be unable to raise prices in a small but significant way for your time because there's a PC that costs $1,500?
But no, not if they have to buy the PC. But what if, again, I'm sorry to go back, and that's what I'm struggling with. I get it. If you had to buy it, that makes perfectly good sense. If it was a different high-end console up there, but we're talking about something that maybe we're just in unique land that people own.
Yeah, I think the question here is, it's not about an actual purchase decision, right? Of course, Your Honor, if someone owns a PC already that can do the game, they don't even need the console in theory. But getting told if they already own, so if they already own it, but that's not the question, is not what is the actual purchase decision for someone who owns it. The question is, how can we tell if some products are reasonable substitutes for each other? And the way we can tell is we start drawing circles around the products. When we get to a circle where the price of those products could be increased and something outside the circle won't constrain it, we've got a circle that's a good relevant market to think about effects.
No, I understand that. I guess I'm just trying to say, but why? Why can we not consider the fact that somebody, are you just telling me and not the economic expert, so I'm sorry if I come across as dense. I'm just, as a practical matter, it just seems to me that if you have a PC and you can play the games on the PC, that's going to have some constraint on the console prices, because the people making the console knows as soon as we go up a little bit, that may make some people just say, forget it. I'm not going to buy that new PC that I already own.
I have two answers, one law, one fact. The law answer is, I think the way the test has been defined is the way I've been trying to state it under the law, of how the courts think about a hypothetical monopolist test. So I'm comfortable about that, although that may be a cop-out, but I'm not an economist either. I just do what the courts of appeals and the district courts tell me. On the facts, the way I'm confident that the example Your Honor is putting forward is not how we should think about it, is that we have seen no evidence that Microsoft is benchmarking the Xbox against a gaming PC in terms of price or even performance. There was no evidence by the defense that Microsoft, when it was launching the X and S, said, how much do high-end gaming PCs cost? $1,500. We could price it $1,499. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. And so we feel confident that the close competition that matters is among the Xbox and the PlayStation.
So that I agree. We haven't seen it, and I'm confident what you say is to the law, but can you give me a case in which the law has said that in fact similar to this? In other words, I think we're in a very unique industry here and situation, and that's why maybe the law hasn't addressed it.
Respectfully, I agree we're in a unique situation, but on the other hand, I'm fairly confident this is not the first time that there's been a series of products, and then there's sort of an ultra luxury version that someone has claimed competes and therefore should be in the market. And I will find you
An ultra luxury version that most people that play the game or do whatever already own, so they don't have to purchase it.
I am told, Your Honor, that I should mention the Whole Foods case. So that's
Okay.
DC Circuit 2008.
A whole paycheck.
So I'll get you. Can we get a second on that? So the Whole Foods case, Your Honor, it's in our reply in support of the preliminary injunction motion.
Okay, I can look there.
Your Honor, may I address that when you're ready?
Of course.
First of all, the reason you're asking a question is because you're right, because we're not in a horizontal merger case. That's what that test is designed for. Think of it if you had all of these consoles in the same market and Sony and Nintendo were merging. You want to see, is it going to get more concentrated or less? And you're going to see if they actually are competitors to see if they would substitute. Here, because it's a vertical merger, you're right, you're looking to see where would they play the game if they lose the game, not the console, the game. So it is relevant to what you're asking is, would they go play it somewhere else and can they get access to it elsewhere? So they are trying to use a horizontal merger test to have you calculate something in a vertical merger. And if you look at the cases, and you'll see that they will mention that test and say, but that's not really applicable in a vertical merger test because that's not the question being asked.
We don't even have very many vertical merger.
Right.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll go back. I'll look at that
I will
case.
just respectfully say, if Your Honor looks to our conclusions of law, we're very confident that there is no categorical distinction in the law of the kind the council is drawing, that this test is only applicable in a horizontal context.
So the test actually, though, for product market, right? It's, I do think there's case law that says sort of very fact specific, detailed, and there is no one test necessarily that.
Correct,
drives
but I just want to put a pin in council's assertion that the HMT is not applicable in a vertical merger. That is not the law as we understand it.
Okay.
I direct Your Honor respectfully to our
Let me then ask you about Nintendo. And I'm trying to figure out why Xbox offered that Xbox S at that price point, but for the Switch.
So, Your Honor, that was what I was driving at respectfully with my questions to Mr. Stewart this morning. Which is $299, and I think Your Honor asked a question. Seems like they're aimed at each other. Questions and the testimony, in particular from Mr. Stewart, demonstrated that at launch, even 2 years later, the price benchmark for the S was other Generation 9 consoles. And the strategy was, let's get people into the Gen 9 console market in an entry point level, not let's steal share from Switch. No documents about that, and nothing from the defense on the cross of Mr. Stewart. They asked him about it, but no documentary evidence. Whereas
why are those two things inconsistent?
It doesn't necessarily have to be inconsistent, Your Honor, but the strategy for the S in terms of pricing was about getting an entry level Gen 9 console.
Yes, because when they go to Best Buy and it's on the shelf,
right?
And we've got the PlayStation X, the S, and the Nintendo Switch. I mean, I don't know. We didn't hear any testimony about where. But look, I can get this entry into the Gen 9, right?
Yeah, I hear you on that one, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And it's noteworthy that when they were pricing it in their own documents, you didn't see that. So in November of 2020, when Microsoft is pricing it, I believe the only evidence in the case on this is the evidence that we put in this morning, that they didn't say, let's triangulate along the Switch. They said, how do we get people into our Gen 9 console world? We'll do that with this entry level price point. But even if, Your Honor, there is some substitution between the Switch at $299 and the S on the margin, we don't think that's enough to defeat the market we've put forward because of both the HMT, which we talked about, and all the qualitative evidence about the competition in the Gen 9 console world, X Switch. And even if, Your Honor,
That I understand that argument. Okay. Did you want to respond on the Nintendo?
No, I mean, Your Honor has it. People do go into the store and they make one choice and it is a competitor. They have, obviously, Nintendo has some different features, as you heard Mr. Kotick admit that he didn't quite see as benefits, but the price is one of the most important things that consumers look at. So it
Only
doesn't have
one thing.
one thing, but it is, as you say, important to say, oh, I could get this newer console for $299. And the fact that they're also priced off of the other devices doesn't mean they're not a competitor for a Nintendo. Both can be true.
If I might add, but one of the tricky things, and I think it's something that defense counsel is seizing upon here, is that competition is a pretty amorphous concept. Lots of things compete. And the function of the tests that the courts of appeals and the district courts have derived is to try and get down to what competition matters. So in some sense, lots of things are competing all the time in this space. You can play video games on your phone. You can play a video game on the console. You can play. What matters is, where is the locus of competition that the effects of this deal will be felt? That's why we do all these tests and look at brown shoe factors to try and figure out. So it is not sufficient to say in a lay term or in a sort of casual term, there's competition. People can walk into a store and see it. We're trying to get to something a little bit more precise, understanding that these are complex questions and neither the economics nor the law is clear. Trying to get to something so we can understand the effects of this transaction. So I would just, the casual idea that someone can walk around and pick up one or the other, we can do better than that. And the evidence we brought forward is better than that, both on the HMT, all of the qualitative evidence from pretty much every witness in the case that the Switch is not the same as the Gen 9 consoles.
Well, it's not the same. In many ways, it's better. Right? Because you can actually still hook it up to your TV and take it on the airplane.
So to say that they're competitive because of price, they don't do the same thing. That's, the price is one dimension of the competition. But along critical other dimensions, including the benefit testing that they are radically.
Well, which also can use a TV and play the same games. Many of the same games.
I would direct, respectfully on that point, I would direct Your Honor to the charts. There's bar charts in Dr. Lee's report. The content is quite dissimilar between the Switch and the others. Nintendo's whole strategy is about having Mario and Zelda and the family friendly. Are there overlaps? Of course, but very different content and consumer profile. And I'll just, not to belabor it, probably too late. Rather than taking our word for it, the best people who would know what consumers think about and are looking to buy are probably the folks at Microsoft who were setting the price when the thing launched. They didn't look at the Switch. So that's, in our view, extremely perfect.
What do you say to that there isn't any evidence with respect to the S and the Switch pricing? Or
That's
even
both,
looking
Your
at
Honor,
it?
that it can do, or you can look at it either way. They both can do the same thing. And there's a lot of overlapping games, which I'm talking about. I mean, which are on this chart I want to refer you to. And Nintendo can do more because you can take it with you, but they are also pricing off what's in the market to look like it's an alternative to these more expensive devices. So it's doing both.
Well, no, I understand that argument. What Mr. Weingarten say is there isn't any evidence to support that argument.
I don't think the fact that they are pricing it off this and they're not saying there's actually a price comparison to these. You heard that testimony. When you look at the documents from the internal documents, it's not true that they don't compare those. They do compare them.
Oh, well, good. You can point those out in your
And most importantly, I think, Your Honor, on Dr. Bailey's charts on paragraph 88, which come from her report at 71 and 72, it shows all the similar games available on Xbox and Nintendo, and counsel's just wrong. The most popular games are on both. You heard many people, including Mr. Kotick, say the free-to-play games are the most popular games. Fortnite. Then one of the popular games that's pay-to-play is FIFA, Minecraft, Apex Legends, NBA 2K22, Rocket League, Overwatch 2. You can go down this list and you can see that these are on both devices. So your point that, can people play most of these games? They can. Do they also have another set of choices on Nintendo? Of course they do, just like they do on PlayStation.
I think there was evidence that I won't say what the number is. I don't know from Dr. Lee, though, that a lot of Nintendos were exclusive to Nintendo.
Like PlayStation, they have many more, both products have many more exclusives than the Xbox.
I think it
That
was
is
similar to
indisputable.
PlayStation.
Yes, I mean, it's clearly been a part. There's evidence on this in this case, but a part of the Nintendo strategy that you go for Zelda and Mario. There's only one place to find Zelda and Mario at Nintendo. I just want to add, Your Honor, we're talking about locus of competition and what matters. Even if you look at Dr. Bailey's demonstrative, for the purposes of this case, there's no dispute that Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2, even the Sony God of War Ragnarok, the games that are driving the competition that we care about because of the merger and why we're here, those don't.
If he's referring to Call of Duty, Your Honor, we know that it was on the Nintendo devices previously.
So in many generations of Call of Duty.
Okay, all right.
Your Honor, could I clarify one issue that council raised with you? When you were asking about ZeniMax and asked him to find a game that was most similar to Xbox, he mentioned Elder Scrolls. That is incorrect. There are two Elder Scrolls games. One is online, called Elder Scrolls Online. That is a multiplayer game. It is on PlayStation today. Microsoft has published new add-ons and separate games. That is available. The game he's talking about, Elder Scrolls 16, that's coming out right now, the projected release is 2026. That's a single player game. So it is not anywhere similar to Call of Duty, which, as you know, is multiplayer and multi-platform. So the one version of Elder Scrolls that is similar is on PlayStation and always has been, at least for these recent games.
I think this is going to be a major point. It has been throughout the briefing. Which games are like Call of Duty, which games are not like Call of Duty. And the briefing, I thought, joined the issue quite well. There are only a handful of titles in the history of the gaming, as far as I understand it, that are multiplayer, cross-play, existing. And this might be the only one that's been the subject of an acquisition in the last 20 years. So what we can show you is incentives and what the incentives look like. And what we can show you is all the evidence we brought about what Microsoft as a platform owner will do. But the case, respectfully, is not going to be decided on comparing multiplayer, non-multiplayer. The case is going to be decided on understanding the economic incentives.
Well, but we don't have, there's economic incentives. Those economic incentives include your brand, right?
Yes.
And if I recall, when I asked Dr. Lee as to whether his foreclosure model took into account the potential, I think we'd all, reputational harm, right? You've talked about how, and you point to Mr. Ryan and the loyalty of this Call of Duty gamers. If their preferred platform is taken away from them, there's going to be harm. Just about reputational harm. So how does that factor in there into your argument that Microsoft will nonetheless take it, or is likely to, or has the incentive to take it exclusive?
So three things on that, Your Honor. One is it's a limitation of the model that you can't quantify that kind of brand harm. And I think Dr. Lee also testified that there are unquantifiable benefits as well. So the model misses some costs that are hard to quantify and misses some benefits that are hard to quantify. Number two, we saw what Microsoft did faced with reputational harm in the ZeniMax case. And the court heard Mr. Hines' apology.
Oh, but I'm sorry. you just told me you can't think of another multiplayer, multi-platform game that
Right.
was acquired. So actually, we just don't have anything to compare to.
So then I'll go to number 3, which is, would there be incredibly damaging reputational harm if the game were yanked from PlayStation, right? So 2 thoughts on that. One is, harm to whom? If people really want to play the game, they will still go to Xbox to play it. They might grumble and be mad, but no one has proposed a theory that they'll just throw down their controllers and stop playing altogether.
You don't think a boycott is possible?
I don't
We
know.
certainly see, I mean, I'm going way beyond the evidence, but we certainly see consumers doing that, right?
I don't know, and it's beyond the evidence, but more realistically, that's some sort of full foreclosure world that the defense keeps wanting to paint us into. But what about a world where Microsoft offers the best new Christmas character to play on Christmas in Call of Duty, but it's only on Xbox?
Okay,
Or
and where is the analysis that I can say that financial incentive enough would be enough to make them do that, right? That's just not there. And what players, like what percentage of the players that are out there would actually buy the Xbox so they could get this Christmas character?
right. So a couple of thoughts there, Your Honor, respectfully. One is, my least favorite answer in this venue is that's part of what a part 3 administrative proceeding may be forced, that we have a chance to even develop and figure this out, because it is super complicated. My next better answer, given the venue we're in, is it's impossible and not really, I don't think we could model partial foreclosure because the methods of competition are so myriad. It's infinite, as I think what we heard from Mr. Kotick and from Sony, the co-promotion, the co-marketing. There are infinite ways to make your content or your platform seem valuable by investing in unique content. But I respectfully don't think the answer can be to say, well, we'll throw up our hands and we can't figure it out. I think the answer is, given all this behavior that we see in the marketplace with competition for co-promotes and co-marketing and Christmas players and all these things, will Microsoft have an incentive to change the rules of the game or slant those agreements, slant the promotions that matter towards itself? And all one has to believe that is that they're a profit maximizing company. And if that's true, then have we demonstrated a probability? We don't have to demonstrate a certainty, but a probability that there's going to be a lessening of competition. That's the best answer I can give you, because there is no way to model in a purely quantitative form all the myriad methods of competition, and on the flip side of that, harm to competition.
Okay, and we're talking about Call of Duty.
We are here.
Right. We're talking about this. I mean, it's okay. We'll get to that Illumina case, which is so different, in so many ways. We're talking about a video game, a shooter. I think we saw an exhibit where it was, the genre is a shooter video game, that all this is for a shooter video game, that we're concerned about the competition for this one shooter video game.
I will, in all candor, I completely understand where Your Honor is coming from. On the other hand, our responsibility over on this side of the room in the government is not to make a value judgment about the market, it's to protect competition in the market. And
big is the market, I guess.
Billions of dollars.
Of the game, but of the people that care so much that they would actually buy an Xbox that they wouldn't otherwise buy.
So we're back to, I don't want to go back to the
Yeah, that's okay.
past,
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
But
I appreciate your candor.
It's not about just switching. The harm to the PlayStation person, right, who has Call of Duty, and they wake up after this deal closes and there's some new character that's only on Xbox. It's not, is that person going to switch? It's, has that person's experience, has the value that they paid for been degraded in some way? They paid $4.99 for a PlayStation. Now, because of this loss of ability to have this cool thing, Is it worth $488.50?
What do you say though to Mr. Ryan,
Yes.
who said that, what is it, whatever.
Starfield.
That there was nothing anti-competitive about Microsoft making that exclusive. Under what you just said to me, that is anti-competitive.
So there's a distinction between making an investment and figuring out how to make that investment and helping a game develop and not. But I don't know the basis for why Mr. Ryan was less upset about that one than
Because he
Call of Duty, but
he
probably
does
because
the
it's,
same thing.
they do. And it is part of Mr. Nadella came and Mr. Nadella said, that's how the market is here, right? It's all about exclusives. Everybody's doing it. Microsoft may be more mad because despite $70 billion, they claim they don't have enough money to sort of compete with Sony on these exclusives. That's the market. It has benefits for players. I assume if you're a video game player, ultimately, if everybody's in a kind of arms race with each other to get the content and make it neat for their platform or their console, gamers benefit because now there's more neat things to play. The concern here is if you take away that competition and now instead of people competing for the neat things to play, if you want at least some of these neat things, you got to go to the Xbox.
Okay. So then I think, did you want to say something?
No,
I think then that brings us right smack into the agreements then, or at least the Nintendo and the offer to Sony, right?
Yes, although I got a note if I may. I apologize.
Of course.
I am reminded a good real world example, more extreme than my example of all the myriad competition, Stadia. Google is a very large and successful technology company. Mr. Zimring came, he testified, they spent a lot of money, they thought they got it right, they just didn't have the content. And so because they didn't have the content, that service died. And then a consumer is deprived of that choice. That will never be a choice for a consumer now to say, I want to play video game X on Stadia. And that is another kind of concern or harm that can happen. It's about innovation, even the future products we haven't even thought about yet. I just want to make sure I get that.
Okay.
Thank you.
can I address that, Aaron?
Okay.
That was before this transaction and Activision decided not to put its content on Stadia or allow it. So now that even when Activision is independent and they make a decision not to put their content on certain platforms, that's an
No. He's making a different point, which is what he's saying is the concern here is there will be less incentive for innovation. That's
Yes, I'm
what
not
he's saying.
suggesting
He's
that's,
not-
I'm not suggesting there was a violation. I'm just suggesting it's an example of how content and making sure that content is available across platforms is important and gives choice.
I don't think anyone feels sorry for Google because they decided not to put more money into Stadia. That's their decision.
No,
that
that's not what he's saying. He's talking about
But that doesn't mean there's lots of incentives for people to develop content. And you heard about Game Pass, which is another incentive.
We'll get there. I want to I'm trying to divide it into two, actually, the two markets. So now we're on the console market and then we'll get to because they've been joined together by the FTC, the cloud and the subscription market. But with respect to the console market, we have proposed agreements, right? We have
a Nintendo agreement.
Nintendo and a proposed agreement to Sony.
That's right.
And those were not evaluated by Dr.
No, and quite properly, in fact, I think. And you saw what happened when Dr. Carlton tried to attempt to evaluate them, right? We saw that it ran quickly into some sort of legal analysis. And his
I guess more I'm thinking of the AT&T case from the DC circuit, right? In which that's the closest thing I think we have to Court of Appeals case addressing the impact of proposed agreements to address concerns raised by regulators. And there, I actually do think it was Dr. Carlton who's in that case. Anyway, the district court discounted FTC's expert's opinion because the expert did not take into account the agreement.
Right. I'm happy. The myriad ways in which those agreements do not save this deal. One.
Okay, but so can we just from a legal point of view, because your brief in support of preliminary injunction, I think, was a little broad and that it claimed they were essentially couldn't be considered or irrelevant. And I'm not prepared to go there based on the law, but if you want to try to persuade me, that's fine.
Well, I may try with your patience, Your Honor. So a couple of things. One, who bears the burden of persuasion and production as to these agreements? Clearly the defendants have to. I can't come forward and poke holes in things that I didn't create. It's up to them to explain why these deals should save the bigger deal. Okay. At this phase in a 13B proceeding, we're really only evaluating the government's prima facie case. And so that's the basis for us saying, well, that's irrelevant then. We're here to see if we raise substantial questions. We don't even get to these other kinds of issues about remedies. That's one answer.
Well, so I read the Illumina case, and there the commission relied on a Supreme Court case to call what Illumina was proposing a proposed remedy. But that Supreme Court case was a case that was a remedy case after a finding of a Section 7 violation. So it actually didn't answer the question of when you're trying to decide, even a 13B, whether there's a likelihood of showing substantial competitive harm, where the agreement goes. But I understand that the commission decided not that you couldn't consider it, although that was not a preliminary injunction, that was a permanent injunction case, but that it didn't factor into the prima facie case and that the defendant would have the burden. Is that your position, that it
Yes.
can be considered, but the defendant raises it after you meet your burden?
Yeah, it is in the nature of the evidence, like many other civil case contexts, that it has to be the defendant's burden of production and persuasion. And therefore, it shouldn't be part of our prima facie case. We come with our burden and they come with theirs. And then when you overlay the 13B, why we're all here, and the special standards that apply, that's when that part, the defendant's burden, should frankly drop away, because we're not here to make that decision. I will also add, to the extent that the defendants have brought these agreements forward and Your Honor is inclined to consider them, we have heard zero evidence that they remedy these deals, that remedy the bigger picture here. We heard from Ms. Bond that she negotiated and signed one. We heard from the defendants that a person at Microsoft named Lori Wright signed another or two. She never came. We heard that these deals will be important and will matter. We never heard any analysis of the competitive effects of these deals. We never heard anyone from a third party with whom they signed these deals come and say, this deal is magnificent. And here's
Well, in the video, Mr. Eisler said that he was satisfied with.
He was satisfied. He was also satisfied with the side agreement that
No,
they
he
got.
was, because actually he said it would reduce his cost.
Yes.
Won't
and
that enable them to better compete with Microsoft's xCloud?
it might indeed. And one,
That's pro-competitive, right?
well, one wonders why that second deal was added to the pot. And we heard about a series of concerns at NVIDIA about signing the deal, but they signed it nonetheless. And there is a deal for Windows servers. I won't get into it, but there is testimony about the role of that deal and sort of sweetening the pot.
It definitely sweetened the pot.
And
I
it's
think there's an inference to be drawn. Without it, it wouldn't have happened, right?
Right.
Sure.
Okay. We have not heard sufficient evidence about whether.
Well, let me turn first to Ms. Wilkinson. Do you agree or accept there is some logic to it that the agreements don't go into the prima facie case, but they go into your, no, Mr. Sunshine, you haven't spoken this entire hearing.
They can both speak, Your Honor. I will step aside. Both speak, but I would like.
Okay, this legal question, sure.
Your Honor, we don't agree with that it just goes into the prima facie, that it's not part of the prima facie case. I think in addition to AT&T, there's two very recent decisions that speak to this. So the first, and we'll make sure these are in the conclusions of law, but one of them is the FTC versus, and I'm not going to be able to pronounce this, but I think it's RAG Stitfung case, where a divestiture was considered as part of the FTC's prima facie case.
Well, by the defendant?
Yes.
I see.
And then there's also the very recent United Health Group case, which was both a horizontal and a vertical case, but there were structural guarantees, firewalls, consumer contracts, that kind of thing that the defendants offered up. And the court considered those in terms of deciding whether the transaction was anti-competitive. And I think the very logical theory that you shouldn't evaluate competitive effects in a world that will never exist.
So they considered them in the first step on the prima facie.
Yes.
The AL was those
That
were
was a
commission cases or ALJ?
The first was a commission case. The second was a DOJ case.
Are you familiar with those, Mr. Weingarten?
Familiar with RAG Stiftung, I litigated it.
Oh,
So in that case, it's a bit different. This was a fully proposed divestiture. This is two chemical companies that want to merge. And they said, we can solve the FTC's concern by selling one of our factories. Fully vetted, fully discussed. We rejected the idea and we litigated on a full record of analysis and evidence about whether it would solve the problem. That is not the situation that is in front of Your Honor.
well, so that's different though than a legal question. That's sort of saying, okay, fine, you can put it in our prima facie case, but the evidence isn't sufficient to defeat us making our prima facie case. That's separate from saying it can't be considered.
And I don't want to concede. I want to go back and check on whether that was not
that's fine.
facie case.
You'll have your chance.
Thank you.
You want to say something, Mr. Sunshine?
Thank you. It's great. 5 days in, finally I'm up here. No, I agree with Mr. Pillar, of course, but I would add two cases to Your Honor's consideration. One is the Arch Cole case and the other is the Libby case. Both deal directly with this question, Your Honor, about how do modifications to a transaction affect the ability of how a court should analyze it. Basically, what both those courts say, that if there is a deal that's already present that has modified the world going forward, that's the job of the government to prove that in that world, competition will be less. It's not, I know the FTC would like its standard to be that there's a burden on remedy, but that's not what the law is. And here, what I think is even better than in the AT&T Time Warner case, just agreements that we would arbitrate. Here we have a signed agreement with Nintendo, and we have, the offer agreement, which precisely solves the harm that's alleged by the FTC. It's access to Call of Duty after 2025. And these contracts deal precisely with that question. And so the job, I think, for the FTC is to try to prove to your mind that in that modified world that's going to go forward in the but-for transaction that they can satisfy.
I want to make a very critical factual distinction on those cases, Judge.
Yes.
As I mentioned with RAG Stiftung, as I want to raise with respect to Arch Cole and the others, there is a very big difference between a remedy that is a full divestiture, selling a factory, selling, if they want to sell Activision and keep King, they can put that on the table in proper proceeding, but a full divestiture and what we call a behavioral remedy. That is a contractual agreement of some kind that is designed to address the harm. And I will say, the burden in the circumstance of a full divestiture is probably for all practical purposes in the wash a little bit because the factory is either sold or it's not, and you analyze it. Here, we have incredibly complex agreements. Defendants entered them into evidence. They have complicated provisions. Some are proposals, some are agreed. We have testimony, including from Nintendo, that they don't even really understand the meaning of some of these provisions. We have testimony from NVIDIA that there are provisions in there that make them nervous, including 7.4 in the NVIDIA agreement. And the burden cannot be on the government to do a complete legal analysis, offer up a legal expert, which would tread on the court's province anyway, to explain why these are not guarantees. Now, that seems to me a burden that is properly on the defense to show why they are, in Dr. Carlton's word, a quote, guarantee. They have not done that. The evidence is just not in the record at all.
We're apart from my colleague from the FTC, when they talk about a complete divestiture. If this was a horizontal deal where we were worried about direct competition between two products, I understand the argument about divestiture. This is a vertical case where the harm that's alleged is denial of access to Call of Duty. And so the remedy that's being proposed, granted there are kind of factual questions that you could argue about some of these terms, but at core, it's a question of access to Call of Duty. That completely solves the problems in this market as alleged by the FTC.
Just going to take issue once more with the words completely solves, guarantee. We saw what happened. Dr. Carlton came and said guarantee and couldn't.
I agree with the cross was very good, stricken. that has no evidentiary value in terms of whether it's, I agree, it's, their agreements are there. We have the testimony from the third parties and from Microsoft.
And I think that, Your Honor, it is not appropriate, I mean, not in any sort of bad way, but for the defense to hoist the agreements on the court and say, here are these very complicated agreements. Take our word for it, they're guarantees. And you at one point, Your Honor, said, that's really a question for me about a legal issue of the agreements. But this case does not require and should not require Your Honor to parse all the agreements, figure out what the loopholes are, figure out if they're still worth doing. That, with respect, should have come in the form of a full remedy proposal to the commission and could have been evaluated and worked on, et
Well,
cetera.
that's a different matter. If you guys want to sit down and do that, then
Well,
more power
I
to
also
you.
want to add, the issue here is not just about Call of Duty comes to Nintendo, or, we've reached agreements. It's about the quality of the access. I think we've made that point in spades with the Nintendo.
But, okay, can I address the partial foreclosure, which I think
Yes.
is what he's talking about? And first, I think it's very inappropriate to suggest that if this went back to part 3, they could develop the case more. Discovery is closed, and counsel knows that. We developed this whole case so we could be lucky enough to get here, Your Honor, in front of you and have a federal court decide this. And one of the agreements we had with the FTC.
Oh, I know you actually didn't want to be in front of me.
No, that's not true. Your Honor. We wanted to be.
I saw those emails.
Yeah. I think we wrote them very that's okay. That we thought you would read them. We said, she's fantastic.
Quite all right.
We wanted a quick hearing and you gave it to us. But it is really unfair for the FTC, who had an agreement with us and knows that there will be no more discovery. There will be no more analysis if we have to go in front of Judge Chappell. But the real question is, they do have the burden of doing a partial foreclosure analysis if that's their claim. And it's an easy but wrong answer to say they can't do it. There are examples out there. They could have looked what happened when we took Ghost Loop exclusive. They could have, or they think they got a lesser game. Final Fantasy VI, we just lost part of that game because this year it didn't go on Xbox, it did last year. They could look at Minecraft, as they pointed out, where we didn't have an update for the PlayStation 5. So there are many ways. I'm not, as everyone has been saying, an economist, but that is their job to figure that out. And to say you want to stop a $69 billion transaction, but you can't figure out what the harm will be, I think that answers the question. I mean, if they can't figure out what the harm is, what they're turning to you or to us to say, you should figure it out, it's too hard. I mean, no witness said there was going to be partial foreclosure. No one said that. No one had any examples of it. And if it's the partial exclusivity, as you said, and as Mr. Nadella said, I thought the best, that's the world we live in because Sony's the market leader and that's what they do. So there are partial, if that's what they want to call partial foreclosures, that's happening all the time with these partial exclusivity or timed exclusivity arrangements. And that is part of competition. It's not part of anti-competitive behavior.
On the partial foreclosure, in terms of evidence, I would respectfully point out to Mr. Stewart's testimony this morning. He had some words to say about partial foreclosure, I believe. And I believe Mr. Ryan had some words to say about that in his testimony. So the idea that we have not put forward evidence of partial foreclosure, I think, is incorrect. We are not suggesting that we have shirked our burden, not suggesting that the court or the defendants are supposed to show that burden for us. We think we have adequately put in, more than adequately put in enough evidence to raise a substantial question about whether there would be partial foreclosure, given the incentives. And again, defendants always want to conflate this to, has the government shown that X will happen, that X is a guarantee to happen? We are talking about the future. The Supreme Court in Philadelphia National said, we're talking about probabilities here, not certainties. So we will not accept a burden that we must and will show. We are going to talk about probabilities and show the probability of a substantial lessening of competition. I'm getting some notes. One is the merger is permanent, Judge. I don't want we know Your Honor won't be scared off because of the size of the deal, right? Ruling. But the merger is permanent. Once they decide to merge, they come together. We've heard about the harms, for example, to Sony in terms of optimization.
Well, it's not the harm to Sony we care about. It's the harm to the consumers.
And-
But let me, Ms. Knox, do you need a break? Yes, I'm sorry, Miss Knox needs to take a break. So why don't we resume I didn't mean to cut you off, but,
No, I
and
understand.
then actually when we come back, just so you can prepare, let's start talking about that Xbox Cloud market. I think it's different there. Okay, thank you. We'll resume at 4 o'clock. Okay, 4:05.
Diez minutos de break, 10 minutos, 10 minutos. ¿Qué le está pareciendo? Voy a poner la cámara para ver esta belleza de hombre. Deja ver, para que vean esta belleza. En la cámara. Ay, qué, mi gente, la belleza, la belleza. ¿Qué fue lo que dije? Lo que dije que lo que pasa es que estaba poniendo los subtítulos y la vaina. Estaba hablando con Locón y no escuché nada. Yo estoy con Locón en Discord, Locón ahí está muerto la muchacha, muerto la risa, dando combo. English rap, what happening, what happening? You welcome, what happening? Aquí, para, donation, you know, yeah. A ver, ¿para qué? Para que aporte. Ah. ¿Qué le está pasando, loco? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando, mi gente? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando, mi gente? Para allá, para Lolina, vaina. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando? 10 minutos de break. Ya ponte el link de donación. Velo ahí, donation. Thank you. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando, guay, loco? Oh my God. La juez está ahí. Aquí, mira. Ah, no, loco. Ya. Give you a like. Thank you for the like. Thank you for the like. La FTC se jodió. Give you a like, bro. Thank you. Can you rap, freestyle? Dame de mutearte para que tú vayas a hablar. ¿Te muteo o no? ¿Verdad? Lo que dijo que va a hablar en el podcast porque sigue hablando, pues yo sé, viendo ahí, PlayStation siempre gana. La jueza dijo que no importa cómo afecta a Sony, sino a los consumidores. Oh, wow. Lo último. Sí, la que. Como tú te metes, cuando tú buscas, ¿qué es la FTC? Dice para proteger al consumidor. Y aquí están protegiendo a Sony. They protecting Sony. That's they doing here. Sony, no, because Sony, PlayStation, Sony. The Matrix, TV. Now FTC, Sony. Yeah, Sony. Bethesda. Sony. PlayStation. Eso es lo que yo hace. ¿Sí o no? 10 minutos break. Yeah, 10 minutes break. Sí, Jacqueline Corley. Jacqueline Scott Corley es el juez, la jueza. Mi amor platónico, my crush. Right now she my crush, my new crush. FTC protecting poor Sony. Exactly. Only Sony, 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 Sony. Ella se lo dijo. ¿Tú sabes lo que él dijo el juez? El juez le dijo, pero si Sony hubiese firmado los 10 años, el trato, ¿usted me estuviera aquí? Yes, yes. No, pues todo el mundo está, pero que todo el mundo está viendo y te escuchando y está leyendo, aquí todo el mundo sabe. Porque si tú dices tú que tú dejas hablar uno, tú que dices todo, yo casi no digo nada. Yo estoy en directo y diente. No, break, 10 minutes, break, 10 minutes, break. Still very good. 10 minutos break, ya, 10 minutes break, 10 minutos de break. Falta Microsoft. Seguro un chima FTC después Microsoft. Porque ya, she had to ask to Microsoft Law. ¿Cómo se dice abogado lawyer? Estoy nervioso. Mucha gente viendo mi belleza. Nervioso. Yo creo que cuando la juez le pregunta a Microsoft, pase, yo decir, no, ya no tenemos nada que decir. Ya usted hizo todo. Ya usted hizo todo, no tenemos que decir nada, ya. Raúl, ¿cómo Canadá va Loco, Canadá tenía hasta el 30 de mayo para quejarse, ya pasó, ya eso es nulo. Lo de Canadá es nulo porque ellos tenían hasta el 30 de mayo para quejarse y ya pasó. Ya pasó. Coño, loco. ¿Qué Canadá del DH? Canadá, yo te amaba, pero no te quiero ya. In the next code. Oye, aquí dice un skin de la juez en Call of Duty. Un skin. Los abogados, claro, por hora. Sí, la FTC lo mandó. Porque la carta fue para la FTC, no para la CMA, a Raúl. Lo de Canadá se usó en este juicio. Fue la FTC, no fue CMA. Fue Lina Khan que Lina Khan, tú sabes. Oye, aquí dice una serie X con la edición de la juez. Déjame ver quién es, déjame ver cómo ella se ve. Ella es joven porque ella se ve que ya. A ver, porque sí, para su cuerito sano, tú sabes. Vamos a una foto de la juez. La voy a poner aquí porque después los ojos la van a acosar, yo la voy a ver yo. La voy a por ahí le da una pedrada. Vamos a ver cómo se ve. Oh, mira aquí. Una FTC cuyo abogado ni siquiera pueden ganar un caso sustancialmente más sólido contra los muchos mejores abogados del lado del acusado. Un juez que entiende eso extremadamente bien, tiene un enfoque sentado en la FTC no tiene oportunidad. También eso es un buen punto, que la juez sabe del tema, porque si va a ser un juez que no sabe del tema, el que la convenza gana, pero ella ya sabe del tema y ella ha demostrado que ella sabe del tema. Hacer preguntas coherentes, preguntas que tú te dices, what the heck? O sea, ella está a favor del consumidor y FTC lo que está es Sony, no, because PlayStation, because Sony, PlayStation. Ya, eso es todo. Esa tipa es tan inteligente, loco, que cualquier cosita. Ella, espérate, aquí dice esto, no es así. tipo una dura. Esa juez. Y la abogada de Microsoft, la abogada, esa tipa está on fire, lo que esa no deja escapar una tampoco. Porque la misma juez dijo, esto es como Netflix, Disney, HBO, que tú pagas el mes y tú puedes jugar en vez de comprarlo. Ella lo dijo. Claro que está ganado. No, porque la FTC es profesional. Brr, brr, brr. Profesionales son medio coquitos. Sí, ellos comparan el Scroll 6 con Call of Duty. Lo comparan. Y la jueza de Microsoft, la abogada de Microsoft lo corrigió. Ajá, y después ella corrigió después. Ajá, de 16. Sí. Pero ella corrigió. Sí, eso es lo que dijo. Que la FTC dice que la FTC dijo que le hace daño a Sony y la juez dice que Sony no importa, que son los consumidores, porque la tipa es preconsumidor. Y la juez le está preguntando, ¿dónde está el argumento? ¿Dónde está la prueba de que ellos dicen que un 20% de los ponis, un 20% de los ponis se van a ir para Xbox por Call of Duty? Y ella dice, ¿dónde está la prueba? ¿Dónde está la prueba? Y no tienen prueba. No tienen, de boca. De boca. De boca. Y a un abogado de la FTC se quedó callado y tuvo que venir otro a reemplazarlo. Porque no supo responder a la juez. Se quedó callado. Se quedó ahí. Y tuvo que. Next. No. You want to talk. No, no more FTC bullshit. Esa es la palabra. ¿Qué se va a hacer para celebrar? Chacho. Chichito lo pare. Que está al fin de la competencia para qué, ¿para quién? Para Call of Duty. Es que la FTC compara ¿qué dice Dere?
One procedural and one substantive housekeeping.
Yes.
One procedural. We did have slides in anticipation of a more traditional closing. May I hand those up?
Please.
Okay. One substantive housekeeping. We're not here to protect Sony. We are here to protect consumers. So when I mentioned the dev kits, the development kits, right? If this deal goes forward and Sony delays shipping development kits to an Activision that is owned by Microsoft, I care that it hurts Sony so much as I care that then Sony is delayed in developing a game that the consumers can.
Yes. But Sony currently has Microsoft. I mean, they ship dev kits to Microsoft.
They do. I understand they delay a little bit because
All of them? I know there was testimony with respect to ZeniMax. There was no testimony as to the other titles.
right. That one I don't know. I'm making an inference based on the testimony we heard, but I don't know. But the testimony is there is a hesitancy. Go ahead, my colleague,
Sure,
Meredith
yes.
Levert.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Meredith Levert for the FTC. We can put this in the findings of fact for you, but there is some testimony in Mr. Ryan's deposition that talks about their delay in getting development kits also for Minecraft. And the reason for that being their concern about sharing extremely sensitive information with their primary competitor. So we'll point you to that in the.
Okay, so there's testimony that it's all titles they delay.
That is my understanding. Titles from Mojang, which was acquired by Microsoft in 2014, and that would be Minecraft. And the more recent titles that are from ZeniMax.
No, I know I remember his testimony as to the ZeniMax, or maybe actually was Mr. Spencer's testimony as to the ZeniMax.
I think it was.
Then.
Oh,
okay. Well, actually, so that's a point. And so let me ask Ms. Wilkinson about that.
I believe, but I haven't looked back at that. It is only about Minecraft, Your Honor. I don't think it's about others. And as you know, that the original Minecraft game there's not a new PS5 version, but the other Minecraft games are on Minecraft Legends and Minecraft Dungeons, excuse me. But the withholding of the dev kits is their decision. I mean, this is not because they're getting harmed. What they don't want to share, which they're perfectly allowed to, they think that that's some kind of information that Xbox can use against them. So they give them to them later. But that is their decision. That is not a harm.
Yeah, I mean, Microsoft provides dev kits to Sony, and we didn't have any testimony that they delay giving it to them. I guess you would say PlayStation is the more popular game because it's the better console, and so that's why they don't delay, because they have nothing to hide.
Actually, as I say, I don't think we have testimony either way on the issue with respect to how Microsoft understands its dev kits. So I just don't know on the record.
But it was Mr. Ryan was clear. It was his choice, Your Honor. And that is, again, a business strategy he can pursue. But as the market leader, to say that somehow because he doesn't want to get those games onto his platform at the same time, because he's making a strategic judgment that Xbox should not see those dev kits too early, that's fine. But he's making the decision for those consumers, not Xbox. And that's why we say they are protecting Sony and not the consumers, because Sony is making that decision for their own consumers. And maybe that's one of the reasons that, they have twice as many players. I don't know, but that's not a behavior that is caused by us. And it's certainly not a competitive harm.
Well, I think that the standard that Ms. Wilkinson is applying is more like the sort of causal chain that applies to traditional tort, right? You stepped in and you caused this harm yourself. We're talking about harms to the marketplace, and a competitive or strategic response does not nullify the harm. If the fact that Microsoft, qua platform, owns Activision means that a rational competitive response is, I can't give you my dev kits for Activision games, that doesn't excuse or mitigate the competitive harm like it would if we were in a tort case talking about.
How do I know that's a rational competitive response as opposed to a response that delays Microsoft's ability to have the games and so gives PlayStation the opportunity to have them on their platform first?
Well, because in the hypothetical where the merger has taken place, Xbox has the games. They own Activision. So Sony is only hurting itself because it's not giving the dev kits. So the only reason it would hurt itself by not getting the dev kits out there and getting the games developed is because it's worried about what would happen if it gave up the secret sauce on the console. And again, the point is not the harm to Sony. It's that the consuming public who loves these games, if you have a PlayStation, now your game's later, all else equal. And I just want to point, Your Honor, Ms. Wilkinson said no evidence of partial foreclosure, 2 pieces of evidence. One, Mr. Stewart this morning, I ticked with him a list of partial foreclosure possibilities: resolution, security, optimization. The second piece of evidence, paragraph 35, PX 8001, Mr. Ryan's declaration. Even making Call of Duty partially exclusive would cause substantial switching from PlayStation to Xbox. And then he has quantitative evidence cited.
We're, I think, using the terms the wrong way. There's withholding and then there's foreclosure. And if we're talking about the dev kits, we have an example before the transaction. We have Minecraft. as I believe Mr. Ryan said, and I'm double checking his deposition. I know it was his choice. And so he did not say that was a competitive harm. If that's a partial withholding, I will call it, that would be another easy thing for them to have measured to see. You certainly can see the market. And Xbox has not gained any market share on Sony since that happened with Minecraft. They have been behind and been third in the marketplace for years. So by suggesting what they are, I would call a possibility, anyone can dream up possibilities. And that's literally what they're doing. They're giving you a list of possibilities. You don't have to find certainty, but you have to find probabilities. And that's when they need to provide evidence to you. And just dreaming up what could happen when there isn't evidence that that happened. By Mr. Weingarten calling the list with Mr. Stewart today foreclosure, he didn't say that was.
And I understand. I remember the test. Okay, let's move on to Game Pass and cloud. So sort of just spell out your theory there.
Okay, quite simply, Your Honor. The traditional market is consoles. The next big things that have developed are a multi-game library subscription market and cloud. Subscription is more developed than cloud at this point. The subscription service, I hesitate with analogies, but like Netflix is the idea. You pay a monthly fee, you get access to a library of games. Some services are just the library. I'll point you to, I think we reproduced it in the slides I gave you, but probably have seen it many times. Figure 22 of slide 14 that I gave you. Thank you. This is reproduced from Dr. Lee's report. Some services or products are just a library. Some of them are a library and a cloud, like Xbox Ultimate, right? You get the library and you get to stream the library over the cloud. And some are just a cloud. These markets are emergent. Again, subscription is more established. The locus of competition is fierce in both. The axis of competition is price and its content. And we've seen from Microsoft documents, their emphasis on cloud, emphasis on subscription. Game Pass is a strategic driver for Microsoft's gaming business. I think the evidence has been very clear about that. The evidence is also clear that the effect of this transaction on Microsoft's ability to turbocharge Game Pass and leave, I think there's a document from Mr. Spencer, leave Google, leave Amazon, right, everybody in the dust and build the content moat around Microsoft's Game Pass is in the record and compelling. And there is a concern that if you take this content, you use it to advantage your own platform, the consumer is harmed because then the consumer doesn't have the benefit of Mr. Kodik's platform agnosticism. The consumer says, if I want Call of Duty, now I have to get the Game Pass. And if I want this one, I have to get the other service. And maybe the titles come out at different times, as opposed to Mr. Kodik's world currently. I'll put the content wherever I can so players can play.
But he's not putting it on PlayStation, Sony's, or Microsoft subscription services.
He is on PlayStation Plus. He is on PlayStation Plus, at least in some titles. And he was on GeForce Now for 2.5 years. I'm sure we're going to join issue on the future and what it holds for Activision standalone. I will go back to the theme, Your Honor, of to believe that Activision will put its content on more subscription services and other cloud services is simply to believe they will follow the money and act in their shareholders' best interests. To believe the defense world that Activision on its own will never, ever go into any of these other services is to believe that Mr. Kodik's respectfully idiosyncratic view will prevail over his need to maximize value for his shareholders. And by the way, in testimony, he explained very clearly he will maximize value for shareholders. And in response to Your Honor's, he couldn't prevaricate. If that's where the users are, he's going there. So the harm here we think is substantial in locking up Activision content. I'm using terms like locking up, but there's also partial foreclosures in all of this area too. But the harm is we end up in a world where instead of having content available, new cloud services join and they figure out a better way, they get Activision content, they figure out how to share economics. It's all just it's all just Game Pass. And maybe Sony has PlayStation Plus. And we live in a world where those two suck up all the content and that's it.
Well, what happens to NVIDIA?
So we hope NVIDIA can survive. That we want the competition to be robust. But in a world where, I'm not here to predict the future about NVIDIA's ultimate survival, but in a world where we have a content arms race and everybody starts buying up all the content and you end up with 1 or 2 or 3 dominant platforms in cloud or subscription, that is a less pro-competitive world than let 1,000 flowers bloom and let the content flow and let people figure out arrangements that'll bring consumers more of the content in more ways. That's a little highfalutin, but the evidence has, I think, established the concern and has raised substantial questions about the concern. I will point your honor to pages 59 and 60 of the slides. Mr. Spencer, we have documents in the case that Mr. Spencer was worried about a domino effect, that if somebody buys this content, the next person has to buy the next content, and the arms race or the domino effect continues. And we end up in a world that is less pro-consumer with less choice. I will dial it back from the highfalutin a little bit, and I will say, we have seen the evidence in Microsoft's own documents. The emphasis on Game Pass, the value of content, the fact that content leads to subscribers, leads to scale, that's over and over again we saw in the documents and the testimony from Microsoft's executives. And I will pre-butt a little by saying, we've heard a lot from defendants, it's just a feature, it's not a market. You know, subscription's another way just to buy the same old game. Cloud is just a feature, as Bond testified, you use it because you don't want to wait for like a load up time on your computer or on your Xbox. I think we have heard more than ample evidence to rebut that. They price it like its own product. They price it against other competitors like a product. Microsoft offers the cloud totally apart from the console on Samsung TVs. We heard from Mr. Nadella, his testimony was robust in favor of the idea that the cloud is the future and not just some feature. I'll pause there.
Karen, I'm going to start with Ms. Bond's evidence. She gave evidence about what the cloud is used for. And I want to call it cloud streaming, because as Mr. Nadella pointed out yesterday, cloud to him is a much broader category. And that includes all kinds of gaming. And when you think about that, when someone's playing a multiplayer game, kind of the back room, right, work that's done so they can communicate is in the cloud generally. That's very different than what you're asking about, which is cloud streaming. Just that service of taking that game that's on the console and for Xbox in Game Pass and streaming it either to the console again, as Ms. Bond told you, or onto another device. That everyone said that was not an economically viable model right now. Everyone, including Mr. Ryan.
Maybe right now, but growing. And I mean, I think, I don't know, I'm not an expert on this, but we don't have DVDs anymore, right? And that's the way it's going. And those consoles are going to disappear eventually, right? And so the cloud, and so what the FTC's concern is about the future. It may not be here right now.
But many startups have folded when they thought there was a market when there wasn't yet. The fact that it may someday develop, I think Mr. Kotick made the argument that it may not at all, because it's going to be easier to develop the native games for mobile because they're going to be so powerful. So people have different opinions. To speculate when it's going to happen, I don't think any of us are qualified to say when some new technical, way to stream games will actually be economically successful and attractive.
Okay, but so what's we all have to remember to slow down. Really killed her before. But so what are you saying with respect to their cloud argument? That that the merger's pro-competitive, that just, what is it, other than to say, you're not saying like it's yeah, what is it that
Yes,
you're saying?
it is a feature, and in Xbox, which is what's at issue, it is only offered with the Game Pass. You can't buy it as a separate product, but we only have 3 charts here on there. But one is the one I made the other day with Mr. Lee, which is, you can just look at this picture. And the entire merger is pro-competitive because it's expanding output. He couldn't answer the key question you and I asked him, which is it likely that PlayStation will or will not have Xbox? But if you look down the rest, today, you have Call of Duty on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. With the merger, you're going to have it with all these other streaming services. So if that is a market, they're all going to have the ability to stream the game, which they don't have today, which is the
Okay,
test.
so that's what so I get when you brought the case that wasn't there, right? In some sense, you won and you got what you wanted and you forced them to go out and enter into these agreements. Maybe it also helped that they at least seem to be less bullish on cloud, but they went out and they signed these agreements now with NVIDIA to give them Activision's content. How is that not good for consumers?
Oh, couple of points. We have testimony from Mr. Zimring and from NVIDIA about the profitable and the future of cloud. So I want to point around there if there's any concern about the future. On the agreements point, we again have evidence that there are agreements. We do not have any evidence from defendants of anything beyond the fact that there are agreements. We learned, we can make the negative inference, I guess, from Dr. Carlton. He doesn't know where Kubernetes is headquartered. It's Hong Kong. Boosteroid is in Eastern Europe. So the defendants have not even shown, Your Honor, that entering these agreements will have any pro-competitive effect in the United States of
Can I
America.
stop you for a second?
Yes.
Why would NVIDIA do what they did and say what they said? Because they're a competitor to Microsoft in cloud gaming. So why did they do it then?
Do it meaning switch to support the merger.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Couple of reasons. One, they got a deal that they had been wanting for a long time on Microsoft's own content. Now that doesn't count under the law because it's not merger specific. That's a deal that could have been achieved any day, whether we were here or not, whether Microsoft were buying Activision. But it was a sweetener. They got that deal. They got the Windows addendum, another sweetener. They also testified, Mr. Eisler, that they have concerns about their deal on the Activision content. Okay, they have concerns about that part of the deal. And this goes back to what we were talking about before, about whose burden is it to bring forward persuasion and production on what these agreements actually mean. And I want to be very clear with NVIDIA. Whether the Activision deal goes through or not, they get the Microsoft content that they've coveted for quite a while. That means it's not merger specific, so it's not part of the competitive analysis, but it sure does mean that NVIDIA had a healthy incentive to sign the agreement they signed and support the deal, because whatever happens, they now have that Microsoft content. And we'll also note part of the problem with having the defendants run around signing deals in this fashion is they are picking, let's assume the deals are fantastic for a moment. They are picking the winners and the losers. There's no deal between Microsoft and Google for cloud. There's no deal between Microsoft and Amazon for Amazon's cloud multi-game library service. So now we're saying, according to the defendants, don't worry, we've picked some competitors inside the US and out, bracket outside the US shouldn't even count. We'll pick the winners and the losers, and then we'll come to court and say, well, we picked some winners and therefore we're being pro-competitive. And the fact is there just is no evidentiary record for Your Honor to even begin to weigh their claims that they have remedied the concerns.
Well, but in the but-for world, there's no agreements. There's no agreement with Amazon. There's no agreement with Google. there's no agreement with NVIDIA and maybe,
Submit.
well, no, but we're not going to go there. That's
Yeah,
not the failing company.
No, I don't mean to imply anything about NVIDIA's ability or anything like that. So I would submit at best, when Ms. Wilkinson did her chart with Dr. Lee, Professor Lee, question marks at best about how this content may or may not get to Ubitus, Boosteroid, NVIDIA. I would submit in the but-for world, because of the testimony we've heard from Mr. Kodak and what we know about incentives to put content on platforms, question marks as well. So we are dealing with a world of future, its probabilities, as Ms. Wilkinson properly said, question marks all around. But the question is, have we raised enough questions to merit further inspection of this deal? And have we raised further questions, given all the documentary evidence and testimony about the role of AAA content in driving scale, subscribers, and a moat, Microsoft's executive's word, moat, around Game Pass. So I think that's where we land on that. Even if I can see that best, I think it's question marks everywhere. And we still carry on.
Well, Your Honor, he may want to testify again for his expert, but the expert said these things. That's who they presented. He didn't like what he had to say, but I gave him every chance to answer those questions, as did you. You asked him, excuse me. You asked him 3 different times to try and get him to answer on Call of Duty, whether he even did the analysis. He said no. When he knows he wants a question mark, we put it there. He did not say it was uncertain and therefore couldn't be probable. He agreed that in with every one of those other organizations, that it would be likely with the merger that content would be distributed by those folks.
Well, respectfully, Professor Lee is not an expert on that, right? He doesn't read contracts and those. That same goes with Dr. Carlson. So I look at his economic analysis, but with respect to,
I think that's a different issue, Your Honor, you're right. But he was in the business of saying what's going to happen in the but-for world and what's going to happen with the merger. Again, not certainty, but probabilities. And he couldn't say, that's why he was called as an expert to say exactly that. Now, when you put the contracts down, these are sophisticated parties. NVIDIA is $1 trillion company. They had lawyers on the other side. These are not complicated agreements. In fact, you heard Mr. Spencer say, and Mr. Ryan, that normally with publishing, they have general publishing agreements. They don't even come to a different agreement for a specific game. The only reason there's specific agreements here is because the regulator complained. And so now, because the regulator raises issues, they're basically saying, you did what we wanted, but we don't like the way you did it. And you have to prove to us somehow that a contract, which should be presumed to be in the best interest of both parties, which whether it's sweetened or not, that's how competition and capitalism is supposed to work. If that's how we get them to distribute Call of Duty, so what? People and companies come to those agreements all the time. The question is, what is the output from those agreements? And there's no dispute that these games that Call of Duty is going to be on these services if the transaction goes through. So you asked, and I asked every one of our executives whether they would honor these contracts. They said it in open court. They said it to you under oath, and they've said it for the last year. Are they honestly suggesting that they weren't credible? That they're going to get up in a public courtroom in front of you and lie about whether they would honor these contracts? I mean, it's absolutely absurd. It really is to suggest that Satya Nadella got up in your courtroom and said he would honor. In fact, he doesn't even like exclusives. He would like his content to be everywhere, by the way, which has been incredibly
but he
successful.
was clear that it was Mr. Spencer's.
And Mr. Spencer said the same thing. It's in his interest. Again, it's not because everyone is a saint. It's because it makes economic sense and reputational sense to put that content on these different platforms. And why does it? You remember, they offered this to Sony the day after the deal. So it's not just for the regulators. It was easy for Xbox and Microsoft to do because it was consistent with their business strategy. So it wasn't asking them to do something that they hadn't thought about. In fact, they didn't own the content. I thought Ms. Bond was pretty clear, and it made a lot of sense to say, why don't you usually, why did you didn't do this before? Well, we didn't own the content. Most people don't contract for things they don't own. They had told these folks they would do it. And then when the regulators raised issues, they did it. There's nothing that was pointed out about these contracts. They're 10, some of them, as you know, with the Sony offer, 10-year contracts. And we heard undisputed evidence that there's nothing like that in this industry. It was unusual, so there would be no dispute here that that content would stay on PlayStation. And you heard through Ms. Hood's declaration and everyone else, they need those revenues. It makes sense.
On the console.
Yes.
You would stay on PlayStation on the console.
Right. And it makes sense for them to distribute as many ways as they can, because if people play their games, they make money.
Couple of points there. So one is, I have no idea what Ms. Wilkinson is talking about when she says we told them to go make these deals and now we're talking about deals. That is not how the process has on.
It's not evidence in the hearing.
I want to make very clear what we are not alleging. I'm not alleging that Microsoft, or the theory of the case is not that Microsoft will breach, that Mr. Nadell is committing perjury. That is not our theory of the case. However, if one is going to propose, like defendants have, a complicated set of remedial contracts, behavioral remedies in antitrust parlance, those contracts are only as good as their terms. And we have had undisputed testimony in this case from at least two of the third parties who signed those contracts about their concerns with the terms, Mr. Singer and Mr. Eisler. Both gave undisputed testimony that they had concerns about the terms.
I read Mr. Singer's whole deposition. He just didn't know the terms.
He's the primary negotiator for Nintendo.
Well,
there you have.
what I read in the transcript was that there was a representation by a lawyer that he was, but he didn't say anything in that. I think that's over arguing to say that he said he had concerns with the terms. He didn't know the terms. I mean, or he couldn't. No, I don't think so. They did sign it, and it is Nintendo. It's not some little startup.
They did sign it, Your Honor.
Yes.
I also say that's Dr. Carlton made the argument in his report that if you sign it, it must be because you think it's ironclad and the greatest deal on earth. Also submit, you sign it because it's an option, right? This is fantastic from Nintendo's perspective to have at least this option now, and that's great for them. But does that mean again that it's a guarantee and that it remedies all the harms?
Well, why does it have to be a guarantee?
Well, if it's not a guarantee, then it's not offsetting the anti-competitive concerns. And we have no evidence about what they do anyway. I thought defendants would come, frankly, and bring to Your Honor and say, we've run the numbers. If we sign these deals, X million more people will get the game. We were told, in fact, they ran no numbers. Okay. We were told that there was no analysis for these apparently amazing deals, that we're either told it's easy to get to and there's a standard agreement, but these are pages and pages long and outside the standard agreement, depending on what day we hear from the defendants. But we have no analysis and no record for Your Honor to assess the alleged pro-competitive benefits. And the concern also is that Microsoft, in going around and signing these deals, they're setting the terms of market competition on their own, right? They're off saying, now assume we've got this content, here are these terms. And I'll note again, no terms with Google, no terms with Amazon. So they're picking and choosing. And then they're putting the agreements in and saying just the bare fact of the agreement with no analysis suffices. That cannot be correct. It cannot be correct.
Your Honor, we know these parties know how to say no, because Sony has refused this.
But can you address the point that was made throughout the hearing, was that no financial analysis was done, which seems odd, right?
It does. I think if you don't understand the business, with all respect, they put games on other people's platforms and on their own all the time. That's why they have that general publishing agreement. They don't do a big financial analysis because they know what the split will be in the revenue. And if the game is a game that they want, they don't sign a new contract for every single game that comes up. So they don't do a financial analysis every time they put a game on. If you were to look through their files beyond for other games, they don't have produced
Right,
a
but
financial
this is-
analysis every time.
This is Call of Duty. And they've signed an agreement to put it on Nintendo, right? And that will,
There's no doubt. How could it be anything but beneficial to them when they can get the game on one of the biggest and most successful platforms there is? So they know from what they've done in the past for these big popular games, how successful they are. And they already know how Call of Duty does on other platforms. So they.
but how do they know that the people that then, when Call of Duty is available on the Switch, that they won't then leave Xbox? See, when Xbox, when you buy your Call of Duty on Xbox, Microsoft gets 100%. But when you buy it on Nintendo, they get less because they have to share it with Nintendo. So,
That's
so
true.
to the extent that it extends to new people, that's true. But there was no analysis done, right, with respect to the deval and all that, and whether it would create a gap and all that to extend it to Nintendo, because if your argument's correct that Nintendo is a substitute and should be part of the market, it's going to take some of those sales away from the Xbox.
Right, but it's also gaining one, the people who have it at Nintendo and aren't playing Call of Duty right now because they don't have it. And you heard Mr. Kotick, Mr. Spencer, Mr. Nadella tell you they're more successful when they put it on more platforms. This is why they can't find an example of another existing multi-platform, multiplayer game that anyone would take off the platforms. It doesn't make sense. It makes more sense like Minecraft. Look what they do. They have it on 20 different platforms. Under what you're suggesting, they should have a financial analysis every time to see whether they lose gamers.
Not my suggestion. It was the FTC's. I'm
Well,
just asking you to respond.
Right. There's not that kind of financial analysis done when there's upside for them by getting as many gamers to play and play with each other as possible. And they believe that's successful, not because they've just seen it, but I think as Microsoft, as you heard, that's kind of in their culture that they've been quite successful with their other software products by putting them on as many platforms as possible. Minecraft is one of the most successful games, and you've seen the data in the sealed documents, because it's on so many platforms. So there was no need to figure out whether they've already figured out that staying on the PS5 is, very positive when they did the entire evaluation. And they figured out how much revenue they would get and would get for the next 5 to 10 years, depending on the outlook from those revenues. So why would they think they're not going to, and maybe they'd lose some gamers, as you say, some of these people own multiple devices already, but why would they think they need to do an in-depth analysis to say, if they make it available to 140 million more gamers, they won't get additional revenue. Plus they get the in-game spend, right?
There are a lot of arguments and a lot of pivot to Minecraft, but no evidence. And I'm not suggesting this way. I think Mr. Stewart was credible in the sense that he does a lot of analysis and a lot of scenario planning. And to suggest that there is no analysis or scenario planning because this is just putting a title on another platform is directly at odds with the fence's other argument that these are world-creating, amazing agreements that are unprecedentedly long.
So then what is the inference that you're asking me to draw?
The inference I'm asking you to draw is that there is no evidence that these have any pro-competitive effect whatsoever in the marketplace.
Wait a minute. How can putting Activision's content on NVIDIA's cloud, how is that not a positive for consumers?
It could be, and it would be, but we don't know because we also have not had any evidence that that is what will result from this agreement. In fact, we've had evidence from NVIDIA. They have concerns about the agreement. But I also want to point out, Judge, this was an issue we briefed. We sought discovery about all these agreements, and we were shielded. The discovery was shielded.
So I'm just going to stop you there because, I mean, again, now we're in unique land. And the problem is that we're on this compressed, right? If this had been brought me or some other judge closer in time to when you filed your complaint, and you filed your preliminary injunction motion, and we would have had time to do that. Would never have said you're held to what happens in this administrative proceeding. I would have adjudicated all those things. But because, sure, you had good reasons, it was done this late, we didn't have that opportunity. So I don't know what happened in there. You don't tell me, because it's not going to make any difference in my decision. I have the evidence that's in front of me. An inference from the lack of evidence. That's why I asked you what it is. But
I will say it is not about wishing we had a motion to compel process that had been seen through. I'm actually not challenging the assertion of the privilege. If they told us, which they did a lot, if we did any analyses, they were with lawyers, they were about understanding legal implications of the agreements, fine. That sounds like a plausible privilege claim. But I can't then also have a defendant show up and give half the poker cards over and say, actually, we think they're really super pro-competitive, while withholding the actual analysis I need to understand it or contest it.
well, I think they're saying they're not withholding anything.
There's just nothing.
That's
Okay,
what Mr.
well then-
Stewart says. There's just nothing.
So I would take from the inference that there's just nothing, that there's no great effect to these agreements, because if there were any material effect, there must have been a model or a discussion. The evidence in the record is that some of these were hastily agreed to, ubitus boosteroid. Some other evidence in the record, Mr. Eisler's deposition, Mr. Fisher's, is that they were hastily agreed to on the eve of other regulatory proceedings for a press conference. I think the inference that can be drawn is they were hastily agreed to, and that there can be no inference of pro-competitive effect from that circumstance.
Well, I mean, they were hastily agreed to in response to regulatory concerns. No question, right?
Correct.
No question. They're not arguing anything different. They agree. That's why I say in many ways you won, because you and the other regulators have forced them. Now, whether it's sufficient or not is a different matter, but you did get them to, at least they say they were committed all along, but you got them to do something earlier.
And I'm not being facetious in saying this. If we had felt like we would won, I would declare victory and go home. I don't think we won, because that is not, first of all, how the process is supposed to unfold. Second of all, we have no evidence of what the effects of these agreements will be. So I cannot declare victory on behalf of consumers. I have the same thing that you have. Evidence that there are agreements, nothing more. Well, that's it. And if Ms. Wilkinson were right, that this was Microsoft's master plan, and I agree it's not, it's regulatory. It's not in the deal model. The deal model is all about Microsoft's products and services. So that's what I have to look at. And I have no evidence, and respectfully, neither does the court, that these agreements are going to engage in any pro-competitive benefit for anyone. Reminder, some of them involve companies in Hong Kong, Eastern Europe. They're not even in the market. So it is.
Well, it depends on the market. I mean, and we didn't even get into that. And I don't know, for cloud, is someone sitting in the United States can't download or can't use those services?
I don't know, right? As a theoretical matter, can someone go on the internet? Maybe, but again, there's no evidence from the defendant.
Well, no. But you initially have to tell me the relevant market.
Yes.
So tell me why the cloud gaming company in Hong Kong is not part of the relevant market.
Two reasons. One is a lack of evidence. I don't know if their terms allow people in the United States to download this, and no one in this case does. I don't think there's anything in the record that they even do business here. Literally, I don't think Ms. Bond was asked. I don't think she knew. Nobody knows. So that's one. Two is latency. I would posit, I don't know where their servers are. And for goodness sakes, if they're in Hong Kong with the server, I would argue that a product in Hong Kong is not a reasonable substitute for a cloud.
I think that's probably true with respect to cloud streaming. I think that's true.
One more on this, Judge. The antitrust law requires verification of the benefits. I apologize. One of the requirements, if you're going to present as a defendant a pro-competitive benefit, is that it has to be verified. We have to verify what these benefits will be. Quantification, something. That's not an FTC thing. That's a legal test. It's in the horizontal merger guidelines. It is an FTC thing, but also in the court, in the case liability. No one from the defense evidence has verified them. Dr. Carlton, we talked to him, did not verify, very clear. Dr. Bailey testified she didn't know about the consumer welfare effects of any of these terms. So there is no verification. It's another more doctrinal version of the argument I've been making. Absent verification, they are a nothing, respectfully.
Your Honor, they are part of the deal and part of the output. But if you, I'm going to take what counsel just said. He said the deal model is the only thing that shows. Yes, it shows an analysis of keeping COD on PlayStation. So we already have that that's going to happen. And he said, well, why don't you have more financial analysis or a way of measuring? We have a way of measuring it. We also have Minecraft that's on play, which we heard from Mr. Stewart this morning, is more successful or generates more revenue on the other platforms than it does on Xbox. So there is a base analysis, and the fact that this is increasing output further and wasn't part of the model, it was part of the plan. And the fact that it is going to generate more gamers, there's no question that it's pro-competitive. I don't even understand. You said it yourself. How could it be that if more consumers are going to get access to it, it's not beneficial? I mean, it's, whether you call it the benefits or it's just increasing output as a, as part of the deal. Either way, more consumers are going to get the game. And that's good for gamers, but it's also good for Microsoft.
Can I ask you about the XPass?
Game Pass?
Game Pass.
Yes.
Game Pass. I do think that it's not clear that Call of Duty may be on Game Pass and not on PlayStation Plus.
Correct. And Mr. Ryan testimony
That I read and
offer are
that I understand. But explain to me why. Let's say, because as I understood Mr. Ryan, for example, I keep calling it the Thor game because I can't remember.
God of War.
God of War. Is that on PlayStation Plus?
yes,
God of War.
getting head nods. Yes.
Yes.
Not day and date.
Not day.
I don't know if it's an older catalog game, but not day and date.
Well, anyway, he testified they see it a little differently and it's more like a catalog. And if Call of Duty were on Game Pass, but not on PlayStation Plus, wouldn't that just incentivize Sony to up their game, so to speak, on the PlayStation Plus to improve the content, maybe make stuff available more immediately? In other words, it would increase competition as opposed to decrease competition.
Well,
because it's not available on PlayStation Plus right now. So unlike the console, it's not taking anything away from anybody. Nobody has the ability right now to pay us just a subscription and get Call of Duty.
So I guess a couple of things. One, there might be agreements, right? This is the likelihood of Mr. Kotick bringing his content to other places. There are possible future agreements. So Sony could say to Activision, we got to have it. Here's the offer. They reach terms. If this deal goes through that Microsoft proposes, that terminates for all time, right? The ability of an independent Activision to ever reach an agreement with Sony. So I just want to be clear about the but-for world and the world we're in if this deal goes through. Another point I'll make to your honor is if the response from Sony, this deal goes through, hypothetically, Sony's response is, we got to go buy another big developer of content and keep adding content. And it's the domino effect from Mr. Spencer's email. We will have in our conclusions of law, the case law, that is an aggravating, not a mitigating.
No. I'm not saying, I'm just saying with their own content that they already have.
Yes.
To make it available at the same time that they release the games.
Possible, but a non-problematic or a less problematic from the antitrust law perspective way to achieve that would be if Game Pass loves Activision content, reach a deal short of a merger and pay them. And if they work out that deal, Sony says in response, gosh, we need our own deal or we need to change how we operate, that's good competition. But taking Activision content 100% in-house and foreclosing for all time a future deal between Activision and PlayStation, or who knows what has to be invented subscription service, that is anti.
How again, and play that out how the consumer is harmed, because I still understand why Sony then just won't make their PlayStation Plus better. And again, how many people, you're only going to pay for the subscription, the Call of Duty, the $15 a month or the $8 a month, if you like the other mix on the games, because otherwise it's cheap to pay, right? This is why actually I'm trying to figure out the market.
Your Honor, that
Yeah.
not quite right, because remember, unless they're playing it by themselves, they still have to subscribe for the multiplayer monthly fee. So it's not like you either buy it for $70 and you have no more fees. You still have to pay monthly to play it, either on PlayStation or Xbox. We showed you, we didn't spend much time on, there's 4 subscriptions. And the first one is just for multiplayer.
So you can't do multiplayer without a subscription.
Without a monthly subscription.
Both.
Yes.
So turning back to your question, why doesn't Sony just do it? I don't.
Well, can I just stop 1 second?
Yes.
But in terms of if you have a PlayStation to play multiplayer, is that in the agreement that was offered? Does that agreement include that the people on PlayStation will still always be able to have that option to do the multiplayer?
That's up to them because it's a consumer who buys that. It wouldn't, Xbox would not stop PlayStation 5 players from being multiplayer because that's what you purchase on the PlayStation website.
Reminder about Mr. Ryan's concerns about the whole offer on PlayStation Plus in response to that.
No, I understand that. That's a different issue.
On why doesn't Sony put their games day and date? I don't know. I don't think we have a lot of record evidence about why. I'll get a snort from the defense bar, but as a regulator or a law enforcer, I am agnostic. If they have a competitive strategy that they think helps them invest and make good competition in various markets, but it is not an adequate response by defendants to buying this content to say, good, now Sony will do the same thing we want to do and build a walled garden of their own. There's case law that that's not the right thing to do. Also, again, there's no evidence that that is a benefit. We don't know. The defendants, if they were to posit that as a benefit, good, everybody builds walled gardens, they all buy content, and day date is better. We have no evidence that's true. So we just don't want to interrupt the flow of how the competition is currently working.
And it all comes down again to Call of Duty.
I keep hesitating slightly.
Yeah, but that's where the evidence is, right? That's the driver, because there are acquisitions that happen, there are games that happen, and we're here because of Call of Duty. I just want to be clear so I know what to focus on.
No question, it is critically important. It's the driver of the revenues. I only hesitate because they just have some really other great franchises that
as does Warner Brothers have the #1 game, at least it was earlier this year, right? Of Hogwarts. Like, you just don't know. And there are lots of other games. I mean, the other thing I'm just struggling a little bit with, and you can help me, is that this industry is very different in that it's amorphous and it changes all the time and it's completely dynamic. And what video game, I know Call of Duty has had enduring, but other games have come and go, just like MySpace or TV shows or whatever. And I'm trying to figure out why the emphasis is just so much on Call of Duty. I mean, isn't there an argument that will force someone to come up with another good annual game or some other thing? I mean, after all, Mr. Kotick started from essentially nothing, but he was able to do it, right?
So, taking your last point first, I'm sure that Call of Duty being great inspires people to try to be the next Call of Duty. We don't need this merger to do that. So Call of Duty existing in the universe on its own already accomplished.
No. Yeah, I'm getting more whether there is an anti-competitive effect.
Right. So Microsoft buys the Call of Duty. Why do we care? Yes, because it is unique in so many ways. It is every year. A lot of these games, they don't do every year a title. Not only is it every year, it's number one every year. And the one disappointment Mr. Kotick pointed to was still number one. A heck of a disappointment. So it is unique. And the modeling that we saw from Microsoft shows how unique it is. Now that model is not just Call of Duty, right? They modeled all the content, but it is a huge number. It is a hugely popular game. It has revenue generation that is off the charts year after year. So that is part of why we're here, for sure, Your Honor. If they were buying a much smaller, we would have made a regulatory law enforcement judgment to spend resources elsewhere. But here we are because it is incredibly powerful. And I'll take it back down from the 50,000 foot to the evidence. We have seen from the testimony, the documents about Microsoft's strategy, about the role of AAA, the role of content in every single one of these markets, how essential content is. And it's something that I believe Ron and I were talking about way at the beginning of the session, that content is key. And this is key content, and it is a game that gamers want to play. And that incentive, once you own the game that gamers want to play, means you're going to put it where you can drive users to play it with you.
Some gamers want to play.
Sure,
right?
But enough to make
It's a minority.
But enough to make billions of dollars in revenue. So almost any product, not everybody drinks Coca-Cola, but if Coke and Pepsi merged, we'd be here, right? So not
Hopefully not here.
Yeah. Apologies. But if not everybody uses it, but our concern is with the consumers who do and may one day want to use it.
Your Honor, it's not an essential input. There's a big difference between it being necessary, which is what the case law says, and being a popular, enduring, wonderfully successful game. No one disputes that. It's one piece of content. There's no case that says one piece of content will tip a market, or if one competitor gets it, there'll be harm to competition. And you can think about it. If we go back to the old days when some of us only watched 3 networks, there's much more content now, right? Because there's these subscription services, more content has been generated, to your point, to go back and forth. There are enduring franchises. Everyone would like to own the Bond franchise, I'm sure, in the streaming world, but only one company owns it now. It doesn't mean all these other competitors aren't successful. The same with Seinfeld. Name your favorite show. There are certain types of content or individual pieces of content that are extraordinarily popular. But Sony has many of those too, like God of War. My favorite.
Did Sony develop God of War itself?
Yes, as far as I understand.
I think that's their point. We wouldn't be here if Microsoft had created Call of Duty. It's the purchasing it, right? That the argument is, and the theory behind the antitrust laws and the whole case is that, and the whole theory behind Section 7, but is that we don't benefit from just buying up each other. We benefit from keeping things separate and therefore incentivizing people to create themselves.
But that's not true. We want smaller folks to create content, right? And the fact that someone purchased, and they're not small anymore, Activision, but as you say, they were originally, the fact that they produce popular content and someone else wants to buy it to distribute it, and then someone else wants to make more content. I mean, that's the art that's going on, whether it's movies, gaming, or television. And no one says, if you don't have this one game or this one television program or movie, you can't compete. I mean, it's kind of it's an odd suggestion. It's not the type of essential input, that you need a widget and the widget seller, you're buying the widget seller so nobody else can purchase those widgets. Whether PlayStation created its games, it also contracts for them. Final Fantasy 16, as someone pointed out to me, it's called 16 for a reason. It's been out there for a long time and it's been very successful. You don't have to have an exact replacement. No consumer is entitled to have the exact piece of content they want. But in this case, there's lots of competitors. As you said, this is a small part of the market. It's incredibly, successful. I know that doesn't equate to being essential and something that one party cannot own, especially in light of the promises and contracts that they're going to distribute far and wide, and that all of the documents, Your Honor, every piece of evidence, everyone who came here, whether it was from Microsoft and Activision or from Mr. Kotick, said it makes sense to keep it on multiple platforms. And council has not pointed to one piece of evidence, one document that says Microsoft was thinking about holding it back. Nobody did that analysis. Nobody asked for that. And again, why didn't they do that financial analysis? Because it doesn't make any sense to them economically and based on their good business judgment.
All right, quite a bit there, if I may, Your Honor, just very briefly.
Okay.
If we had that document, Judge, I don't think we would have had to file the case at all. If the document was, we're going to hold it back and exclude and be anti-competitive. I also think we have not had full access to whatever they privilege over.
Okay, I'm not.
No, but I think it's unfair for counsel to point to evidence of absence as saying, oh, well, that means it didn't exist or didn't happen. But I'll move on. The case law does not require that we show something as a must-have. The scarcity and the need for this content is why they shelled out $8 billion or $7.5 billion for ZeniMax and $70 billion now.
But not just for Call of Duty.
No, but we seem to be going back and forth on they're getting some other things. But I think Microsoft's model has been very clear, and the documents about using the Call of Duty franchise to drive subscribers and scale. I also want to say, when defense counsel says it's just like Seinfeld or a TV show being on one subscription service or another, Mr. Kotick came and he had a warning about that world. His testimony was he hates that world. He said he came from Los Angeles, and that world has been death for creators.
Which is why he won't put the games on Game Pass or up in the cloud, right?
But,
so I don't know you. I mean, you point that out, and that suggests without the merger, it's not, then people aren't going to have it available to get it by a subscription.
Or I have the nuance, if I may, Your Honor, or he reaches deals with everybody and gets paid by everybody instead of just getting in one subscription service. So instead of Seinfeld just being on Netflix or wherever it is, the people who own Seinfeld reach their deal with Netflix and Peacock and Disney Plus, and we have more access instead of the walled gardens. So Mr. Kotick is, I think, savvy about his own business. And he said he hates the world that Ms. Wilkinson just said is where they're going.
Okay, can we go to the balance of the equities, which we get to if there's showing of a likelihood of success? And Warner is the Ninth Circuit case, right, that I look at and sets that. And we know that private equities, while they can be considered, they can't alone counter show or justify denial of a preliminary injunction. But Warner's then said if the record is conflicting on the anti-competitive effects, the public entity, the public equities there, including beneficial economic effects and, or if sorry, you know what Warner says. But what I want to get to is Warner then said there, even though we have conflicting evidence, so we can't say that the public equities include these beneficial economic effects or advantages for consumer if we stop the merger now, because there's conflicting evidence. There was a different public equity there, which was if the merger happened, it was going to be very difficult to divest, right? It was going to be very, and here, my understanding is there's going to be a parent-sub relationship. And so really the only question here is, as you said, is to stop the merger. We know there are some private equities. They've been very publicly stated. That's why we're here in such a rush. And so then what is the countervailing public equity that you would point to?
Sure. The fact that defendants say they will keep Activision as one of their limited enterprises and somewhat at a remove from Microsoft is not the same as a hold separate. So the harm will start the day the deal closes. And it will start that day because that is the day Mr. Ryan and anyone else who makes content for platforms will start looking a different way at Activision and sharing proprietary information about their platform. So it's not just about Sony, although we have the evidence from Sony. Who is going to contact Activision and say, great, here's my new platform. Can we optimize Call of Duty for this new platform? That's going to do 6 new things. That would be great if we work together the day after the merger, because that info goes to Microsoft. The harms do start, Your Honor, immediately. This is not whole factories. This is intellectual work, and it's about partnerships. And so there is one public equity that starts right away. I would also say, we'll put it in our conclusions of law, the private equity, their interest in simply doing their deal, which I know is very important, cannot outweigh the public's interest in ensuring a full adjudication.
No, that's what I said.
Yeah.
However, Warner recognized that they're still, but that they're not irrelevant. They're not irrelevant, and you still have to identify some public equity.
Yeah.
I know you have, but I'm just
Yeah.
looking right at
Yeah.
Warner.
So
right?
the public equity, Judge, is that the harms in this case start immediately.
Okay.
I want to address that. That's just not true with Call of Duty. As you know, there is a contract that's going through the end of 2024 that came into evidence to ensure that Call of Duty stays on PlayStation till at least then.
Yes.
So even if
that's-
Sony
okay.
doesn't accept our offer, and again, I just want to say, Your Honor, how can it be withholding when they don't want to agree with us?
Okay.
But regardless of what Microsoft wants, there's indisputable evidence that they follow their contracts when they acquire studios. The government
That-
proved that for us.
Yeah, what about that? I mean,
I'm not sure I follow the point either.
They made a big deal. I'm sorry, you go ahead.
no dev needs to be sent over from Microsoft. Call of Duty that's being released in November will be released on PlayStation.
Yes.
So your August 2nd hearing can go forward. Nothing's gonna happen, at least that I've read. I mean, but I guess what I'm saying is you guys should address it in your submissions tomorrow.
What also it is not static. This is not just about, oh, let's wait for the next contract negotiation. Microsoft is hard at work on its next console. PlayStation is hard at work on its next console. And the record evidence is that these conversations about optimizing for a new generation take place years.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Just point it out in your submissions. Okay. So appreciate the argument. So tomorrow, as I said, I've given you this deadline because I want to save your holiday weekend. But by 5 p.m. tomorrow, your proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, which may be submitted under seal, along with a Word version, emailed to Ms. Means. And then if you could by Monday at noon, just submit a joint appendix of the exhibits that were admitted into evidence. And if possible, as well as a new share file with just those exhibits. That way I know I have them all that way. I don't think that should be too much work there. I'm sure you could use ChatGPT to create your appendix. You, Microsoft. I'm not going to say anything.
We will
here.
not be doing that. But my colleague has a quick logistical
Yes.
question.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a quick question about when the actual date to file the public version of the filings that we'll be submitting to Your Honor next Friday. We had talked to defendants and a date to offer.
By next Friday, you mean tomorrow?
Right. So we're submitting
the
public versions, our
yes.
findings of fact and conclusions of law by tomorrow.
What would you like? When do you think you can get your, knowing that we have a holiday?
Discussed and floated July 12th as a potential date, assuming that works for Your Honor's schedule.
Did you do the 7th? No, was that too hard? Right.
Right. And reaching out to the third parties
And no
coordinating
Sharpies.
all the evidence. Yes. So, and in light of the holiday next week, we were floating that idea. We could get it done earlier, but that was a
I don't know.
we
What do you
discussed with
think?
Defense counsel.
Your Honor,
So the findings of fact and conclusions of law that you initially submitted, redacted versions are on the docket?
yes.
Okay, the 12th is fine. We can,
Thank you.
that's-
Just don't want that to slow down your opinion, and you've been very generous with your time, and we realize that, but
No, that
do-
won't, so
won't
let me
affect-
tell you what I decide. I don't know when I'm gonna get it out. But obviously I'm mindful. So don't expect, for the judges that take 2 or 3 months on these to get the
If it's
same
good.
work on it. I'm sorry. Um, I'll file my order under seal, and then I'll ask you to provide me jointly with your proposed redactions. Also try to write it in a way that we don't need so many redactions. Frankly, and someone may very well feel, I leave it on you to tell the Ninth Circuit where in the record, those kinds of things. That'll help speed things up quite a bit. Lastly, I do want to congratulate the parties on your presentation and your civility. It was pretty extraordinary. I don't get to see this level of advocacy very well. You were on tight deadlines. I was pretty, demanding in terms of documents and things. You all met them. Everyone, I especially wanted the FTC because I'm the same resources they do. And yet your team was able to keep up with that in terms of that presentation. And I'm very much appreciative of both sides. Yeah, I'm going to do my best. It's hard, that's all I can say, but I very much appreciate the presentation that everyone did. And I also appreciate how both sides gave many attorneys the opportunity to take witnesses. I think that was to your benefit and to your clients' benefits because it enabled the presentations, I think, to be better because we were sharing that. So spread that word. Okay. All right.
Very much. Sharon.
Yes.
I do have one housekeeping
Of
matter.
course.
Sorry to end on that note.
All right.
We had several sealed portions of videos that I wanted to make sure both that Your Honor has them and has access to them. And I also wanted to move to admit the clip reports for some of those videos and the underlying material. It's really just the actual clip reports that we thought would be helpful to have numbers admitted into the record.
Okay. I did read the transcripts in full. So I read them all of Mr. Singer, Mr. Eisler, Mr. Fisher.
And it's Mr. Fisher and Mr. Eisler, as well as the Mr. Ryan sealed clip report that we were hoping to just admit into evidence quickly.
Sure.
So the Mr. Ryan sealed clip report is PX 3378. Mr. Fisher sealed clip report is PX 3379. The Mr. Fisher public clip report is PX 3380. The Mr. Eisler sealed clip report is PX 3381. And the Mr. Eisler public clip report is PX 3382. And the Mr. Fisher full deposition transcript is PX 7062.
All those exhibits are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
I'm gonna get some sleep. That's all. But
Yeah, we just records. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Finito, 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 finito. A ver. Finito, finito, finito. Se acabó, mi gente. Para otra semana. Ella va a dar veredicto la semana que viene. Pero fíjate que ella pidió, ella nos dijo que le manden una baña el viernes o el lunes, que si yo qué, para ella chequearlo. Eso fue lo que ella dijo. Mañana no va a haber nada. El lunes, ella dijo que el lunes que lo va a dar. Dominican. El lunes puede hacer, el lunes o no, miércoles va a seguir siendo día de fiesta. La semana que viene. La semana que viene va a ser. Pero ya no hay nada, mañana no hay nada, ya lo que le van a mandar lo que van a mandar lo que ella pidió y ella va a chequear antes de dar el veredicto, no, es verdad. No me equivoco. ¿Cómo que liberé el directo? Tú estás loco. ¿Cómo yo lo voy a liberar? El directo ya tiene el audio y todo grabado, sería yo pendejo. Es que no, mujer, como que el final, loco, tenemos 5 días aquí. Y dije, porque el final dije que la FTC y vaina tan valió, ya tú vas, ¿qué tiene que ver? Loco, son 5 días, Microsoft dando fuetazo. Yo tengo que tener que sacar un par de minutos de gloria a la FTC. Ya no hay más juicio, no hay nada, no hay más nada. Ellos tienen que mandarle unos documentos, una vaina a ella, más argumentos. La juez lo va a chequear antes de dar su decisión y ya, eso es todo. Ya se acabó, ya se acabó. Ya se acabó los juicios, entonces ella pidió más argumentos, más documentos, más, ¿cómo fue lo que ella dijo? Más vaina que pueda usar en el caso. Ella lo va a chequear y después va a dar su veredicto. No, martes 4 de julio, loco. En la semana que viene, puede ser antes de julio, después, de 4 de julio, después, lunes o miércoles, jueves, viernes. Pero la semana que viene. Déjame ver lo que va a decir. Florian puso algo, pero seguro dice cuándo es. A ver. La vaina puso aquí. A ver. Hemos leído cerrar, no esperes nada hasta el miércoles. El miércoles. El miércoles. Que hay que esperar el miércoles. Para el veredicto. Ya se acabó todo. El miércoles el veredicto. Todo el miércoles, mi gente. Ya se acabó esta vaina ya. Nada más que esperar que la juez dé su veredicto. A ver. Ya subió algo. George reconoce que la FTC logró mantenerse a pesar de no tener el mismo recurso que Microsoft. También apreció que a muchos abogados diferentes de ambos lados se les permitió interrogar a los testigos, así que hará un espacio de... ok. Ella felicitó al abogado de la FTC, como que, porque como que dice, ellos no tenían nada y se mantuvieron hasta el final. O sea, el abogado que estaba hablando, ese maduro de ellos, el tipo que estaba mareando, hablando mentiras, pero se mantuvo, porque hubo uno que se quedó callado y tuvieron que reemplazarlo. No, el miércoles, mi gente, el miércoles, veredicto el miércoles. Ya se acabó todo, hay que esperar el miércoles. Ella lo felicitó porque lo aguantaron aguantaron los 5 días sin argumentos, o sea, sin nada. Lo que no estaban bien preparados como lo de Microsoft y aguantan. Eso fue lo que ella dijo. El miércoles ya va, el miércoles, hay que esperar el miércoles. ¿Vamos a hacer poco o no? No. ¿Vamos a hacer poco o no, loco? ¿Eh? Dime si o no, dime, pues sí o no, pues yo. Venimos para podcast, activo en un ratito, podcast. Actualicen el canal, la notificación. Nos vemos, vamos podcast. El video va privado porque tú sabes. Droga.